Chapter 571. Have you salvaged it? A middle-aged man asked anxiously. Just half an hour ago, as the commander of the Global International Unlimited Natural Disaster Mission Rescue Alliance, Tong Ying and his staff rushed to the disaster site as soon as possible. A meteorite fell from the sky, but according to satellite monitoring, there is some kind of life activity in the meteorite. They need to contain and control it as soon as possible to avoid large-scale leakage and damage. As for whether this responsibility is managed by the country or the international community, in theory, it is true, but in fact, the country has lost much autonomy. In recent years, there have always been some messy things. Even if they successfully concealed the public, it also led to various problems within the country. Finally, the Global International Unlimited Natural Disaster Mission Rescue Alliance was born. The name of this alliance is too long, and most of the time it is called the Blue Sky Team. Most of them landed from the sky in fighter jets, so they have this simplified name. This time, the difficulty was not small. The meteorite fell directly into a sea area. It was really troublesome to salvage it. Especially when it landed, it did not cause any impact, which was the biggest problem. This means that the other party has self-buffering ability. It shows that the active life inside it has extremely strong wisdom, otherwise it would not have such an extreme situation. Go and evacuate the personnel first to avoid any accidents. Tong Ying glanced at the people around him. Although they were in the sea, they landed on an island, and he was the commander, so it was impossible for him to go to the salvage site in person. So they temporarily work on the island. Although they have dealt with various crises over the years without any danger, according to reports, these natural hazards from outer space, deep underground, etc. are getting stronger and stronger. Just like leveling up and fighting monsters, the difficulty goes from low to high. However, their Blue Sky Team has not improved everything. In these magical natural hazards, they continue to enhance their own technology, which has greatly developed the technology of human civilization. So there are pros and cons. Therefore, someone put forward a point of view, that is, the intensity of these natural hazards is equivalent to the intensity of their civilization. Many people support this point, but many people also abstractly express that if this is the case, then they don't need to develop civilization, then they were collectively ignored. After all, this is just a guess. It's okay if you guess right, but what if you guess wrong? So no one is willing to bet on this possibility. What are you going to dig? A voice came in, full of curiosity. Tong Ying glanced at him. He was an ordinary middle-aged man, who didn't seem to have many characteristics. The only difference between him and those office workers, who squeezed into the subway and went to work numbly every day, was that he didn't have the office atmosphere. There are alien meteorites falling into the universe. We have to salvage them to avoid polluting the ocean. Tong Ying explained to the other party in an official tone. So leave as soon as possible. In case of radiation or virus leakage, you will be isolated. When the other party heard it, he nodded. You are indeed very thoughtful. But there is a problem. What if you don't salvage it? Tong Ying looked at the other party with a slightly strange look, and then said, then expand the scope of the search. After all, it came from outer space. The Blue Sky Team has received international support, and they are not the only team. Facing this unknown object that can endanger the entire planet, if they can't find it, they will definitely increase their investment. You can't just stop looking if you can't find it. This will really cause hidden dangers one day. They have experienced this kind of thing before, and it is precisely because of the bloody lessons that they have to carry out it at all costs. Really dedicated, then you go ahead, I'm going back. The other party said, and left directly. Facing this strange middle-aged man, Tong Ying didn't know what to say for a while. Fortunately, he quickly focused his attention back to the scene. There were many people like this, and he didn't see people watching the excitement around. Because of his order, the personnel were quickly dispersed. Not long after, the voice of the team members came. Captain Tong, we got it, we got it. An excited voice came from the intercom. This also made Tong Ying smile. Although he is the commander, the team members call him the captain. It is much more intimate than the commander. The captain can be regarded as a group of a team, while the commander is more like an official leader. So he also prefers the title of captain. In fact, all the people in the Blue Sky Team have this feeling. It's good to fish it out. First, briefly check the integrity, seal it, and then kill and disinfect the surrounding sea area. Tong Ying said hurriedly. If the closure is complete, the rest will be much easier. It is completely sealed, and the activity still exists, without any leakage. Soon, the intercom quickly gave feedback. At this point, Tong Ying's heart was relieved. On the other side, Shi Suan was walking slowly on the road. Blue Sky Team, there are so many strange things. At this time, he was browsing the internal information of the Blue Sky team. He sent the satellite sub-body projection to the sky. With the civilization technology on this planet, there is no need to worry about being discovered. At this moment, he was wearing human skin and wrapped in a deformed simulation of Tai Sui God. He felt that he had returned to his youth, not to an indescribable world like a monster. But there is no big threat. The biggest threat is that I fell from the sky and smashed into this world. Chi Suan muttered. That's right, the meteorite salvaged by Tong Ying was actually Chi Suan. It's just that Chi Suan was faster. He went ashore first before they came. But the detection technology of the Blue Sky team is really good. It can actually detect signs of life activity. He really has this thing. He used a layer of Xian Clan as a meat cushion for himself. That's why he went over to ask what would happen if he didn't find himself. From the other party's answer, he knew that he would not give up, so he could only go back and stuff another meteorite for them. Chi Suan pinched an anaerobic gene-collapsed body in the meteorite. As long as it came into contact with oxygen, it would turn into a pool of concentrated water on the spot. As for this world, it was also quite strange for Chi Suan. There was no extraordinary energy in the environment. It was just a normal feeling without any extraordinary feeling. Fortunately, he is now in a world and has experienced 3 levels of isolation, so he doesn't feel anything at all. Otherwise, if it were me at the time, I would also feel uncomfortable here. Just like a fish on the shore. If it were just this situation, it would be nothing. After all, there are many worlds without extraordinary things. But he found that there were all kinds of messy cosmic creatures in the entire universe, and they would visit this planet with life from time to time. These cosmic creatures have powerful powers in the universe, but compared with the messy horrors on this planet, they are simply the younger brothers. It seems that something has attracted or imprisoned these horrors on this planet. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, the horrors will wake up. It may not be possible to destroy the universe, but the galaxy is really like a toy in their hands. And Chi Suan also found the source of the flower seeds, the core of this planet, like the source of darkness. He initially suspected that the horrors on this planet were attracted and imprisoned by this source of darkness. It has not yet matured, what a pity. Chi Suan said with a little regret, this source is indeed of great value. But it seems that it was forced to reopen for some reason, so it is motionless. It is precisely because of the existence of this source of darkness that the entire planet has suffered many disasters. From time to time, cosmic creatures or some horrors on the planet will revive slightly. It's just that the source of darkness seems to have set a threshold. Only when the civilization develops to a certain level will these crises be gradually unblocked. That is to say, the view that the strength of civilization is equal to the strength of disaster, as guessed by the scientists of the Blue Sky team, is correct. The source of darkness is recovering itself through human civilization. And what is needed for recovery is naturally human heart, darkness, and other things. And this is probably not the first civilization chosen by the source of darkness. Chi Suan also discovered a more distant super-ancient civilization on this planet. He suspected that it was sucked dry by the source of darkness, so a group of people were replaced. The Blue Sky team should also dig out this super-ancient civilization soon. Chi Suan touched his chin, thinking about what he should do next. How to save this world? The value of the world itself is only this source of darkness. It is of course possible to extract it directly, but what to do next? The origin of this source of darkness is not simple. He sensed a breath similar to that of a time traveler from the other party. The other party may not be a person, but it is not from this universe, but from other worlds. It was just because it was severely damaged for some reason that it fell into a state of restarting. This means that Chi Suan has a high probability of obtaining the corresponding world coordinates from the other party. But there is a prerequisite, that is, the source of darkness must recover. Then this leads to 2 solutions. One is to pay for its treatment, and the other is to speed up the treatment of the other party. With Chi Suan's stingy personality, he must choose the latter, and he also needs to prepare time and corresponding plans to devour this world. This is not going to a restaurant to eat, ordering dishes, and waiting for the food to be served. There must be a complete and step-by-step plan. It's just this time. Let's see if the source of darkness can recover faster. If there is any harm, it can only make this planet and humans suffer temporarily, and the source of darkness will bear the blame. As for Chi Suan, it has nothing to do with him. He just stepped on the accelerator to death, and it's not him who hit the car. Chapter 572. You are a bit old at this age. Tong Ying looked at the introduction handed over by the other party strangely. He had met this middle-aged man who called himself Qian yesterday. As a result, he took his resume the next day and found his office somehow, saying that he wanted to join them. His resume was indeed rich. He had a doctorate in archaeology, biology, viruses, energy, etc., and he had also served as the director of a high-end research institute. This resume was really luxurious, which made Tong Ying feel that this thing was simply made up. Compared with the resume, the age was a bit underwhelming. More importantly, he had never heard of such a famous talent, which was incredible. The Blue Sky team brought together various high-end talents from all over the world, and the circle of relationships formed was very large, so it was unlikely that such a big mistake would occur. What? You also insist on layoffs after the age of 35? Chi Xuan asked back. This made Tong Ying a little amused. That's not the case, but your resume is a bit unreal. Chi Xuan nodded after hearing it. That's definitely not true. It's all technology and hard work, without any real material. It was all fabricated by Chi Xuan before he came here, and then the settings were modified. You can definitely find it if you want to check, but it was all added by Chi Xuan. In fact, he has never experienced it. He just nodded, and Tong Ying was speechless. You actually admitted it. If it's not true, you can check it. As a global international organization, the Blue Sky team has a lot of power to check these things. You can't do this little thing. Chi Xuan said this before Tong Ying spoke first. Tong Ying wanted to believe Chi Xuan's words, but this resume was indeed too outrageous. However, due to professional ethics, he still asked someone to check it. Please sit down first. Tong Ying brought some drinks and snacks to Chi Xuan, and then said, to be honest, if your resume is true, I can hardly imagine what kind of monster you are. He did not disdain or question, but received Chi Xuan with ordinary thinking and attitude. It doesn't matter if it's fake, just treat it as the other party eating and drinking for free. The Blue Sky team is not bad at this. But if it's true, then it's really picked up a big boss. He can't even hug his thighs. Is this difficult? It just needs some luck. Chi Xuan said the truth. He can get to where he is now. Hard power is not the key, but luck is. Tong Ying smiled when he heard it. The word luck is a sign of humility for the strong and the big guys. Then, he chatted with Chi Xuan from time to time, and asked a lot of academic questions in a roundabout way. Although he was a frontline staff, he was also a top student. If he did not have enough knowledge, his experience alone would not be enough to deal with various emergencies on the scene. After all, they were facing disasters that vaguely surpassed nature. It was only in order not to affect the morale of the army that they classified it as natural. In fact, there are many things that they still cannot explain. During his communication with Chi Xuan, he became more and more certain that Chi Xuan was not a fake. The other party was not only able to answer his questions directly, but was even able to infer part of the truth through his words. There were certainly some mistakes, but the fact that these results could be obtained just by relying on his incomplete retelling was enough to show the other party's real talent. About half an hour later, his team members gave him a confirmed reply. This means that the resume provided by Chi Xuan is 100% authentic. In this modern technological city, big data records everything. Thank you for choosing our Blue Sky team, Professor Chi. If it's convenient, let's start work now. Tong Ying was so enthusiastic that she stretched out her hand and grabbed Chi Xuan's hand, fearing that Chi Xuan would say, I go back and think about it. Let's start work first. As for the position, based on this resume, it can be said that he is a scientific research expert, and he can shine wherever he goes. But he was also confused in his heart. Why had he never heard of such a powerful person before? It's convenient, but we haven't discussed what I should do yet, Chi Xuan said bluntly. Well, Tong Ying calmed down after hearing this. He did have the power to appoint personnel, but only in his team. And his team was a frontline department, so how could Chi Xuan be allowed to work in his department? So he could only push it up. This created a problem, which was management and process. The team was not big, so he could make the decision himself, but if Chi Xuan entered other departments, his authority would be greater than his. This was not so easy. Then Professor Chi, which department are you going to go to? I will recommend you to see if you can complete the onboarding process within 24 hours. Tong Ying could only say this. Chi Xuan thought for a moment, and then said, of course, it is the super ancient natural archaeology department. This made Tong Ying a little confused. You do have a professional background in archaeology, but why did you choose such a niche department? I suspect that these supernatural crises are related to the super ancient civilizations of the past. According to my private investigations over the years, super ancient civilizations, Chi Xuan gave a series of arguments. There are actually similar remarks, but they are not mainstream. The science, Research and development departments of the Blue Sky team believe that the arrival of cosmic creatures is an accident, and the phenomena on the planet come from the science that they have not analyzed in the ecology. Okay, Professor Chi, you don't have to explain so seriously, I will help you make the contact. Tong Ying listened for a while, and realized that Chi Xuan's ideas were indeed wild and unconstrained. However, there are also many overlaps with the super ancient natural archaeology department. He had not studied it seriously, but he had received corresponding training, so he had some understanding of the super ancient civilization. Then he picked up the internal communication phone and called the director of the super ancient natural archaeology department directly. After explaining the situation, he sent him Chi Xuan's complete resume. It was naturally collected during the previous verification, so there was no need to send a resume. The communication was not hung up, and the director of the super ancient natural archaeology department on the other side looked at the resume and repeatedly confirmed with Tong Ying. Is this big guy really willing to join them? After getting a positive answer, the other party said that Chi Xuan must be retained, and he would come to pick him up and arrange for him to join the company. This is because he was afraid that the news would be leaked and intercepted on the way. It seems that the situation of the super ancient natural archaeology department is much worse than I thought. Tong Ying hung up the phone and couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Professor Chi, this is not a good choice. If you want to change now, it's still in time. I can help you contact other departments. When the time comes, I will say that I couldn't stop people and take you away. Chi Xuan smiled and shook his head. No, I still stick to my choice. If the truth of the super ancient civilization can be deciphered, perhaps the various supernatural events that have been occurring on our planet can be stopped. This made Tong Ying secretly shake his head in his heart. He didn't know whether Chi Xuan was true or false. After all, he was not a professional. But if it is true, it is also a good thing. Especially now, these supernatural things are getting stronger and stronger, and it is more difficult to conceal them from the public. If it can be solved once and for all, that would be the best. About an hour later, an old man who looked a little stubborn came to Tong Ying's office in a hurry. After seeing Chi Xuan, he immediately came over to shake hands. Hello, Professor Chi, I am Mao Chuan, the director of the super ancient natural archaeology department, and you can just call me Lao Mao. Do you think it's convenient now? Let's go and register for employment immediately. Don't bother too much, just report the ID code, and I take care of the rest. Mao Chuan was so anxious that he didn't even bother to go through the process, and used his departmental authority to get her hired first. Tong Ying had to go through the process anyway, but he skipped it. Of course, my ID code is, Chi Xuan reported, and Mao Chuan remotely controlled it. The process that would have taken at least 7 days was completed in less than 3 minutes. From recommendation to approval to confirmation, the whole process was incredibly fast. To complete it, it naturally required not only Mao Chuan, but also the cooperation of the entire super ancient natural archaeology department's management staff. Then I wonder when Professor Chi can start work. Mao Chuan asked impatiently after he finished, Don't worry about food and accommodation, we can take care of it all. If you want to move, I let Tong Ying take his team with me immediately, and I guarantee that Professor Chi can live in our department's single-family villa today. Chi Xuan's eyes twitched. Although he had chosen the super ancient natural archaeology department and knew what the situation was like, the other party looked like he was really holding back. This department is no longer a side job, but it is almost unpopular. If he hadn't come, or if they didn't have some clues about the super ancient civilization, they might have been laid off. It just so happened that Chi Xuan came. He knew where the super ancient civilization was, and he took this opportunity to gild himself. Today, Chi Xuan said forcefully, on the contrary, how many resources can our department mobilize? I want to start excavating and analyzing the remains of the super ancient civilization as soon as possible. When Mao Chuan heard the word super ancient civilization and remains, he was also confused. You just came. Do you have to be so outrageous? Professor Chi, you said you found the remains of the super ancient civilization? Mao Chuan asked stumblingly. Even if it's not, it's some important place. I really can't develop and excavate it by myself, so I chose yours. Chi Xuan said meaningfully, I hope you won't let me down. Mao Chuan just felt that he was floating up. It was simply buy one get one free. Chapter 573. A new member joined the super ancient natural archaeology department, which did not cause much commotion in the Blue Sky team. But soon someone learned about the background of this new member, which shocked many people. Everyone wanted to poach people, since they were all from the same organization, so it was not a shameful thing. But the super ancient natural archaeology department was faster, and it started the archaeological excavation plan without waiting for other departments to take action. He took the new member on a business trip. It was said that it was the new member's request, and the address was chosen by the other party, which was indeed beyond their expectations. As for the location, it was kept secret, and it was the director of the super ancient natural archaeology department, Mao Chuan, who personally applied for the confidentiality order. This made everyone leave in disappointment. Since the other party valued him so much, they could not really confront Mao Chuan head-on. They also had talents, so it didn't matter if they couldn't poach them. There was no need to make the relationship between the two parties so stiff, and then go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. It's a pity that they forgot about it in 2 days. At most, if they really need it in the future, they can ask the other party to borrow it for 1 or 2 days. It's not a big deal. So the matter was settled quickly, and it was forgotten in less than 2 days. The super ancient natural archaeology department, which was rarely hot, also cooled down again. This is actually good news for everyone. On the other hand, with Qi Suiyan leading the team, the super ancient natural archaeology department really excavated the ruins of the former super ancient civilization. This situation made Mao Chuan very excited. But what caught their eyes was not some technology from the ancient times, but a huge stone statue of a giant beast. It looked extremely ferocious, similar to a lizard standing up, but different, with short forelimbs and thick lower limbs. In addition, there were altars similar to seals around, and it looked like the stone statue was sealed in it. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Mao Chuan's voice was very excited. Because the size of this stone statue was at least 150 meters high, but it was not crowded in this ancient civilization site, but looked very small. This site was not a natural cave underground, but had a lot of traces of artificial excavation. It meant that the ancient civilization had far superior technological development than they had now. At least now, they had no way to build an underground space at least 500 meters high in the stratum below 1,500 meters underground. And from all aspects, its stability was very large, enough to protect against missile strikes from modern thermal weapons. The structure and material are not clear yet, and they need other departments to cooperate in the inspection. Professor Qi, you are simply a genius. With the proof of the remains of the super ancient civilization, the formula that the strength of civilization is equal to the strength of supernatural disasters can be confirmed to be effective. This giant stone statue is likely to be one of the powerful supernatural creatures faced by the super ancient civilization back then. It is very likely that it came from the universe, and was finally petrified by the super ancient civilization. Mao Chuan felt that his decisiveness was really correct. It has not been long since he reaped the rewards. Minister Mao, I think now may not be the time to be happy. Qi Suiyan said lightly, let's test the life activity of the giant stone statue first. As soon as these words came out, Mao Chuan's face changed slightly. Professor Qi, do you suspect it is alive? What else? If it really becomes a stone statue, can't it be destroyed? Qi Suiyan rolled his eyes. Why waste manpower and material resources to place it? Even if it is used for exhibition, wouldn't it be more appropriate to put it on the surface? Collection doesn't make sense. It's too wasteful to put a stone statue in such a large space. So I suspect it may be used for sealing. This giant beast is not dead yet. Just these few simple words made the joy on Mao Chuan's face stiffen. They did carry the corresponding equipment, and soon someone started to check. Not long after, the results came out. Everyone present looked unhappy. For no other reason, it was because Qi Suiyan was right. They detected extremely weak activity inside the stone statue. This means that the giant beast is still alive, and not dead. According to the biological model, Qi Suiyan said, giving them a worse news, that is, once the giant beast is resurrected, with the current technological level of the Blue Sky team, it is impossible to defeat it. As for the various countries, their technological level is not as good as the Blue Sky team. In fact, the Blue Sky team is already the management organization of the entire planet, and the various countries are more like the division of provinces and cities. Such a weak active reaction should not be enough to support the resurrection of this giant beast. Mao Chuan said weakly. In theory, it is true. Qi Suiyan nodded. But there is another issue involved. Is the petrification of the giant beast derived from the technology of the super ancient civilization? Is it possible that it comes from other supernatural things? At this moment, everyone present fell silent. Because no one can be sure of the truth. It is indeed beyond their imagination to let such a terrifying giant beast become a stone statue. I will first apply for a team of Blue Sky team to come, and then report this matter to the higher-ups. Mao Chuan is the minister anyway, so his reaction speed is not slow, and he immediately said to find the leader. What else can they do? Their super ancient natural archaeology department has no way to deal with it. For them, fighting is really not good. Okay, then the detection of activity must not stop. I always have an uneasy premonition, Chi Xuan said hintingly. After the arrival of humans, the activity of the giant beast that turned into a stone statue began to rise at an extremely slow rate. Because the efficiency is too low and the corresponding equipment of the super ancient natural archaeology department is not that sophisticated, it is impossible to detect it. That is, Chi Xuan can see it at a glance, but it is difficult to say it directly. After all, he needs this giant beast to be unsealed to form a supernatural disaster, so as to accelerate the recovery of the source of darkness and affect the world at the same time. Afterwards, Chi Xuan even has to use this giant beast as fuel for Tai Sui God. Tai Sui God was restored by him, but the level is still retained at the original armor value of 191 points. Modules, strength, and so on have not changed. He was too lazy to fill it up. After all, the cost was not low, so he just used part of the supernatural existence in this world as fuel. Professor Chi means that you are worried that the activity of the giant beast will increase, and then it will be resurrected. Mao Chuan was willing to believe Chi Xuan, but this was too absurd. Normally, if the life activity is so weak, it basically means that the other party is already a candle in the wind. As long as they don't conduct recovery experiments, or even just leave it here, the giant beast will completely lose its activity and die due to the passage of time. I remember that Professor Chi also made achievements in biology and viruses. Mao Chuan said tactfully, I think that without external interference, this giant beast will not be able to revive. According to the data report, it may become completely stone and die in a few hundred years. Yes, that's the truth. Chi Xuan agreed with Mao Chuan's words. But this involves the transformation of matter. Have you ever seen someone who can turn flesh and blood into stone? We can't use common sense to understand these supernatural lives, Chi Xuan said bluntly. Mao Chuan thought about it, and didn't argue with Chi Xuan, because Chi Xuan was right. This was the first time they discovered the remains of a super ancient civilization, and the unknowns contained in it were no less than the various troubles that the Blue Sky team had dealt with before. No matter how cautious they were, it was not too much. Although resurrection from the dead was a bit absurd, some supernatural lives really had this ability. I will report it immediately, and the Blue Sky team should take action as soon as possible. Mao Chuan knew that this might be an exaggeration, but they can't afford to lose. Once this giant beast is resurrected, the entire planet will not be greatly affected, but he can imagine what the consequences will be for humans. More importantly, he is not sure whether there are other similar super ancient civilization relics on the planet, or whether there is only one such giant beast. What if there are more deep underground? And it is not petrified, which is very scary. Mao Chuan went to work without hesitation after he finished speaking. As for how to write the report, he naturally followed the facts and added Chi Xuan's speculation. Although doing so may lead to rejection or less attention, it must be authentic, rather than fabricating out of thin air. Professor Chi, how sure are you? A department member came over to ask after Mao Chuan left. Confidence? Not at all. Chi Xuan spread his hands. But you should also know that this kind of thing is not based on confidence, but on probability. No matter how small the probability is, it is still a threat. By the way, I heard that you also had a lot of clues about super ancient civilizations before. How many super ancient civilization relics have been excavated so far? Have similar situations occurred? Chi Xuan was just slapping someone in the face, rubbing salt into the wound. The last two sentences directly silenced this department member. They have clues, but to say that they have found super ancient relics, that is really a fantasy. If it weren't for Chi Xuan, they might not find any. Professor Chi, you should ask the director. This department member said with a bit of embarrassment, and left with a slightly embarrassed look. Chi Xuan knew the situation of the super ancient natural archaeology department, and he said this deliberately, naturally just to make him stop bothering him. It's true that the method of exposing someone's shortcomings is really effective, especially when the other party cannot refute oneself. After this previous experience, the other department members did not dare to come over to ask questions, and each of them lowered their heads, and was busy with their own work. Chi Xuan was very satisfied with their work attitude. Chapter 574. The major departments of the Blue Sky team quickly settled in the remains of the super ancient civilization. The major departments conducted joint research and soon deciphered a lot of information related to the super ancient civilization. This time, the super ancient natural archaeology department was also very proud, and even the department name was changed to the Super Ancient Civilization Archaeology Department. The original word nature was changed to civilization, and the minister Mao Chuan was responsible for the archaeological work of the remains, and Qi Xuan was the deputy. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the overall command still had to be controlled by Qi Xuan. Fortunately, the other party did not interfere too much with the power of other departments. Even if there was, they cooperated in a way that was like a spring breeze. So there was no disharmony. On the contrary, under the command of the other party, the coordination between the departments seemed very smooth, and there was no excessive friction. It is definitely unrealistic not to have friction, but it has been reduced to the lowest level. There are nearly 700 people settled in this time, including not only scientific researchers, but also many logistics, combat, and other related personnel. The number of team members is not reduced at all. How is it? Is there any progress? Qi Xuan asked Tong Ying. The other party was transferred here as a frontline staff to assist in the investigation. At present, the activity detection of the giant stone statue is handled by him and his members. In addition, the other party is also responsible for security and combat, but there is no threat now, so there is no need to worry. No, the activity intensity does fluctuate, but this fluctuation is within the controllable range, and in the overall data, it is still in a decaying state. Tong Ying said. He actually didn't quite agree with Qi Xuan's theory of the resurrection of the giant beast. And even if the giant beast was resurrected, it was basically certain that it could not leave this ancient civilization ruins alive based on its vitality. There was no way to save it from the last rays of light, and it could even be said that petrification protected its life, otherwise it would have died long ago. Well, this is really good news, Qi Xuan said with a smile. This made Tong Ying ask in a strange way, Professor Qi, if you guessed wrong, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it be better if you guessed wrong? Our planet would have one less threat. Qi Xuan added directly, indicating that he was a selfless person. He didn't care about fame and fortune at all, he was just a pure human being. Just this sentence made Tong Ying stand in awe. Such a broad mind and pattern made him admire it very much. But don't think about being lazy, do a good test, and it would be best if you can prove that my guess is wrong. I go and get busy first, Qi Xuan said, and turned around and left. Tong Ying saw this, but didn't say anything, just muttered to herself. The monster's ideas are different from ours. Then he looked at the huge stone statue of the giant beast. But it's better for you to die, this is too scary. To this day, the Blue Sky team has never dealt with such a large supernatural being. Compared with the super ancient civilization, the Blue Sky team mostly studies the planet itself or the supernatural being from outer space before destroying it. There will be no results such as placement and storage. For example, the meteorite that was disturbed before was forcibly destroyed after 2 days of research. Generally, the research time is 3 days. If there are results, it can be postponed. If there are no results, it will be destroyed. To avoid problems. It's not that they don't want to, but there have been bloody cases caused by such cases. They would rather not have results than to ensure the safety of human society. Anyway, the frequency of such supernatural existence is very high, and there will always be suitable ones. But none of them can be as terrible as the supernatural existence excavated from the ancient civilization ruins this time. So even if the results reported by Mao Chuan did not seem so serious in the report, so many people were still arranged. If the supernatural existence they faced before was only level 10, then this time the upper limit was directly raised to level 100. Such a terrifying change must have attracted attention. Of course, it was also thanks to the biological model given by Qi Xuan through data, that the senior management of the Blue Sky team deeply realized how great the threat of the giant beast was to humans. The senior management may not understand the biological model, but there must be professional personnel in the Blue Sky team who can confirm the authenticity and interpret it for them. It is precisely because the authenticity has been confirmed and professional interpretation has been given that the follow-up is so smooth. From this, we can also confirm one thing, that is, the Blue Sky team is in a healthy stage, and there is no crisis or decay. However, this is a normal situation. After all, with such great external conflicts and pressures, the internal situation will naturally be more balanced. Otherwise, no one wants to die one day because of these supernatural beings. It can be regarded as an alternative interest binding. After all, interests can be abandoned, but it is not so easy to abandon life. On the other side, Mao Chuan found Qi Xuan, who was inspecting everywhere. We dug up something that looks like artificial intelligence. Mao Chuan said this as soon as he arrived. Qi Xuan scratched his head, take me to see it. Where did the artificial intelligence come from in this broken place? He had already checked it out. Except for the giant stone statue being alive, there was no other value at all. As for the archaeological value, it did have it, but it was not within Chi Suiyan's recognition range. He had already analyzed it thoroughly. Then, the two of them quickly came to the so-called artificial intelligence. It was a square stone with special mechanical metal patterns on it. It looked seamless and geometric. Chi Suiyan thought it was something else when he saw it. He had already known what this thing was. It was just a high-end holographic projection. After starting, it could trigger the corresponding projection playback according to certain words and languages. It was not artificial intelligence at all. The reason why it seemed flexible was because it was filled with dense shit mountain codes. Although he knew it, he did not take the initiative to dig it out. This matter can be left to the Blue Sky team, otherwise he will do everything. Wouldn't he become a babysitter? Voluntary and involuntary are two different situations. Besides, if they can't even dig this out, the Blue Sky team is too useless. Before Chi Suiyan came, all departments of the Blue Sky team seemed to have explored this square stone, and even knew how to turn it on. Therefore, they opened it with ease, and a female projection with a hooded long gown and unclear appearance emerged. The reason why I can't see clearly, but know the gender is naturally because she can speak. She claims to be the leader of the Star Defense Corps 35 million years ago, and her duties are probably similar to our Blue Sky team. It's just that the supernatural beings they face are far stronger than us. A department member briefly summarized their previous inquiries to Chi Suiyan. Yes, the stronger the civilization, the stronger the supernatural beings attracted by the darkness. The projection gave an affirmative answer. Your civilization still has a chance, don't develop it. Chi Suiyan directly ignored the other party's words. What's the matter with the giant beast that turned into stone? That is the ancient evil molten fire beast, a terrifying monster from the underground. At the beginning, we used the hidden demon spirit to petrify it, and then we successfully sealed it. The expressions of the people did not change much, because they had already asked. This means that Chi Suiyan was not wrong, and there are supernatural beings that can be comparable to, or even stronger than this ancient evil molten fire beast. Especially since the other party also mentioned darkness, it means that there are more powerful beings. What is darkness? Chi Suiyan asked bluntly. However, this time, the projection flickered slightly, and responded with the word evil god. Darkness has affected her. The other party's database should have corresponding information, but it cannot be described under this influence. A person who is good at computers explained. Chi Suiyan nodded. We need professional intelligence personnel to cooperate, and we must try to obtain more information. Then is it possible for the ancient evil molten fire beast that has turned into a stone statue to be resurrected? Chi Suiyan changed the subject again. Everyone was speechless. You are really stubborn. Why are you still asking such unreliable possibilities? Yes, the petrification of the hidden demon spirit cannot completely kill the ancient evil molten fire beast. Once the environment changes significantly and the petrification time is too long, the characteristics formed by the petrification cannot effectively suppress the source of magma in the body of the ancient evil molten fire beast. It will be resurrected in a very short time. At this time, the speechlessness of everyone present turned into shock and horror. It turned out that you actually guessed it right. The thinking of the evildoer is really not something they can catch up with. Is 35 million years considered a long petrification time? Is 700 people conducting an investigation and excavation of the entire area in the category of large environmental changes? Chi Suiyan asked again. The projection paused slightly, and quickly gave a reply. The petrification time is too long, and 10 million years is used as the judgment. The number of people reaching 500 can be regarded as a large environmental change. This time, the answer was directly based on two projections. After that, everyone except Chi Suiyan turned pale. How long will it take to be uncontrollable and resurrected? Chi Suiyan continued to ask. However, the answer this time was not satisfactory. After all, it was just a projection triggered by keywords, not a real artificial intelligence. So if there is no trigger word or the triggered answer is different, that's another matter. Minister Mao, report this as soon as possible. Chi Suiyan exhaled. Mao Chuan's face at this time also became very ugly. What kind of thing is this? It's really unlucky. I thought I was going to uncover the truth of the super ancient civilization, but the truth was found, and everyone was unhappy. It's better not to know anything before, and deal with those supernatural beings that are easier to deal with. Now it's good, I have to face super ancient supernatural beings that are as powerful as super ancient civilization. The two words super show how difficult it is. Chapter 575. The Star Defense Corps stones were transported away and placed in a safe place, and professional personnel began to preserve and obtain intelligence. Matters related to the dark evil god were also urgently sealed. But this was just the beginning, especially the fact that the giant beast called the ancient evil molten fire beast was being resurrected, which made the Blue Sky team very anxious. If only Chi Suan expressed his opinion, then they could think it was just a guess. But with the testimony of the artificial intelligence of the super ancient civilization, they must pay attention. However, the activity data monitoring results gave the opposite direction. The activity of the ancient evil molten fire beast continued to decline, and it felt like it was about to die. This contradictory report made everyone confused. But only Chi Suan knew that the core of this giant beast had been condensed, and it would only take 3 days at most to break the seal from the petrification. So he strongly requested everyone to evacuate the super ancient civilization ruins. It's not that he is kind, but because these people are still useful and can't just die like this. Chi Suan still has to use them to continue to unlock more supernatural beings. However, his request was opposed by everyone. Professor Chi, although the Star Defense Corps stone is an artificial intelligence of a super ancient civilization, it has many logical flaws in terms of intelligence. In addition, so much time has passed, and the natural environment 35 million years ago is not the same as it is now. The results given by the activity monitoring equipment also fully show that the ancient evil molten fire beast is dying, not resurrecting. So your evacuation order will cause the Blue Sky team to suffer great losses. I do not approve of your plan. A department head expressed his objection. The reason why he dared to say this was, firstly, because of the interests involved. Chi Suan asked them to leave with just 2 sentences. What if they missed the precious data? The second reason was naturally because Chi Suan was not the director of the Super Ancient Civilization Archaeology Department. His power came from the trust and support of the director Mao Chuan. But once multiple departments hold objections, even Mao Chuan, who is in charge of the work, has no right to force it. Chi Suan's eyes fell on Mao Chuan, and then said, "My judgment has not been wrong so far. I agree with Professor Chi's statement and implement the evacuation plan." Mao Chuan naturally did not choose to stab Chi Suan in the back. Since recruiting Chi Suan, the other party has not made any mistakes. Even the more absurd resurrection of the ancient evil molten fire beast was confirmed from the stone of the Star Defense Corps. This behavior immediately aroused the opposition of many department heads. It's not that they don't believe in the Star Defense Corps stone, but they prefer to believe in the results brought to them by the technology they possess. "You are too arrogant," Chi Suan cursed. This made everyone present quiet down. A super ancient civilization that can create artificial intelligence, and even a powerful civilization that can build such a magnificent underground space underground. They can't kill the ancient evil molten fire beast, and they can only rely on other supernatural beings to petrify and seal it. Now, you actually think you can compare with them, and even dare to ignore such a terrifying supernatural existence. Just because our equipment detected that this supernatural being weakened in the petrified state? Everyone was silent now. The facts were indeed as Chi Suan said, but they were unwilling to admit it. After all, the super ancient civilization had already perished. Now it is this group of new humans who really control this planet. Let me put it this way. I won't issue a full evacuation order. Seeing this, Mao Chuan could only come out to smooth things over. The staff of the Super Ancient Civilization Archaeology Department follow the orders of Professor Chi. We are going to explore the next Super Ancient Civilization ruins. You can leave it to you here. Then please give us a list of names. Those who are willing to leave will evacuate with us. What do you think? We don't care whether you continue to apply to the headquarters or transfer afterwards. You are responsible for this. It means that you don't have to leave. Anyway, we listen to Chi Suan. As for the list, it is just a step down. Even if someone wants to leave, they will not be arranged to leave. We have come to this point, and even the credit has been given up. If you are still unwilling, it will be equivalent to tearing your face apart. Mao Chuan said this, and the faces of the heads of all departments eased. I don't need to look at the list. We will discuss it internally. At that time, the members who want to leave will wait for you at the door in advance. If there is no one, it means that no one is willing to leave. A head made a suggestion. This is like walking down the stairs. Okay, but we have to take a team of the first-line Blue Sky team away as a guarantee. Chi Suan added, just Tong Ying's team. This time, no one objected. There were many frontline personnel of this kind. Without Tong Ying and his team, it would not have much impact. Tong Ying's face fell, but Chi Suan had already called him by name, so he could not say anything. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, those who want to leave will gather at the door. They will wait until 8:30 at the latest, and they will leave as soon as the time is over. Mao Chuan decisively added the time and place. Then he sent everyone away. Other departments naturally went to work normally, while the Super Ancient Civilization Archaeology Department and Tong Ying's frontline Blue Sky team went back to hand over the aftermath and pack up. People can leave, but things must be explained well. I say, Professor Qi, why did you involve me? Tong Ying was also a little speechless. What do you mean by involvement? I'm saving your lives. Qi Xuan said unhappily, once the ancient evil fire molten beast is resurrected, so many people will just die. Instead of meaningless sacrifices, it's better to leave with me and save your useful bodies. Is this true or not? In fact, I still believe in the death of the ancient evil fire molten beast. Tong Ying smiled bitterly. If there is a choice, I would definitely choose this statement. Qi Xuan sighed again and said, unfortunately, I don't have enough evidence to convince them. Okay, don't follow me. Quickly arrange the follow-up work, and arrive on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Mao Chuan came out and interrupted Tong Ying's words, asking him to leave as soon as possible. Obviously, he didn't want Tong Ying to continue asking questions. Tong Ying could hear it, so he left immediately. After everyone left, Mao Chuan asked, Professor Qi, do you have some evidence? The words enough and convince me that Qi Xuan did find clues and evidence, but the weight is not enough. Some, if you want, I can sort it out and send it to you. Qi Xuan said. Then I trouble Professor Qi. I will send it to the ministers of other departments and the headquarters as a reminder and backup record. Mao Chuan must believe Qi Xuan. The former is to strengthen the evacuation order again, and the latter is naturally to leave a trace and get rid of the crime. Otherwise, as the person in charge of this work, Mao Chuan will inevitably be condemned. With this backup record, they can tell the headquarters that they have already noticed the crisis in advance and want everyone to leave by forcibly issuing an evacuation order. However, if they don't leave, then he has to evacuate in advance to reduce losses. The final result has nothing to do with them. It is their own choice. As for guessing wrong, it doesn't matter. The worst thing is to lose some face. Anyway, they didn't have much face originally. They were already at a low point, and it didn't matter if they returned to their original place. Okay. Qi Xuan agreed. He didn't need to worry about such trivial matters. He could let Tai Sui God and the intelligent brain handle it. That's why he was so happy. By the way, do you remember the hidden demon spirit that petrified the ancient evil fire beast? Mao Chuan said, according to the data clerk at the headquarters, this supernatural being seems to have been active from the beginning to now. Look! Mao Chuan gave Qi Xuan a stack of information. There were many stone carvings in detail. These lifelike stone carvings were thought to be the wisdom of ancient people. Now it seems that this supernatural being that can petrify life may have done this. However, with the progress of art, smelting, and tools, human stone carving skills have become more and more sophisticated. This has led to their inability to effectively distinguish which ones are human carvings, and which ones are the work of the hidden demon spirits. And there is also good news, that is, there has been no record of large-scale petrification, and it is possible that this supernatural being is more docile than the ancient evil molten fire beast. Otherwise, the ancient civilization would not have chosen to use this supernatural being to petrify the ancient evil molten fire beast. It's a pity that the Star Defense Corps stone was taken away by the headquarters, otherwise they could ask for it themselves. Wait for the news from the headquarters. Besides, this matter is not within our consideration. Qi Xuan returned the information to Mao Chuan and continued, after all, our goal is the ancient civilization. As long as we can dig out enough information, we may be able to find the dark evil god that allows supernatural beings to approach humans in the mouth of the ancient civilization. Qi Xuan said not to participate in these things. That's right. After all, cross-departmental cooperation is not an easy thing. Mao Chuan couldn't help but think of the difficulties he encountered when issuing the evacuation order just now. He was the person in charge, but most of the department heads present were at the same level as him. If they joined forces, he would not be able to command them at all. On the contrary, the atmosphere in the declining super-ancient civilization archaeological department was more harmonious. It's just that your prestige is not enough. You can try to replace those department heads on the front line. They can all command them. Qi Xuan teased. Then I can't compare. As for my department, I can only be proud of it with the help of Professor Qi. They have given me a lot of face. Mao Chuan also teased in return. He was not blinded by his sudden rise to power. He was still clear about the situation in their department. Although the remains of the super-ancient civilization were found, there were all troubles, and even a powerful super-ancient supernatural being was involved. Chapter 576. The evacuation of the archaeological department of the super-ancient civilization went smoothly, but there was no movement in other departments. Perhaps some people wanted to evacuate, but they had no choice, and could only stay in the ruins of the super-ancient civilization. The Blue Sky Team headquarters did receive the report, but as Chi Swayan said, the evidence and clues in the report were really hard to convince. However, the headquarters did not stop the archaeological department of the super-ancient civilization from leaving, but respected their choice, and said that they could take a vacation for a while, and then go to pursue new super-ancient civilization ruins. It seems that because the Star Defense Corps stone gave them enough intelligence value, the entire Blue Sky team has been mobilized in the past few days. Chi Swayan can testify that this is true. This super-ancient civilization is really amazing. They recorded about 80% of the information of the supernatural beings born by the Dark Evil God. If the Blue Sky team can obtain it completely, then its ability to fight against these supernatural beings will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and it can even take its own civilization technology to a higher level. However, this will also prompt more supernatural beings to gradually revive, bringing greater crisis. This is what Chi Swayan is happy to see. The revival of supernatural beings will accelerate the recovery of the Dark Evil God, and Chi Swayan will be able to better intercept and reap the fruits of victory. It's a pity that the development of things will not be completely in accordance with his ideas. He has to fine-tune and control it himself. The saying that man proposes, God disposes is still very reasonable. After the evacuation, the archaeological department of the super-ancient civilization entered a 7-day holiday. Except for the necessary staff on duty, everyone else was on holiday. Then, they were given a good bonus by the Blue Sky Team headquarters. In this regard, the headquarters is still very extravagant. They are happy here, but the people in the super-ancient civilization ruins are not so happy. The activity has entered the lowest stage, and the ancient evil molten fire beast may be dying. But the data is not correct. According to calculations, the decay rate is too fast. Normally, it takes about 127 years to complete such a fast decay, but it was completed in just 3 days. It is simply too incredible. Several people frowned and reported the results. If it was just a minor change, there would be no problem. But this change was too big, so they had to think more. So we suspect that Professor Chi of the Super Ancient Civilization Archaeology Department and the Star Defense Corps' Stone Resurrection Theory may not be so false. At the end, the leading person gave such a result. The heads of the departments flipped through the report, and then someone said, "We deeply agree with your report. But how do you explain that activity decay and resurrection can be linked together?" A head questioned. As we all know, the higher the activity, the healthier and stronger the life form. However, the activity of the ancient evil molten fire beast in the report really cannot convince us. It is for this reason that no one will believe this. Just as he finished questioning this, a member of the frontline Blue Sky team sent them a message through the intercom. Something happened. The activity of the ancient evil molten fire beast has returned to zero, but the petrified surface of its body is falling off, and there is a clear high temperature radiating from it. The sound of the intercom was not loud, but because all the ministers present had one, the sound was transmitted in the conference room in a combined way. Let's go and take a look. After someone suggested, everyone filed out and headed for the scene. They didn't even need to arrive. They could see from a distance that cracks appeared on the petrified body of the giant beast, the ancient evil molten fire beast. At the same time, billowing black smoke came out of the cracks. Then, a large piece of the petrified surface fell off in front of their eyes. And the place where it fell off was exactly the left eye of the ancient evil molten fire beast. The left eye full of hatred and anger, with a suffocating feeling that made people unable to breathe, made everyone's body stagnate. This feeling was as if the terrifying predator, at the top of the food chain, regarded them as prey. Resurrected a researcher who had just woken up from a dream made a sharp voice. This was all over, such a powerful supernatural existence. They had no technological weapons to deal with it. Notify the headquarters first. A minister said hoarsely. He knew that he and his men would definitely not be able to leave, but they had to pass on the news of the resurrection of the ancient evil fire beast. The electromagnetic field is disordered, and the signal cannot penetrate. A person from the communications department immediately responded. Obviously, after the resurrection of the ancient evil fire beast, it can directly affect the environment. Crack. In just 3 short sentences of communication, the petrified head of the ancient evil fire beast has been completely shattered, revealing a lizard-like flesh and blood mixed with lava. Roar! A violent roar broke out from the other party's mouth, and the roar was accompanied by a sulfur-smelling heat wave. Sparks were visible from its throat. It seemed that it was still a little uncomfortable with its body after just being resurrected, otherwise it would not be a roar, but a spit of flaming magma. After the petrification of the head was broken, the speed of the petrification of the whole body suddenly soared, several times faster than before. Retreat, everyone retreat. At this time, no one wanted to study or watch it closely, and they all turned around and ran. Since there was no way to transmit the message through the communicator, they could only rely on themselves to transmit it. As long as one person could get out alive, it would be worth it for them. After all, at this point, there was only one way left, which was to survive. However, not everyone was fleeing, and some people were covering their backs. The Blue Sky team, which had always been on the front line, tried to attract the attention and hatred of the ancient evil molten fire beast with the weapons they carried. But compared with the behemoth that was 100 meters high, they were just a group of ordinary people, and could not delay much time at all. Unfortunately, they did not bring weapons such as tanks and airplanes. Most of the weapons they had were for single-soldier combat. Otherwise, it would be no problem to delay for a while. As for why they did not bring them, it was very simple. First, they could not enter the ancient civilization ruins. After all, the placement of personnel and storage of equipment were already a bit crowded. There was no room for these large weapons to enter. Second, even if they could enter, they would not dare to use them. If they really used them here, the entire underground would definitely collapse, and no one would be able to return alive. Therefore, the weapons used by these individual soldiers fell on the ancient evil fire beast, and they were not even as effective as a mosquito bite on humans. If a human was bitten by a mosquito, he might get a red envelope, but the attack of the frontline Blue Sky team members did not even break the skin of the ancient evil fire beast. It was a completely ineffective attack. Otherwise, why are they called supernatural beings? It is because they have extraordinary abilities that transcend the natural environment. The ancient evil fire beast shook its body, and completely shed the remaining petrified surface layer on its body. At this moment, it was truly resurrected. Once resurrected, it immediately opened its mouth and spewed out a large amount of lava flames. However, the range was slightly smaller than its size, obviously because it had been petrified for too long and had not fully recovered. But even so, the power was enough. All the people who had not had time to leave died in the lava flames. The lava flames of the ancient evil molten fire beast were extremely efficient in quality. The dead did not even touch them, but died at a distance. So it was a good thing that they died peacefully without any pain. Some people were faster and successfully escaped to the edge of the ancient civilization ruins before the death caused by the lava flames, and entered the exit passage, running all the way to the surface. The idea was good, but after venting its morning grumpiness, the ancient evil molten fire beast naturally did not want to stay underground. It wanted to go to the surface, and continue to vent its anger to calm the death that had been like imprisonment for tens of millions of years. With its huge power, it directly tore open the mudstone above its head, and the molten fire rose on its body, opening a path for it to return to the surface. Professor Chi is worthy of being Professor Chi. We really got into trouble this time. A surviving minister had a sad face. The passage they left had cracks of various sizes due to the behavior of the ancient evil fire beast. They felt the high temperature and witnessed the departure of the ancient evil fire beast. Fortunately, the passage they left did not collapse, and they were able to get out. But it's too late to say anything now. Everything is too late. We can't be blamed too much. After all, it's not the problem of the archaeological department of the super ancient civilization. If they don't find this super ancient civilization ruins, we won't enter, let alone change the environment to revive the ancient evil fire beast. A staff member said with a little uneasiness. The logic is correct, and the reason is indeed the case. But people reminded them at the beginning, but no one believed them. In the end, this led to the result. Okay, now is not the time to shirk responsibility. Leave here as soon as possible to avoid a landslide. A minister noticed the emotional problem and quickly stopped the topic, and said that life is more important, saying these here is useless. Everyone knows that the resurrection of the ancient evil molten fire beast cannot be stopped at all. Even if they don't enter, according to its petrification level, it will be unsealed in 100 years. The result is still the same. The super ancient civilization has no way to solve it. They are a group of new generation humans, and their technology is not as good as the super ancient civilization. It's nothing more than responding early or late. It's hard to say who is responsible. It's nothing more than everyone wants to research more results to deal with these supernatural beings. It's just that these supernatural beings are really far beyond their imagination, not to mention that they are the first time to come into contact with such a powerful and ancient supernatural being. It's normal to have misjudgments. Chapter 577. The ancient evil fire beast in the ruins of the super-ancient civilization revived and entered the surface, and began to destroy a city. The Blue Sky team naturally got the news first, and then sent a large number of modern troops to suppress it. Then, they received reports from survivors in various departments. At the same time, all members of the Blue Sky team were urgently recalled to discuss how to deal with this ancient evil fire beast from the super-ancient period. Chi Suan was also invited, and the facts proved all his speculations. Therefore, theoretically speaking, Chi Suan is the most knowledgeable person about super-ancient civilization, ancient evil fire beasts, etc. The meeting started soon, accompanied by a live broadcast. The content of the live broadcast was too horrible. The planes and tanks were like paper, and the cannons and missiles could cause some damage to the ancient evil fire beast, but it was only better than breaking the skin. Everyone, what is the conclusion? As the commander-in-chief of this operation, Du Jia's eyes fell on Chi Suan first. Chi Suan said nothing. What conclusion could he draw? He was doomed to fail. Unless an Ultraman descended from the sky, he could only wait for the ancient evil molten fire beast to vent its anger, and see what the next move would be. However, as more and more people were looking at him, he was almost the center of attention, so he spoke. I remember the artificial intelligence in the stone of the Star Defense Corps gave a solution. I know, but we don't know where the Earth-hidden demon spirit is. Du Jia was also a little disappointed when he heard the answer. He thought Chi Suan would give a better solution, but now he thought that the other party was not omnipotent. The limitations of his own made it impossible for him to come up with a solution to the ancient evil molten fire beast. Use nuclear weapons. Someone raised this question. Hearing this, Chi Suan narrowed his eyes. This was really asking for death. He was sure that a large-yield nuclear weapon would not kill the ancient evil molten fire beast, and at most it would only make it near death and seriously injured. But the radiation and other factors in the nuclear weapons would cause the ancient evil molten fire beast to change and form a new life form. If it is not killed before the other party is formed, then humans will have to wait to face a more powerful supernatural existence called the nuclear evil radiation beast. Although Chi Suan did not remind him, someone followed up with a rebuttal. No, based on the current data feedback. A white-haired old professor briefly summarized it, and then gave a conclusion. It is very likely to cause the ancient evil molten fire beast to mutate and evolve. This series of rebuttals did not cause anyone to further question, but continued to discuss in a different direction. In addition to nuclear weapons, they also have a lot of weapons, but as thermal weapons, the effect of dealing with the ancient evil molten fire beast is really limited. The meeting lasted for more than half an hour, and finally pointed to the solution given by Chi Suan. That is to use supernatural beings to deal with supernatural beings. And it must be a supernatural being of the same ancient level as the ancient evil molten fire beast. This made everyone very worried. Where to find it in a short time? Ask the Star Defense Corps stone? If this is useful, the Blue Sky team will not be so worried. The earliest content recorded in the Star Defense Corps stone is the information from 35 million years ago. Even if the lifespan of the supernatural beings is immortal, with the changes in the world, where can we find the original traces? If there is no change for such a long time, the Blue Sky team would not have just come into contact with the supernatural beings of the ancient times. In fact, you can try the freezing method, but you have to change it. Chi Suan suddenly spoke. It's not that no one has proposed the freezing method, quick freezing method, cooling method, etc., but the temperature of the ancient evil molten fire beast is too high, so there is no way to implement it. More importantly, the place where the ancient evil molten fire beast appeared is inland, and it is impossible to lead it to the South Pole, or the North Pole, or even the ocean. Professor Chi, just say it directly. Du Jia's expression also showed surprise. I agree with this method very much, Chi Suan said, listing a series of names. So I borrow their help to summarize their plans. We can use the hatred and anger of the ancient evil fire beast to lure it into the sea. But this will cost a lot, and the Blue Sky team is very likely to be held accountable, or even disbanded. And it may not succeed. After all, the ancient evil fire beast is not an unintelligent and irritable beast, and it may not be fooled. Chi Suan roughly told the plan, which was nothing more than raising the hatred and letting it go to the sea to calm down. In this way, the distance from inland to the coast will cause extremely terrible damage and losses, and the number of deaths will also be extremely terrible. And the other party may not be fooled. If you want to be more ruthless, you can directly lead it to the South and North Poles, and even the ancient evil fire beast will have to stop. Everyone actually knows that there is a solution, but no one has proposed it because no one can accept this result. Those so-called freezing methods, quick freezing methods, cooling methods, etc., all reduce the temperature artificially, which can never compare to the power of nature. Professor Chi, your method is not very easy to implement. Du Jia said hesitantly. Everyone knows this method, but it is not 100% successful. If it could be solved so easily, the ancient civilization would not have used the hidden demon spirit to petrify and seal the ancient evil fire beast. Everyone present did not believe that they had not tried it. There must be a follow-up plan after the failure of the attempt, otherwise it would be too much trouble to use another supernatural being to deal with the ancient evil fire beast. Then I can't do anything, you decide for yourself? Chi Xuan spread his hands. This attitude made the others sigh, because they were in the same situation. After so much discussion, there was basically no feasible plan. However, their lack of progress does not mean that the ancient evil molten fire beast will stop. Even though the damage and casualties caused by the attack have not been accurately counted, the on-site connection shows how terrible it is. Professor Chi, what do you think the success rate is? Du Jia couldn't stand the pressure. If there was no plan, he could only wait for the ancient evil molten fire beast to vent, and see how it felt. But how could the anger of 35 million years be quelled so easily? It's better to take a gamble. I don't know. After all, no super ancient civilization has succeeded. This is just a suggestion. If Chi Xuan made a calculation, he could indeed come up with a complete data model. But he was too lazy to deal with it. Judging from the current situation, humans will not die. The dark evil god will not allow the ancient evil molten fire beast to destroy the new generation of human civilization. However, the problems caused by destruction are inevitable. Perhaps, you can ask the people at the headquarters to ask the Star Defense Corps for stones. Chi Xuan gave another suggestion. I have already asked. Du Jia showed a bitter smile. The Star Defense Corps also has no corresponding solution. In this case, then choose your plan, Professor Chi. Rather than long pain, it is better to choose short pain. The casualties and damage are already so great. If we continue to let it go, it may exceed the upper limit of the plan. So we should make a decision when we should. Commander-in-Chief Du is joking. This is not my plan. I just bundled everyone's brainstorming together. Chi Xuan said in a serious tone. This is not to give him credit, but to let him take the blame. After all, this plan is not 100% successful, and there is still a possibility of failure. If it fails, it will not only be a waste of effort, but also a loss of all the money. Then the person who proposed this plan must be the culprit. Chi Xuan doesn't want to be the one. But Du Jia can't get away from it either. After all, he is the commander-in-chief and the person in charge. He will be the first to bear the brunt. Chi Xuan said this. Not only can the credit be separated, but he can also be a non-stick pan after taking the blame. Du Jia didn't say much when facing Chi Xuan's evasion. This is human nature, not a big deal, but he just started to arrange in an orderly manner. After the ancient evil molten fire beast arrived on the surface, it easily destroyed those planes and tanks that were like flies, and at the same time, its anger was also decreasing due to the wanton destruction. But soon, it found something wrong. The temperature around it began to slowly drop, and its originally declining anger rose again. It hated low temperatures. It was the liquid and mist splashed on its body by the little things surrounding it that made it feel uncomfortable. It roared and spewed out lava flames, but these little things were extremely sensitive, and seemed to have predicted its actions in advance, making its venting this time in vain. This made it very angry, and only these annoying little things were left in its eyes, and it followed without hesitation. In particular, this group of little things seemed to leave after teasing it. If it paused, it would come back to tease it again. If it was destroyed by it, new little things would immediately join in, so as to continue to tease it. If it were before, it would definitely have doubts, but the anger of 35 million years plus these weak humans made it completely cover its reason. Therefore, it continued to destroy and chase these little things at a very fast speed. In this process, it was not idle. Everything it passed was destroyed by its lava flames, forming a visible moving range line. Soon, it was led to the seaside, and the discomfort brought by the water vapor made it recover. It was not compatible with water, and its instinct urged it to stay away. So the thought that came to its mind was to leave the seaside quickly. But soon, it noticed that there was a familiar breath in a certain little thing. the woman who made it a stone for 35 million years. At this moment, it ignored the discomfort brought to it by the seawater and rushed over without hesitation, without any hesitation. Chapter 578. The sea was churning, but the ancient evil fire beast that sank into the sea did not float up again. The plan was successful, but no one was happy. This supernatural being from the super ancient times brought great harm to mankind. At the same time, it also let the public, who concealed the truth, know about the supernatural existence. But now no one cares too much, and all forces are in full swing in disaster relief. The losses and casualties caused by the ancient evil fire beast are too terrible. I have to thank Professor Chi this time. Du Jia couldn't stop the fatigue caused by the pressure. I just mentioned it casually, but I didn't expect it to really stimulate the ancient evil fire beast, Chi Xuan said seriously. In fact, when arriving at the beach, the plan was basically declared a failure. Because the ancient evil fire beast woke up, it didn't intend to enter the sea at all. Its wisdom may not be as good as that of humans, but it is not low. So if this hatred cannot be absorbed, it can be said that all the previous efforts will be wasted. Instinct suppressed hatred, and finally stopped moving forward. Therefore, a new source of hatred is needed to stimulate and attract. To say that the ancient evil molten fire beast hates the most, it is naturally the super ancient civilization. Unfortunately, they have a relic of the super ancient civilization in their hands. Yes, it is the Star Defense Corps stone, so Chi Xuan casually mentioned that a fighter jet should carry this thing to see if it can further stimulate the ancient evil molten fire beast. Facts have proved that the breath on the Star Defense Corps stone did make the ancient evil molten fire beast directly furious and successfully attracted hatred. It may not be so easy for the ancient evil fire beast that sank into the sea to escape. However, this is just a delaying tactic. Because of the incompatibility of water and fire, the activity of the ancient evil fire beast has been greatly reduced. It is estimated that there is no way to crawl out of the sea without 3 to 5 years. This can be regarded as a certain breathing time for the Blue Sky team. As for what to do in the future, we will talk about it later. This is indeed dangerous. Once the Star Defense Corps stone is lost, everything about supernatural existence and super ancient civilization will need to be started all over again. Du Jia was also thankful. If this time was not too critical, the headquarters would not really take this risk to use the Star Defense Corps stone as bait. But after this time, your department's archaeological excavation plan may need to be postponed for a while. Du Jia suddenly said this. The headquarters of the Blue Sky team has already made an assessment and division of responsibilities for this incident. The responsibility of the super ancient civilization archaeology department is definitely there, and it may even be the main responsibility. And there is a high probability that they will ban the exploration of the remains of the super ancient civilization in the future. They caused such a big disaster the first time. What should they do if there is another one? The ancient evil molten fire beast is only a temporary solution. How can it continue to fight against the new super ancient supernatural beings? Now the consensus of the High Blue Sky team is that the supernatural beings in the super ancient period are far superior to the supernatural beings in their era. We have been prepared, but this mentality of burying our heads in the sand to avoid danger is not a good thing. The super ancient civilization can be destroyed by supernatural beings. If the humans of our time do not think about solving it, but only think about delaying it, the end will be the same. Chi Xuan responded. I know, but humans today cannot bear the consequences. Du Jia knew that what Chi Xuan said was right. However, after this great change, even if they knew it was right, they would be stopped, because no one wanted to experience such losses and casualties again. Especially in terms of responsibility, someone must come out to take responsibility. Chi Xuan just nodded, said nothing and turned and left. As soon as he went out, he saw Mao Chuan waiting for him. Let's go, it's time to go. Mao Chuan looked 10 years older, and the originally energetic old man became very vicissitudes. Is this preparing to divide the responsibilities? Chi Xuan joked. Not long after, several people came over and took the two of them into a fully enclosed car. It's not very clear, but it's an order from the headquarters. After getting in the car, Mao Chuan said, but looking at the situation, the possibility of dividing the responsibilities is not great. If they really wanted to punish, there would be no such action, but they could just do it directly. After all, the archaeological department of the super ancient civilization cannot escape any accountability. Even you, the minister, don't know? That's strange. Chi Xuan responded, and then he just crossed his legs and closed his eyes to rest. The people who monitored and protected them in the car ignored Chi Xuan's behavior. As long as there was no trouble and followed them steadily, let alone crossing his legs. They would not care even if he stood upside down in the car. The vehicle drove for about an hour, and when it came out, it was in the underground location of a strict military base. Then the two were sent to a conference room. There were not only the two of them, but also many scientific researchers and important senior executives of the Blue Sky team. In the center of the conference room, there were Star Defense Corps stones, and professionals were conducting intelligence inquiries and recording. After seeing Chi Swayan coming, a manager in formal attire stood up and walked over. He stretched out his hand with a serious expression. "Hello, Professor Chi, I'm Du Kung. Du Jia, who worked with you before, is my younger brother." After saying that, he greeted Mao Chuan. It was obvious that Chi Swayan was the real boss, and Mao Chuan, the minister, was more like an accessory. "Hello, Commander Du?" Chi Swayan asked casually. "Just call me Old Du." Du Kung gave a name, and then said, "This time, Professor Chi and Minister Mao are invited here not for accountability. After all, the incident has already happened, and there is no point in saying anything more. What is more important is the present and the future. According to our interpretation of the Star Defense Corps stone, we can get a bad result. It is not an artificial intelligence, but a video player formed by keyword search. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that we know the cause of the demise of the super ancient civilization. If we can't solve it, we will become an ancient civilization in the near future. So the Blue Sky team is ready to gather the power of all mankind to fight against the future fate of demise. And I am the person responsible for one of the plans. Professor Chi and Minister Mao, you two are my candidates. In the final analysis, it is because I know that they are going to die, and I am unwilling to give it another try. Commander Du, you and your brother's statements are completely opposite." Chi Swayan responded. Du Kung shook his head. "Some things are not convenient to disclose to the public. If the public knows, in 3 years, the source of supernatural existence, the existence called the Dark Evil God, will be revived. What do you think our planet will become?" Chi Swayan didn't even need to think, and blurted out, "Of course, it will be a mess." "Yes, so many things must be done in secret." Du Kung agreed, and then said, "Just like the Blue Sky team against supernatural existence. We all said to the outside world that it was a rescue mission, not cosmic life or abnormal creatures. If the news leaks, it will definitely cause panic. Just like the resurrection of the ancient evil molten fire beast this time," Du Kung said, while asking Chi Swayan to take a seat. During the period, he also introduced Chi Swayan to all the people present. "From this configuration, is our team's plan candidate the last one with the strongest strength?" Chi Swayan asked, looking at the stone of the Star Defense Corps not far away. "Yes, otherwise you, Professor Chi, would not be qualified to join." Du Kung did not hide it. Chi Swayan is highly valued, whether it is finding the remains of the super ancient civilization, predicting the resurrection of the ancient evil molten fire beast, or finally solving the problem with the Star Defense Corps stone. All of these are enough to show that Chi Swayan has a strong ability in this regard, and has never made a mistake so far. So there is nothing wrong with arranging Chi Swayan in the first echelon. Even though he has just joined, and even the resurrection of the ancient evil molten fire beast is inseparable from him, these are not important. Compared with the dark evil god, the ancient evil molten fire beast is nothing at all. In the intelligence information provided by the Star Defense Corps stone, there are supernatural beings that are far more terrifying than the ancient evil molten fire beast. Only by completely defeating and destroying the dark evil god can this endless supernatural existence be stopped. In the final battle with the dark evil god, the super ancient civilization did not completely destroy the dark evil god, but only defeated him, and let him return to the darkness. Now he is making a comeback. According to the algorithm provided by the super ancient civilization, the Blue Sky team calculated that there are only 3 years left before the dark evil god revives. This result was repeatedly calculated and finally confirmed. Coupled with the sudden resurrection of the ancient evil molten fire beast, the Blue Sky team made up their minds. Then how should the outside world deal with it? No one can bear such a big responsibility. Mao Chuan asked this question this time. He and Chi Swayan, the two people who can be said to be the culprits, have been released. What should we do next? Don't worry, someone will take care of it, but you may need to hide your identity, and your contact with the outside world will be restricted. Du Kung said not to worry. It doesn't matter if you can't bear the crime, someone will take the blame. So what is our next task? Chi Swayan continued to ask. Of course, it is to fulfill the duties of your super ancient civilization archaeology department, and continue to search for more super ancient civilization relics. Du Kung said. Ah? Isn't the headquarters afraid of another accident? Mao Chuan was also confused. Under the current situation, it must be stopped normally, but they not only did not stop, but also asked them to increase their efforts. Afraid, but it is better than doing nothing and waiting to die. Du Kung said in a deep voice, "We need to grow fast enough to fight against the dark evil god. Then inheriting the technology of super ancient civilization is a shortcut." Chapter 579. It must be said that the Global International Unlimited Natural Disaster Mission Rescue Alliance, referred to as the Blue Sky Team, is indeed decisive and calm enough. They resisted internal and external pressures and began to fight against the dark evil god, whose location was unknown. There were indeed people who questioned the top management. After all, they had never seen the so-called dark evil god. It was incredible that they could be confirmed by the video in a stone box. But these people are only a small part after all. They can't stir up any storm at all, and can only be forced to be dissatisfied. The solution for most people to deal with the small part is actually very simple, that is, if they are dissatisfied, they can die. Then no one objected. Then, Chi Suan led a lot of people to secretly excavate the remains of the super ancient civilization again. Combined with some information obtained from the stones of the Star Defense Corps, the second super ancient civilization remains were deduced. A small village located in a remote mountainous area. And because of the aging population, development difficulties, and low economic benefits, it has long been abandoned. However, in order to keep it secret, the Blue Sky Team also set up strict surveillance and protection around the area to prevent anyone from accidentally breaking in. Is it still underground? Mao Chuan looked at Chi Suan, who had returned and couldn't help asking. If it's not underground, it must be on the surface. However, after the first round of rough searches, no traces of the remains of the ancient civilization were found on the surface. No. Chi Suan's answer made Mao Chuan's heart sink. Not underground, not on the surface, which means they may have found the wrong place. This makes their hard work and the manpower and material resources they spent during this period go to waste. Then evacuate? Mao Chuan asked again. Why evacuate? Although the remains of the super ancient civilization are gone, there are relics left. Chi Suan said casually. Really? What clues? I take people there right away. Mao Chuan's expression suddenly showed joy. If they can find another technological creation equivalent to the Star Defense Corps stone, it will definitely be a great help to the Blue Sky Team. I'm not sure yet, and we need to investigate further. Chi Suan paused here, and then continued, it may be the hidden demon spirit we have been looking for. The latter half of the sentence turned Mao Chuan's joy into incredibleness. Professor Chi, are you sure? Mao Chuan did not expect that the hidden demon spirit that the Blue Sky Team had been looking for would be here. Yes, and I suspect there may be something left by the super ancient civilization to control this hidden demon spirit, which is why it is bound here. If it can be found, then the ancient evil fire beast can be dealt with again. Not to mention too much, at least it will not be a problem to let it stay in the sea for 10 or 8 years. Chi Suan did not say tens of millions of years. After all, this is unrealistic. The dark evil god will revive in 3 years, and this time is enough. The main purpose is to prevent the ancient evil fire beast from interfering with their actions. Mao Chuan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He didn't expect there would be so many surprises. Fortunately, he calmed down quickly. All this was Chi Suan's guess. Although Chi Suan's guess was very accurate, such a big thing still needs to be seen with one's own eyes. Then I report it first, so Commander Du can prepare himself mentally. Mao Chuan said. Okay, but I don't know when the results will come out. Chi Suan's words sounded a bit fake, so you can do it yourself. I can't guarantee the success rate. Having said that, Mao Chuan felt a little uncomfortable reporting it, in case it was a false alarm. But then he thought again that the Blue Sky Team just needed a good news to boost morale. Even if this good news may not be true, it is better than nothing. But if it is true, it will not only inspire the entire Blue Sky Team, but all of humanity. Especially in solving the matter of the ancient evil molten fire beast. It's okay, Professor Chi, you just do your best. Mao Chuan said, the Blue Sky Team has been dead these days, and it just needs to be revitalized. Your news came very timely. Even if there is no news afterwards, I will bear the responsibility. After all, he reported it himself, and he couldn't pass the blame on. But if Chi Suan's guess was correct, then this matter would be a great achievement for Mao Chuan. Okay, I try my best. Chi Suan replied casually. In fact, he didn't need to try his best, because the hidden demon spirit was really here. As for the remains of the super ancient civilization, they had long disappeared in the years and civilizations, and because of the remote location, there were no records. It was naturally because of Chi Suiyan's strength that he could know these things, not because of his eyesight. What he said, unless he lied deliberately, he would not bother to lie now. The main reason is that there is not so much pressure, so there is no need to do these things unless there is enough benefit. Du Kung hung up Mao Chuan's phone call, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a rare joy appeared on his face. Then he immediately reported the harvest to the headquarters, and let the news fly in all directions. Professor Chi is not simple, he is a hidden demon spirit. Du Kung sighed, then restrained his smile, and looked at Chi Suiyan's resume. It's just that his experience seems to have a lot of problems. At first glance, it is indeed seamless, but according to field investigations, there are many flaws and omissions. If there are any big flaws, there are definitely none, but Du Kung always feels a little weird. It is perfect and smooth, but because of this, there is an extremely fatal contradiction. That is, how can such a talent not be famous? Instead, it is unknown. How can a person with such a luxurious resume fall to the point where no one cares about him? As for why he wants to investigate Chi Suiyan, it is also very simple. Too much attention is paid to it. So they can't take risks. This is not only for the sake of humans and the Blue Sky team itself, but also to protect Chi Suiyan and deal with possible risks for him in advance. Then it was discovered that there was a problem. Could it be a supernatural existence? Du Kung narrowed his eyes and thought of this possibility. His eyes fell on the Star Defense Core stone, and then he asked, "Is there any?" He summarized his doubts into keywords, and tried to find similar supernatural existences. The Star Defense Core stone searched according to the keywords provided by Du Kung, and soon began to dictate relevant information. Although there is a lot of information, none of it can satisfy Du Kung. This made Du Kung rub his temples. It's not that there are no matches, but none of them are completely matched. And if there is such a powerful supernatural existence, the other party has no need to use this method at all, and can directly destroy their Blue Sky team. Why would he sneak in and provide them with help? What's the point of this? So the other party's resume is true, but there must be some unknown changes in the middle, and Chi Suiyan himself covered it up. This led to flaws and omissions in the investigation process. Don't worry about the experience for the time being, as long as you fight for humanity. Even if he has problems, so what? If you want to survive, you still have to stand in the human camp to fight against the dark evil god. What's more, Professor Chi has had a specious concept of the dark evil god from the beginning, so he chose to pursue the super ancient civilization. Du Kung quickly put down Chi Suiyan's information, and then continued to eliminate the risks of other personnel. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly went dark, and some strange whispers appeared in his ears. Fortunately, a ray of light appeared on the Star Defense Core stone, which instantly drove away the darkness in front of his eyes, and the whispers in his ears. Du Kung woke up, and looked at the Star Defense Core stone. Dark evil god, he knew that this sudden change came from the Star Defense Core stone, and it was also the Star Defense Core stone that pulled him out of the darkness. The super ancient civilization defeated the dark evil god, and at the same time, everything about the dark evil god penetrated into the remnants of the super ancient civilization. Time is really running out. He had been in contact with the Star Defense Core stones for too long, and had been targeted by the dark evil god. Given his situation, there was a great possibility that he would not be able to live to see the day when the dark evil god revived. But it didn't matter, after he died, someone would take his place and continue. Under the moonlight, on the top of the mountains, a humanoid figure silently watched the small village that had long been abandoned. A long time ago, there was no one here, until today, a group of new strangers settled here with all kinds of things with extremely fast efficiency. GA? Behind the figure grew a pair of black wings, showing a strange stream of light under the moonlight. When standing on the ground, it appeared and disappeared from time to time, and the surrounding ground even hardened. Under the moonlight, it could be seen that it was not a human head, but a bird head, and its eyes were flowing with amber light. It was awakened from its slumber by this group of humans, and looked at this group of new humans with great interest. In the super ancient civilization, it was called the Earth Hidden Demon Spirit. So its awakening was not only due to the revisit of humans, but also the impact of the resurrection of the ancient evil fire beast on the Earth's crust, and the intensification of the dark power to change the environment. Not all supernatural beings are malicious to humans. There are also many supernatural beings who coexist peacefully with humans, and even serve humans. The Earth Hidden Demon Spirit is in the middle stage of peaceful coexistence and service. At the beginning, the super ancient civilization provided it with convenience and living necessities, and it provided corresponding help to the super ancient civilization. For example, the petrified ancient evil fire beast. Later, the super ancient civilization perished, the dark evil god fell into silence, and the supernatural beings began to disappear due to changes in the environment. Due to multiple reasons, the earth-hidden demon spirit also woke up, otherwise it would still be sleeping now, but occasionally wake up from hibernation to eat. Chapter 580. Is that figure the hidden demon spirit? Mao Chuan asked in a low voice. Under the moonlight, they saw a strange figure standing on a mountain through special equipment. I remember you have seen the intelligence said by Commander Du. There is a record in it. Qi Xuan did not answer, because normal people's eyesight is not clear. As soon as he finished speaking, the half-man, half-bird figure jumped down from the mountain, spread the pair of wings behind it, and glided towards their position. It looked like it had locked them. Tong Ying and other frontline fighters were alert at the same time. Wait a minute, it's the hidden demon spirit. According to the records in the Stone of the Star Defense Corps, it is a friendly supernatural being and an ally of the super ancient civilization. Don't do it, put away your weapons, Mao Chuan said hurriedly. However, Tong Ying and others looked at Qi Xuan. Compared with Mao Chuan, at this time, they naturally believed Qi Xuan more. Mao Chuan is more like a manager, while Qi Xuan is a professional. At least Qi Xuan has not made any mistakes so far. Put away your weapons. Minister Mao is right. The earth-hidden demon spirit has no ill intentions. After Qi Xuan said this, these people took decisive action. Your status is higher than mine. Mao Chuan couldn't help but tease in the tense atmosphere. It's just professional. After all, no one wants to experience the ancient evil molten fire beast again. Qi Xuan followed up with a sentence. Before Mao Chuan could answer, the figure of the earth-hidden demon spirit fell in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone saw the other party's appearance clearly. Absurd, weird, the combination of human and bird, more importantly, the amber eyes make people feel like petrified. This is not an illusion, but real. If you are stared at by the hidden demon spirit for a long enough time, you will turn into stone. However, it is not like Medusa, just one glance is enough, but it takes a long time. The ancient evil molten fire beast took the hidden demon spirit about 5 years to complete the petrification. The effect is also good. After 35 million years of petrification, the ancient evil molten fire beast has no power to resist. Jie? A sound like a bird's cry emerged. When it fell into the ears of everyone, it became a spiritual frequency, translated into something they could understand. You are not the same as they were back then. So do you still need to continue the covenant of that year? Mao Chuan's face showed ecstasy. Being able to communicate, and willing to communicate, while still maintaining goodwill, is simply great news for the Blue Sky team. But now the question is, what was the covenant of that year? I'm sorry, they were destroyed by the dark evil god, so we don't know what the covenant is. Can you repeat it to us or give us some time? Mao Chuan said hurriedly. In his opinion, if the other party can translate the content to him, then he should also be able to translate it. Of course, according to the covenant that I and the earth-hidden demon spirit said every word of the ancient civilization. For humans, this is not harsh, but very simple. We are human beings, and the covenant must continue from beginning to end. Mao Chuan agreed without hesitation. He still has this right, and it is not a humiliating treaty. With human production, there is no need to worry about the expenditure in the covenant. Even the Blue Sky team can easily supply it. So what is the situation here? Seeing that they had almost finished talking, Qi Xuan asked. This was my former habitat. Later, they failed and I lived here, the earth-hidden demon spirit said. However, some hunting, eating and other related things were omitted in the middle. It was mainly too bloody and cruel, and it was aimed at humans. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, the earth-hidden demon spirit naturally did not need to say it. Mao Chuan did not stupidly ask some questions about stone carvings. This matter has passed, and re-mentioning it will only affect the relationship between the two sides. So the ruins here are actually the living place they built for you at the beginning? Mao Chuan asked this question. Yes. The earth-hidden demon spirit gave a confirmed answer, which made Mao Chuan relieved. This is a good thing. I noticed the movement of the Earth's crust before, and the location is still at the place where I petrified the ancient evil fire beast. I want to know, is it resurrected from petrification, so you come here to find me? The hidden demon spirit knew that he couldn't eat and drink for free, so he took the lead in asking this question. Yes, the ancient evil fire beast was resurrected more than 100 years earlier because of us. Mao Chuan did not hide it, it was meaningless, but in order to take the initiative, he also had a follow-up. But it was an accident that we found you. In fact, we didn't know you were here. We paid a huge price to let the ancient evil fire beast sink to the bottom of the sea. It will take at least 3 years for it to return to land." When these words came out, the face of the hidden demon spirit also showed a surprised expression. Chi Swayan was puzzled that you, a birdman, could really come alive. You are really amazing. Even they can't do this. The hidden demon spirit couldn't help but sigh. It's not that they can't do it, but they are unwilling to pay such a high price. Mao Chuan knew that the super ancient civilization couldn't do it, just because they had a choice. If the Blue Sky team could have other ways to deal with the hidden demon spirit, why would they choose this way with the highest cost? "So do you still need my help to petrify the ancient evil fire beast?" After asking, the hidden demon spirit said, "Thanks to you, I only need 3 days to turn the ancient evil fire beast back into stone. You may not know how fragile the ancient evil fire beast in the ocean is. If you can be stronger and let it stay in the permafrost, I can even turn it into stone forever." The voice of the hidden demon spirit was full of confidence. Mao Chuan nodded hurriedly when he heard it. "Of course, we hope so very much, but you may need to wait a little longer. We need to make arrangements for you. After all, your origin is not ordinary." The hidden demon spirit nodded. "I have been waiting for 35 million years, so I don't mind this little time. But please hurry up, because I just woke up from my deep sleep and I am very hungry now. I need enough food to replenish my nutrients." Its condition is naturally reasonable. "Don't worry, the food you need will be transported in half an hour at most," Mao Chuan said, and arranged for someone to settle the hidden demon spirit. And he immediately communicated with his current direct superior Du Keng. Even though it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the call he made was picked up by Du Keng in seconds. "Good news, we found the Earth hidden demon spirit. It has an alliance with the ancient civilization, and we inherited it. I will report the details in the report. The most urgent thing now is that it has just woken up from its slumber and is hungry. As an ally, we need to provide it with food." At this point, Mao Chuan gave Du Keng the recipe reported by the Earth hidden demon spirit, and then said, "I have promised that the food will be in place within half an hour." "Okay, the food will be on time." Du Keng's brief reply came from the other end of the phone, and he was hung up after the matter was done. The food needed by the Earth hidden demon spirit is not the food that humans need to consume, but minerals and living things. The former is a fixed range, and the latter is people. It is not difficult for the Blue Sky team. Resources are quickly dispatched, and there is no shortage of various death row and heavy prisoners. Of course, if there are no people, other animals can also be substituted, such as cattle and sheep, but the quality is not so good. The principle is not clear for the time being, but it is rare to meet an ally, and it is worth sacrificing some scum. It's done. I should be able to sleep well tomorrow." Mao Chuan turned to Chi Swayan and said, "As for tonight, forget about sleeping. The matter of the Earth hidden demon spirit is enough for them to be busy all night." "I hope so," Chi Swayan said with a smile, as if he didn't have much burden. But it was true. He made great contributions, but didn't do much work. The fatigue on Du Keng's face was washed away by joy. He only took 3 minutes to arrange the food problem of the Earth hidden demon spirit. The rest was transportation. For this purpose, he directly opened a temporary air channel through the Blue Sky team headquarters, and let a special plane escort it. The prisoners in need also went directly through the special channel, and passed through without any obstruction. The covenant of the Earth hidden demon spirit. After Du Keng dealt with it, he began to ask about the information about the covenant in the Stone of the Star Defense Corps. The 2 keywords triggered, and the projection of the Stone of the Star Defense Corps immediately provided him with detailed information. It is not known whether the rest of the content is the same as what Mao Chuan has learned, but the recipe is indeed the same. "So how many supernatural beings have made an alliance with you? And where are they?" Du Keng continued to ask. However, this time, the Star Defense Corps stone did not react, but instead emitted a large amount of black mist. These mists continued to gather in the air, forming a human face that looked like a skull. The skull grinned at him. When he saw this scene, Du Keng's brain seemed to be hit by a hammer, and he was in a trance. When he woke up, it was already 15 minutes later, and there were bloodstains on his nose, eyes, and other places. The more you know, the closer you are to the dark evil god. He coughed up a piece of dried blood. "So, there is more than one Star Defense Corps stone. If you want to get more information, you need more Star Defense Corps stones to assist and help. Otherwise, even if there is something recorded in a single Star Defense Corps stone, it will not be able to output effective content due to the existence of the dark evil god." Chapter 581. The proper arrangement of the hidden demon spirits was quickly completed by the headquarters of the Blue Sky team. Chi Xuan and others were naturally evacuated, leaving only some personnel to deal with the aftermath. The original function of this super ancient civilization relic was to serve as a living place for the hidden demon spirits. Now that its value has been fully exploited, there is naturally no need to stay here. It would be more cost-effective to spend more time looking for new super ancient civilization relics. Therefore, Chi Xuan and others naturally did not have many objections, but it was not easy to obtain news and intelligence about the next super ancient civilization relic. This thing is not like giving birth. One can appear in 2 or 3 days. Anyway, it should be more reasonable to have a longer interval. Fortunately, the Blue Sky team did not urge them, and they also knew this truth. Even if the resurrection of the dark evil god was in danger, there was no strange mandatory requirement. Instead, a lot of vacation and bonuses were given as a comfort. After finding the hidden demon spirits, the matter of the ancient evil molten fire beast was also resolved. It took 3 days for it to be petrified on the seabed, and the Blue Sky team released the news through news broadcasts and other related methods. In this way, the stability of human society was calmed and adjusted. This made public opinion recover, although it was still impossible to completely get out of such a terrible disaster. However, as long as there is no more incidents like the resurrection of the ancient evil fire beast, the Blue Sky team is still confident that it can hold on until the dark evil god revives. After completing the mission, the hidden demon spirit was placed in a new living area with a comfortable living environment and abundant food. Even the Blue Sky team did not define its range of activities, like the ancient civilization did. It only required 24-hour contact and positioning, and let it carry out the rest of the activities. In terms of treatment, it was far better than before, which made the Earth hidden demon spirit more and more satisfied, and handled many hidden dangers and problems for the Blue Sky team. These actions were all spontaneous, not from the orders of the Blue Sky team. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a supernatural ally living in the ancient civilization. In dealing with enemies, who are also supernatural beings, it does have its own unique advantages. The pressure on the Blue Sky team has been reduced a lot. Especially at this time when it is in a mess, it can be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a timely help. It can only mean that the Earth hidden demon spirit is really very friendly to humans. If it can get more supernatural allies left by the ancient civilization, it will definitely be better for the Blue Sky team. Du Kung thought so. So after the staff of the archaeological department of the ancient civilization took a week off, he found the 2 principals. Mao Chuan is still the minister, and Chi Xuan is the deputy minister. The main reason is that Mao Chuan has not made any mistakes or problems, so it is impossible to replace him for no reason. Chi Xuan is capable, but there is no such saying. So he can only be promoted and Mao Chuan's position will be changed when the opportunity is right. So Commander Du, you have given us 2 targets. One is to find new Star Defense Core stones, and the other is to search for more supernatural allies left by the super ancient civilization. Mao Chuan summarized the other party's words into 2 sentences. Yes, are you sure? Du Kung glanced at the bored Chi Xuan and replied. He said so much, but the other party didn't seem to listen much, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. He looked like this since he came in. But he didn't scold him. As long as Mao Chuan could understand, he would go back and repeat it to Chi Xuan. No. Mao Chuan spread his hands. How could he be sure of this? Not to mention the difficulty of finding the remains of the super ancient civilization, this thing is like opening a blind box. The first time, a terrifying supernatural existence, such as the ancient evil molten fire beast, was directly opened. Although it didn't cause the human race to be wiped out, the impact has not yet subsided. That is, the second time he was lucky and met the Earth hidden demon spirit. How could he dare to be sure of this? And based on the analysis of the 2 situations, the Star Defense Core stone is very likely to appear within the range of those supernatural enemies sealed by the super ancient civilization. So you can't get it when you meet a supernatural ally, and you can imagine how terrifying the supernatural enemy that can be sealed is. I know, this is indeed a bit difficult for you. Du Kung knew how difficult the task was, but there was nothing he could do. The Blue Sky team had considered setting up a similar authority department outside the super ancient civilization archaeology department, and in fact, they had already set it up. However, there was not much effective gain. The workload was far better than the super ancient civilization archaeology department, but the efficiency gap was too big. In fact, I do know where there is a super ancient civilization ruins, but I don't know if you dare to go there. Chi Xuan suddenly spoke in the middle of the 2 people's conversation. This made Mao Chuan look strange. Ah. When? I asked you to have a meeting yesterday, but you said no. Chi Xuan glanced at Mao Chuan and said casually, "Yesterday is yesterday, and today is today. You ate yesterday, but you didn't eat in the morning?" Mao Chuan also smiled bitterly after being criticized by Chi Xuan. "Where is it? I arranged someone immediately." Du Kung was also happy. Professor Chi's reputation was still very strong, and he had never made a mistake. Even if the location was outrageous, Du Kung had to arrange someone to go and investigate. How could he not understand what Chi Xuan meant by saying this? It was nothing more than that he didn't want to go, and you guys should solve it yourself. On the moon. Chi Xuan gave 3 words directly. These 3 words made Du Kung confused. Humans have been able to land manned rockets on the moon a long time ago, but astronauts have not seen the remains of super ancient civilizations on the moon. Is there any basis and detailed location for this? Du Kung asked. If it's not on the surface, it doesn't matter where it is, but if it's going to the moon, time, manpower and material resources will be much more troublesome. Not to mention that the external influences and troubles have not been resolved yet, and another moon landing may trigger certain changes. So he needs enough reasons and evidence to convince the Blue Sky Team headquarters. Entering the moon to explore, the consumption of resources is definitely indispensable. And it's not a professional trip, so time is also a big problem. Yes, I tell you orally, and you can ask the Star Defense Corps for the rest, okay? Chi Xuan was too lazy to write a report, and didn't want to write anything. This was naturally recognized by Du Kung. Time is precious, so save it if you can. Afterwards, Chi Xuan quickly gave a feasible result through various ancient books, quoting classics and adding some modern substantive reports. Okay, I will confirm it, and give the result tonight at the latest. Du Kung did not question it, even though there were a lot of terms he didn't understand, and even some details were vague to him. But it doesn't matter, there is something called a recorder, he recorded it all, and he can ask the secretary to turn it into a paper report later. Are there any other clues to the remains of super ancient civilizations? Du Kung changed the subject again. Since the moon is too far away, and you don't want to go, then you can go to a closer one. After all, you have been resting for so long. If it were other departments, they would have been driven to work long ago. That is, the super ancient civilization archaeology department is special, so this is more euphemistic. There is indeed one more, and it can't guarantee the authenticity or the consequences. Now we need a poor guy to take the responsibility and take the blame, Chi Xuan said with a smile. He could see that Du Kung was anxious. As he obtained more and more information left by the super ancient civilization in the Star Defense Corps stone, the dark evil god eroded him more and more. Fortunately, his will was strong enough and had not been distorted for the time being, but his body had begun to fail. At the current progress, perhaps in about 3 months, he would be completely eroded by darkness. It was definitely impossible to stop it. He was just an ordinary person, not an extraordinary person. But he also knew his situation, so he arranged a lot of measures for himself in advance. For example, the simplest chronic neurotoxin, to ensure that he dies before being corroded, so as not to become a disaster for mankind. And he has already selected a successor to avoid no successor. I do it, you just let it go. Du Kung took the responsibility on himself without hesitation. He is not afraid of death. How could he be afraid of such a small matter? Now Du Kung can be said to be an invincible person, without any worries or shackles. Only one goal is to rush forward. Let alone taking the blame. As long as he can defeat the dark evil god and prevent the fate of human extinction, he dares to do anything. Even if he is asked to slaughter the Blue Sky Team to solve this matter, he can do it. Okay, let's set off in the afternoon. Chi Xuan slapped the table and followed suit. This made Du Kung narrow his eyes. Professor Chi, you should have a lot of clues to the remains of super ancient civilizations. Don't hide it, give it all to me. I have someone go explore for you. Just tell me what you want. I approve it all for you. He saw that Chi Xuan was really full of ideas under his ordinary appearance. He said no, but in fact, as long as he was slightly provoked, he could make the other party reveal a lot of good news. You saw it. Chi Xuan did not hide it. It's possible, but the Blue Sky Team is too radical. It's easy to do bad things. No matter how bad it is, it's not as bad as it is now. Du Kung said with a wry smile. Give me the corresponding information. Chi Xuan looked at him deeply, and then said, Okay, a lot of the information is not mature. I don't care about the consequences. Don't worry, I deal with the consequences. Du Kung didn't intend to let Chi Xuan take the blame. Since the other party wanted more Star Defense Corps stones, Chi Xuan would fulfill his wish, and he just hoped that he would not regret it. After all, each super ancient civilization relic where the Star Defense Corps was located was an area that sealed off supernatural enemies. Chapter 582. Proto-human? Or nearly 1,000 years ago? Didn't they become extinct long ago? When the humanoid dinosaur skeleton was dug out, Mao Chuan was not very shocked. It was not until the year from now was detected that he could not hold back. This skeleton, which he called the proto-human, was far superior to the life race of the super-ancient civilization period from the results of the archaeological excavation. It was destroyed by a giant meteorite impacting the surface. This was a very primitive humanoid life, whose wisdom had not been developed. Although it was humanoid, its brain capacity was much smaller than that of humans. So the proto-humans had always lived a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. The origin was also different from that of humans, but the number was not small. But now, this life race that should have been extinct long ago has appeared again, and it is so close to them. This means that this group of proto-humans has not completely become extinct, and is still living under the noses of super-ancient civilization and modern humans, and has also evolved. The excavated skeletons have armor and swords. It's possible that they have become supernatural beings, but there is also good news. We haven't found any Star Defense Corps stones. Qi Xuan added, perhaps they have become allies of the super-ancient civilization. At least they look like humans. The proto-humans have dinosaur heads and stronger body structures. As for the rest, they are naturally not much different from humans, but those small differences are enough to make humans and proto-humans two completely different life races. I hope so. In that case, some local horror legends may be caused by proto-humans. Mao Chuan suddenly thought of some local rumors. Legend has it that at certain times, ghost soldiers will pass through the border, and no one dares to go out at night. There are some foolish and brave people who dare to investigate, but most of them have disappeared. In the past, I thought they were just taken away by wild beasts, but now it seems that this is probably not the case. Instead, they encountered supernatural beings from ancient times, the original people. I know this. Calculating the time, it should be in these 2 days. Qi Xuan said so. As soon as the words came out, Mao Chuan couldn't help but look respectful. Professor Qi, did you choose to come here on purpose? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? It must be carefully selected by the other party. Monsters are monsters, and their considerations are different from theirs. A little? Qi Xuan did not deny that he didn't care about the legend of the local ghost soldiers passing through the border, and he didn't pay much attention to it. The real reason for choosing this place is naturally that he read the script directly, and knew that the original people would appear. Otherwise, why would he take one step and count 3 steps for nothing? That would be so tiring. It is so relaxing to read the spoilers of the script. After all, most of his thoughts are not on the outside world, but on preparing for his own transcendence. In his spare time, he has to think about devouring this world, and the rest of the layout is random, anyway, as long as it can make the dark evil god mature. The rest is relatively unimportant. That's why there are situations where sometimes you understand, and sometimes you don't. It happens because you don't care, and don't take it to heart. Otherwise, I let you sit in my position as the director, so that you can be more convenient. Mao Chuan hesitated and said this. This idea was not a sudden impulse, but he had it a long time ago, but the timing was not right. I am not suitable, you have to come. Qi Xuan refused, really thinking that it was not easy to be a minister. Especially for someone like Mao Chuan. If Qi Xuan really gets promoted, Mao Chuan will be liberated, and he will suffer. I think our cooperation is still very good. You are external, I am internal. If I really have to deal with those matters, I may not be able to handle them well. What's more, the top priority now is how to defeat and eliminate the dark evil god, and the rest are trivial matters. Qi Xuan comforted the other party. Mao Chuan also smiled bitterly. Okay, I know. Being Qi Xuan's boss is indeed very stressful, at least he thinks so. Not long after, someone came to summarize the situation of the original people. It seems that this is not a real super ancient civilization ruins, but an abandoned battlefield between the original people. Looking at the information in his hand, Mao Chuan made a bold guess. It's quite possible, but you still guessed a little. Qi Xuan retorted, maybe it's not abandoned, but it's used less. And the remains of the super ancient civilization are definitely nearby. Otherwise, if the original people marched long distances, with the current technology, they would not be able to conceal their traces. Only in the surrounding area can we have this convenience. Qi Xuan continued to spoil the story. Mao Chuan naturally agreed with Qi Xuan's statement. This super ancient civilization remains are indeed difficult to find, but it is not as remote as the location where the hidden demon spirit was originally located. The surveillance, video, and so on are already very complete. If there is any large-scale movement, it will definitely not escape the surveillance of the Blue Sky team. Tong Ying, you go and set up the sentry, be alert, remember to hide well, and don't let the original people notice it. They may be allies from the super ancient civilization period. If we can get their help, we can have more confidence when fighting against the dark evil god. Mao Chuan gave the order immediately. Tong Ying agreed immediately, but hesitated for a moment and asked, what if they are not allies? This question made Mao Chuan stunned. He actually didn't think much of this option. You know, there was no large-scale injury by the original people before. At most, some people were caught because they wanted to see the ghost soldiers passing through. It can be said that this group of people deserved it. Handle it carefully first. If you can win them over, let them become allies. If you can't, just kill them directly. Mao Chuan knew that this was not the time for him to be soft-hearted. From the threat point of view, the original people are not as strong as the ancient evil molten fire beast and the hidden demon spirit, but they live longer. If they were really that powerful, they would have counterattacked long ago instead of continuing to hide themselves. Yes. Tong Ying was guaranteed and left to make arrangements. Professor Qi, do you think the original people are more likely to be enemies or allies? Mao Chuan didn't know, so he could only ask Qi Xuan. I don't know either, after all, this is not a real super ancient civilization ruins. Qi Xuan knew, but he didn't want to say it, because there was no point in saying it. Even if Mao Chuan and his team came into contact with the original people and knew the truth, the first move was not to take action, but to try to communicate. Original people? Du Kung quickly received a message from Mao Chuan, and then began to check the information. This is barely good news. Du Kung had obtained information about the original people from the Stone of the Star Defense Corps. This group of supernatural beings living in an ancient period even more ancient than the super ancient civilization is said to be the descendants of a cosmic life from outer space. They are bloodthirsty and warlike by nature, but their brains are not good. After being captured and controlled by the super ancient civilization, they became a double-edged sword for the super ancient civilization to fight against supernatural enemies. If they can be controlled, they will be very useful, but if they cannot be controlled, they will hurt others and themselves. At least the super ancient civilization has controlled them, but they have been sealed up like those supernatural enemies. With the current level of human technology, we simply do not have enough technology to control this group of original people. Kill them to eliminate future troubles. Du King's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. It's easy to kill the original people, but the cosmic life in outer space may be difficult to deal with. In addition to the idea of using the original people as tools, the super ancient civilization was also afraid of the cosmic life that created the original people. That was a huge cosmic dinosaur, and it should still be in a deep sleep. Once the original people are extinct again, the stimulation deep in their blood will wake it up from a long sleep. At that time, it will come to their planet to avenge its offspring. As a cosmic life, the other party has the ability to travel through space, and it can complete the process from waking up to arriving in 3 days at most. This kind of scruple slowly suppressed the murderous intent in Du King's eyes. Leave one, and we deal with the rest later. Du Kung directly issued a new order. Then he looked at other news. Among the super ancient civilization information that Qi Xuan gave him, many have been confirmed and developed. But none of them are good news. They are all sealed areas where supernatural enemies are located, where the Star Defense Corps stone is located. Another person has invaded our territory and tried to enslave us again. An armored man, with a Tyrannosaurus head and covered with moss, opened his eyes. It is the leader of the original people and the direct bloodline of the cosmic dinosaur. It emits radiation from the universe, even if it is not much. But this is also a symbol of its identity. It should have woken up when the cosmic dinosaur returned, but now it was stimulated by some malice in the air to wake up early. Besides, we are hungry too. This time, it should be our turn to enslave humans. The original leader looked back at the densely packed original fellows and a large number of half-human-high stone eggs behind him. As it awakened, the stone eggs began to crack, and small originals broke out of their shells. And the original fellows suddenly opened their eyes, and pulled off the moss and dust on their bodies. Get ready, wait until the moon reaches our heads, the original Dragon Master will illuminate our progress. The original leader roared. As the voice fell, the little original man's body swelled up rapidly. When he ate the stone eggs, a sticky liquid appeared on his body and solidified into armor and weapons. The real original people had died out in ancient times. Today, they are a new life form formed by supernatural beings. Ecological nature has long been inapplicable to them, including the separation of life and death. So they are not afraid of death, let alone war. Roar! As the original people roared, morale rose steadily. Chapter 583. Quick top top! Tonging roared, and a large number of combatants raised their guns and fired wildly under the moonlight. They had come into contact with the original people. But this group of humanoid life forms, wearing armor, and having dinosaur heads did not communicate with them at all. When they met, they launched an attack without hesitation. They used cold weapons and armor, but with the blessing of supernatural power, they had power that was not inferior to hot weapons. Coupled with the original people's attack time and fighting enthusiasm, they were caught off guard. So the human side seemed to be incapable, but fortunately they were well prepared and could withstand the offensive. Then, they decisively called for support. But before the support arrived, Mao Chuan received Du King's order and intelligence. The original people's camp has been confirmed to be an enemy, and we must find the Star Defense Corps stone as soon as possible, Mao Chuan said with a frown. This is not a good thing. The reason why the Star Defense Corps stones they had obtained were preserved intact was because the ancient evil molten fire beasts were in a petrified state. The original people were different. They had revived several times during this period and had experienced civil wars, foreign wars, and other changes. With their hostile attitude when they were enslaved as tools, they were very likely to destroy the various remnants in this super-ancient civilization ruins. This inference was derived from the hatred that the ancient evil molten fire beasts would be attracted by the Star Defense Corps stones. Commander Du clearly stated that they could not kill them all, and it was best to leave the leader behind, otherwise the Universe Dinosaur Original Dragon Master would wake up and arrive at our planet within 3 days. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Mao Chuan also felt it was difficult to come out. The strength of the original leader was obvious to all. With the armor that seemed to be made with extremely poor smelting technology, he was able to withstand the rocket launcher without any damage. This is far beyond the physical fitness level of normal humans. Even so, in the early super-ancient civilization period, they were only used as tools and cannon fodder, and could not appear on the stage of many supernatural beings. If they were not afraid of attracting the Universe Dinosaur Original Dragon Master, this group of original people would probably have been dealt with by the super-ancient civilization. It's useless for you to tell me about the battle. Qi Xuan said that he had no solution. If it doesn't work, just transfer the hidden demon spirit. What can I do? Qi Xuan spread his hands, indicating that I am just an ordinary person. I'm afraid it won't work. The information you provided to Commander Du has all been dug up by the Star Defense Corps. The original people are fine, and their supernatural abilities are still within the range of suppression. If the Earth-hidden demon spirit hadn't rushed over in time, there would probably be many ancient evil molten fire beast incidents in other places. Mao Chuan also said helplessly. Most of the supernatural beings were petrified by the Earth-hidden demon spirit before they could revive. However, because of the long-distance travel, the Earth-hidden demon spirit can't petrify for a long time each time, and the longest is only 1 month. It's not because it's no longer good, but it really has to catch up with the class. There's no other way. The petrification time depends on the time it watches, and during this period the Earth-hidden demon spirit has to ensure that it travels, eats, rests, etc. So it was also very tired. On the contrary, the original people were the least dangerous in this series of excavation crises of the super-ancient civilization ruins. As long as enough troops were invested, it would not be a problem to solve them. Even if enough sacrifices were made, it would be possible to capture the original people leader alive. Du Kong is really fighting hard. Isn't he afraid of getting into trouble? Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes. I am afraid, but this is also a gamble of life. Mao Chuan smiled bitterly, but it is not without gain. The Blue Sky team has begun to use a large amount of technology obtained from the super-ancient civilization. But I suspect that Du King may have paid a certain price. Mao Chuan hesitated when he said this. I have no evidence, but I can be sure that Du Kong has undergone unknown changes. It is either related to the super-ancient civilization or the dark evil god. Perhaps we need some guarantees and choices. Even Mao Chuan, who had not been in contact with Du Kong for a long time, noticed it, let alone others. However, no one raised a corresponding objection, which made Du Kong feel that there must be something hidden in this. For example? Replace? Who will go? Qi Xuan knew it very well, but did not point it out. I don't know, the headquarters may have its own plans. I just want to say that we should be more careful. Mao Chuan was a little uneasy. He didn't know where his uneasiness came from, but with the exploration and contact with various supernatural beings, He suspected that his sixth sense, intuition, and other abilities had improved. But this is actually a guess, and there is not much substantial evidence. We have been careful all the time. After all, we cannot fight against supernatural beings. Chi Xuan had just finished speaking when the roaring sound from the sky slowly descended. Reinforcements are coming. Mao Chuan quickly restrained his original expression and headed towards the fighter. A large armored man dressed like a tin can squeezed out of the fighter with difficulty. The black and blue paint and the weapons and equipment that looked very sci-fi shocked Mao Chuan a little. When he heard that the reinforcements would be a single combatant with super ancient civilization technology, he did not have much specific impression. But now, the 3-meter-high burly armor is really shocking. Minister Mao, I? The armored man opened his visor and revealed his appearance. Mao Chuan knew this man. He was a frontline combatant named Jia Mai. However, Mao Chuan's focus was not on the personnel, but on the exposed body parts of Jia Mao. The thick pipes from the forehead to the neck looked like they had undergone a brutal and horrific transformation. Jia Mai also noticed Mao Chuan's eyes and said, "The technology is not yet mature, and the pioneers need to carry out embedded transformation. It's actually quite good. You don't need to eat or drink, and you don't have to worry about getting hurt." His answer seemed very relaxed, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that such a large-scale transformation would definitely require a lot of pain. Becoming a ghost is a necessary sacrifice. Of course, the Blue Sky team also wanted to proceed when the technology was mature, so that they would obtain complete armor technology instead of this kind of semi-finished product. But there was not enough time, and they had no other choice, so someone had to sacrifice. Frontline fighters like Jia Mai, who were about to retire, but were unwilling to leave, volunteered to participate in the experiment in order to continue to be active on the battlefield. Fortunately, the results were good. It was not a return to the peak, but a direct surpassing of the peak period. According to Commander Du's order, capture the leader of the original people alive and eliminate all the original people. Minister Mao, Professor Qi, you should retreat a little, so as not to be affected by the battle. Jia Mai did not feel sad or say anything touching, but set off directly after reporting. As a frontline fighter, this is the combat quality he should have. Not to mention that this was originally his duty. The huge body directly crashed into the battlefield. The powerful power developed by the super ancient civilization knocked the leader of the original people to the ground without any obstruction, and stepped on its head into the soil. At the same time, the rough weapon was raised, and energy bombs burst out from the muzzle. All the original people turned into ashes in an instant, and the high temperature even formed a large blank area. With the arrival of Jia Mai, the pressure on Tong Ying and other frontline fighters dropped directly to the bottom. After relieving the pressure, Jia Mai picked up the original leader and checked his situation. Fortunately, he was measured and did not really kill the original leader. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble. The original leader was seriously injured, but his consciousness was still there. Original Dragon Lord, my ancestor will visit your planet again. Original people, never be slaves. The leader of the original people roared, and his body began to swell after the operation. It wanted to commit suicide. The other party did not kill him, of course, in order to imprison him. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake and becoming a slave of humans, he would rather die. The original people will not become extinct. When the master of the universe dinosaur original dragon comes to this planet again, they will be resurrected again. Boom! The flesh and blood exploded, and Jia Mai was splashed with blood before he could react. Not good. Mao Chuan also saw this scene, and his expression instantly became ugly. Not only the leader of the original people, but all the original people present committed suicide at the same time. It's over. Mao Chuan's face showed a desperate expression. This time it was really a small matter that became a big matter. There is always a way out. Maybe there will be a turnaround. Chi Xuan comforted. In the universe, like a huge incomplete embryo, the dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Its upper body is fully developed, but from the abdomen, it looks like an underdeveloped embryo. My offspring has died again on that dark planet. It is the original Dragon Master, one of the ancient lives in the universe. No, I can't go. That is the source of the dark turmoil. Stay away. The original Dragon Master doesn't want to go there. All the lives in the universe know how terrible the danger hidden in that planet is. However, the instinct and the coercive force in the universe forced it to push its body forward. This is not something its will can resist. The embryo-like body slowly stretches out and begins to move independently. Even if it tries its best, there is no way to break free from this control. This is the ultimate logic that has existed at the bottom of its life since the birth of the original Dragon Master. In fact, All life forms in the universe, especially the powerful and ancient life forms, have escaped from that seemingly ordinary planet. It is not only a dangerous place, but also the place where they were born. However, it is just an escape, not a complete escape, and there will always be many unlucky people who will be attracted back by various operations. Eventually it became a burial place. Chapter 584. Found it. Send it back to Commander Du as soon as possible. Mao Chuan looked at the Star Defense Corps stone found in the super ancient civilization ruins, where the original people were sealed, and asked Tonging to send it over as soon as possible. As for them, they stayed here to continue the aftermath. And Jiamai left early. He had other tasks to deal with. It was not only their side that encountered difficulties, but also other aspects. By the way, why did Commander Du have no reaction to the arrival of the original Dragon Master in 3 days? Do you have any clues? Mao Chuan asked Qi Xuan casually. Qi Xuan said slowly, "Here, this is why." He handed Mao Chuan a copy of the latest internal communication intelligence. The personnel who went to the moon successfully excavated the situation of the super ancient civilization ruins. In the center of the moon, there is a supernatural being named Hanwei Bird Sealed, which is between life and death. Of course, these are not the point. The point is that its instinct still exists. As long as the powerful and ancient life in the universe approaches the moon, its instinctive territorial awareness will be activated. With the existence of this cold moon bird, the first line of defense has been built for humans. It can only be said that even if the super ancient civilization has perished, the defense they left behind is still effective. However, there are also disadvantages, such as range, enemy judgment, and uncontrollable, which all indicate that humans cannot use it flexibly. But it is enough to fight against the original Dragon Master. At least the original Dragon Master cannot enter the surface of their planet. In addition to this harvest, there are naturally the Star Defense Corps stones on the moon. Another solution that only treats the symptoms, but not the root cause, and is also dangerous. Mao Chuan sighed. He felt that the entire human society was dancing on the edge of a knife. If you are not careful, you will die without a complete body. However, he did not have enough solutions and could only sigh. Then he looked down according to the information given by Qi Xuan, but found a brand new information. The personnel who returned to the surface were assimilated by some cosmic life in outer space? Mao Chuan couldn't help but take a breath. Because of abnormal behavior, coupled with the technology and records of the super ancient civilization, these people were exposed the next day and then imprisoned. But this is not the end. It is said that this cosmic life has the ability to infect, so now there are still some people who have been assimilated by cosmic life who cannot be identified. It takes enough time to deal with it. Fortunately, the Star Defense Corps stone was not delivered to Du Kung at that time. It was intercepted and controlled before it was sent out. Otherwise, the entire Blue Sky team and even the headquarters would have to conduct an extremely strict self-examination. It's not a big problem, read on. Qi Xuan said, pointing out the subsequent content. Afraid of heat and cold, and unable to regain memory. The disguise is full of mistakes, otherwise how could it be exposed the next day? In fact, if it weren't for the psychological shock caused by the supernatural spirit of the cold moon bird, the executioners would have taken action immediately. As for the inability to distinguish, it is also limited to the incubation period during the infection and assimilation. Otherwise, if it is really completed, it will be possible to tell who is fake at a glance. After hearing what Qi Xuan said, Mao Chuan was also certain. After having too many contacts with these powerful supernatural beings, he found that the supernatural beings they had contacted in the past were really nothing. Like the upcoming original Dragon Master, according to the records left by the super ancient civilization, it is enough to destroy their planet. In the past, this was not something they could imagine. The more they understood how big the gap was between themselves and this destroyed super ancient civilization. Others have been able to fight against such powerful supernatural beings, but they can't even completely inherit the legacy of supernatural civilization. What's worse is that the revival of the dark evil god is imminent. The 4 words no future have already shrouded the humans of their era. They don't understand why such a weird change has happened. Okay, we don't have to worry about it anyway. We should go back, anyway, the headquarters will solve it. Even if Mao Chuan is worried, he can't help. The original people's affairs left such a mess. Thanks to the moon cold bird on the moon, otherwise, they would not have been able to clean up the mess slowly, but would have packed up and gone back immediately. Now that the cleanup is complete, they naturally plan to leave here, and do not plan to stay any longer. There is no great significance in staying here. The group evacuated in an orderly manner, and Qi Xuan and Mao Chuan boarded a special plane to go back. The two people have different identities and statuses. In order to ensure their safety, they naturally have a special security team. But soon, a white spot appeared on the horizon. This flash of white passed by, and it was very obvious in the dark night, looking like a stream of light. What is that? It must not be a natural phenomenon. Mao Chuan looked solemn. Jiamai looked at the supernatural being in front of him, who was like a warrior. He called himself the Sword Saint. He was one of the supernatural allies of the super ancient civilization, but now, the other party seemed to be no longer the Sword Saint. In the battle with the Dark Evil God, the other party was the main force, and one of the keys to defeating the Dark Evil God. At that time, the Sword Saint was actually similar to humans, with self-awareness, and also had his own pursuits and lives. And he was the most determined ally. But now, the other party has lost his former vigor and vitality, and his body is full of black aura. Even the most cherished sword is cracks and rust. However, this does not affect the other party's combat effectiveness, but makes him stronger. Jiamai immediately passed the situation of the Sword Saint to the commander Du Keng. I suspect that the Sword Saint was corrupted by the Dark Evil God. Jiamai added this sentence. The battle at that time must have cost a price. The evil god, the source of darkness, and the ancient civilization were all extinct, not to mention the Sword Saint, who was the main force. Now the survivors are probably just a body controlled by darkness. I know. Du Keng's voice came from the built-in communicator. There are not many people who have obtained armor transformation, so everyone has the right to contact Du Keng directly. So kill him. The current Sword Saint has just recovered and his strength is limited. According to your data, there is a 70% chance of winning. You are allowed to activate the backup energy at the end. Du Keng continued to add, and even asked to use the method of mutual destruction. The so-called backup energy is a micronuclear fusion energy technology that the Blue Sky team deciphered from the Star Defense Core Stone. Normally, it is used as a reserve to burst out enough energy supply in a short period of time. But they found that the power formed by the self-explosion is also very large. When Jiamai heard this, he couldn't help but remain silent. Although he didn't know where Du Keng got the conclusion that the strength of the Sword Saint was limited, he just saw how terrible the sword light wielded by the Sword Saint was. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been split in two. It won't be able to achieve such a high success rate. I will find an opportunity to directly activate the backup energy. Before that, you send someone to clean up the mess. Jiamai did not question Du Keng's order, but he did not agree with his estimate of the chances of winning. So he planned to do it in one step to avoid accidents. As for the so-called cleanup, it was actually to send another transformed person to check. 10 minutes, Zhou Mo will arrive in the range to take over in 10 minutes. Du Keng said. It's not that he is cold-blooded, but he has to do it. The sword master controlled by the Dark Evil God is very dangerous. Let's put it this way, even if the sword god is just a supernatural being with a human appearance, facing those powerful and ancient lives in the universe, few can take his 3 swords. It's a pity that such a powerful supernatural being has ended up like this now, which makes people sigh. Compared with the sword master in his heyday, there is no comparison at all. If the Dark Evil God had not eroded them, the chances of human victory, and even the subsequent plans would have been much smoother. Unfortunately, there is no if. 5 minutes, I can't hold on for that long. Jiamai said, feeling the pain in his mind and resisting the discomfort. The sword of the Sword Saint fell on him, not only cutting his body, but also his soul. This is not a good thing for Jiamai. Okay. Du Keng listened to the crackling sound in his ear, which was the busy tone after Jiamai and him were disconnected. Before the busy tone, there was a violent explosion. He didn't know whether the Sword Saint died in the explosion, but Jiamai certainly had no chance of surviving. Is it really worth paying so much? A voice, like a bewitching voice, lingered in front of Du Keng. Then, in the center of the Star Defense Core stone, that was pieced together like a broken puzzle in front of him, the black skull floated gently. Why not? The continuation of civilization is the reason, Du Keng said firmly. He knew that this skull was the last trace of consciousness left by the Dark Evil God. The other party had set his eyes on his body, and wanted to destroy his will once and for all, so as to seize and occupy it. With his identity and status, many things would be much easier to do. Especially the progress and efficiency of the Dark Evil God's revival. It was not a random selection of people. There were strict restrictions. They had to have contact with the Star Defense Core stone for a long enough time and learn enough truths and secrets. And this person, Du Keng, was naturally the most suitable. As for the Star Defense Core stone, it was one of the keys to the ancient civilization's defeat of the Dark Evil God. If they wanted to reproduce this divine power again, the Star Defense Core stone was indispensable. However, this was another very fatal thing. The more they collected, the deeper they would be in contact with the dark evil god. It was simply a typical case of drinking poison to quench thirst. But they had no choice, there was only this way. You can't hold on any longer 3 months? Huh? The skull taunted and disappeared from Du King's vision. 3 months means Du Kang holds a Star Defense Core stone, not now. The more Star Defense Core stones he holds, the more truth he will know. This leads to the darkness's erosion of Du Kang becoming stronger and stronger, and the originally estimated time will naturally be reduced. But for Du Kang, it is worth it. You are right, so I need a brand new successor. At least he must be strong enough in will, or someone can restrain him. Du King's eyes fell on Mao Chuan. Mao Chuan's will is a little bit worse, but he can't resist someone who can suppress him, and the compensation is enough to replace him in this position, even if it is only temporary. Chapter 585. Commander Du, what's wrong with you? It was only 4 days before Mao Chuan saw Du Kang again. But Du King's appearance had changed a lot. Except for his eyes, that were still bright and energetic, he looked much thinner. Coincidentally, today was the time when the original Dragon Master arrived. Mao Chuan was not sure whether Du Kang wanted to see him at this time on purpose or was just free now. Some necessary costs. Du Kang did not explain, and then said, "Sit down and take a look at the situation of the original Dragon Master and the Cold Moon Bird." As he said that, Du Kang turned on the projection, and the screen was showing the perspective of the moon and outer space through some kind of legacy technology of the super ancient civilization. A huge black shadow in the universe was approaching their planet, and the moon began to slowly unfold its body, turning into a strange bird-like appearance, emitting a cold air all over its body. The breath of death began to emanate, and began to confront the original Dragon Master. Such a big change, didn't the outside world notice it? Mao Chuan asked in confusion. The latest technology can change cognition on a global level. Du Kang did not hide anything and said directly, "Except you and me, everyone's cognition has been covered." In their eyes, there is no dispute between the original Dragon Master and the Cold Moon Bird outside the planet. Only through this projection can you see the cognition that has been truly covered. Du Kang's explanation made Mao Chuan look a little creepy. What kind of technology did the Blue Sky team inherit from the super ancient civilization? It's incredible that even cognition can be modified. What about the headquarters? He asked tentatively. Not seeing and not knowing are two different things. I have encrypted the matter of the original Dragon Master, and they don't know either, Du Kang said. This time, Mao Chuan was directly silenced. What are you doing? He was sure that Du Kang asked him tonight not to take time out to see him, but to deliberately use this cognitive coverage to say something to him. Mao Chuan's eyes fell on the well-arranged Star Defense Core stones, like a huge and missing puzzle, which needed more Star Defense Core stones to fill in. The huge array, like some kind of ancient thing from the terrifying wilderness, looked extremely suffocating in his eyes. Why? Mao Chuan asked softly. At the same time, the original Dragon Master entered the territory of the Cold Moon Bird, and the two behemoths started a very tragic fight in an instant. Mao Chuan's attention was immediately attracted to it. It's just some necessary concealment. The more you know, the more you have to bear. At the same time, the more terrifying we have to face. Du Kang answered Mao Chuan's words. I think Commander Du didn't just want me to see the things about Yuan Long Lord and Han Web Bird. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Mao Chuan's attention was drawn back again, and he asked directly. It's not a good idea to do those twists and turns at this time. It's better to be straightforward. I can't hold on any longer, so I plan to let you take over my position, Du Kang said bluntly. As soon as the words came out, Mao Chuan's expression couldn't help but stagnate. What? This is impossible? Mao Chuan did not expect to get this answer. There are more people who are more suitable than me, such as Commander Du, your brother, he can do it. Or Professor Qi, his reputation, prestige and ability are enough to take over, why me? Mao Chuan still knows his situation, not as good as the best but better than the worst. Therefore, there are actually many people who are more suitable than him, but he did not expect to be chosen. Are you afraid of death? Du Kang asked. Of course not. Could it be that? Mao Chuan frowned. They have problems? Since he knew that Du Kang was going to die, and asked him if he was afraid of death, then the spearhead was directly pointed at the Star Defense Core stone. Otherwise, he could not think of why it would suddenly deteriorate, especially when there were enough people. Yes, if you are not afraid of death, take my place, and then find a suitable person to continue the cycle. Doing so may delay the human race for a while. As for the disadvantages, let's put it this way, with the current number, all substitutes can live for a maximum of 1 month. The time will be shorter after that, Dukong said calmly. At this time, Mao Chuan finally understood why Dukong did not choose Qi Xuan and others, because they could not die. So he was very suitable, because he was not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Without him, there are many people who can replace him, and he happens to be not afraid of death. Of course, you can choose to refuse. As long as you leave now, the cognitive overlay will replace your current memory, and you will not remember anything. Dukong did not force it, but gave him a way out. How long can you hold on? Mao Chuan hesitated, and did not agree immediately. I've already said it, 1 month. Dukong added, but I don't plan to live that long, at most 10 days. The limit is not so easy to reach. My willpower cannot be compared with the evil god of the source of darkness. So it needs to be dealt with in advance. But it should be much better after you take over. After all, you need to start the erosion from the beginning. Without adding enough star defense core stones, 45 days is more than enough. Dukong smiled reluctantly. Obviously, the discomfort of the body is already very obvious. However, he has been relying on his own will to restrain himself, and working alone, so he did not show more abnormalities to the outside world. How many star defense core stones are there? Mao Chuan asked the key question. He can be sure that Dukong would rather exchange them than collect them all, which must be of great use. As for why he wants to know, he may have to wait until he takes over to find out. So he simply asked the number. I don't know, you know after you put them all together. Dukong looked at the star defense core stones and continued, but don't worry, they will attract each other. The Blue Sky team just needs to follow the steps, and it won't be difficult to collect them all. And we can also continuously obtain the technology and information of the super ancient civilization from them. This is our last ray of hope. When he said this, Dukong paused and added, it may also be a tombstone. After all, the super ancient civilization has failed, and they are not even the heirs, so the chance of winning is naturally lower. I agreed. Then who will take over this position after me? Mao Chuan asked directly. Dukong thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know, you choose it yourself, I will be dead by then. What I can do is to choose a scapegoat. Your own scapegoat, choose it yourself. The words were too straightforward, making Mao Chuan embarrassed. Okay, I just hope he doesn't hate me. Many people came to Mao Chuan's mind, all of whom were similar to him. It's just that who to choose specifically needs to be carefully considered. But since I'm here to be a scapegoat for you, Commander Du, the director of the Super Ancient Civilization Archaeology Department must resign. This is a matter during your term of office, so you have to find a reliable director for Professor Qi. Mao Chuan thought, since he was going to die, he must consider the department issue. As for his family, don't worry about it, the Blue Sky team will take care of it. Let him do it himself, and assign him a deputy minister to handle miscellaneous matters. Otherwise, I'm afraid that one day the minister of your Super Ancient Civilization Archaeology Department will be changed once a month. Dukong didn't have so many thoughts. Instead of worrying about it, it's better to hand over the power to the other party once and for all. Okay. Mao Chuan agreed, and then asked, will there be any impact if this position is handed over so frequently? Yes, but I have tried my best to deal with it, and the people at the headquarters will solve it later. Power and management will be separated, and the time will be more compact. Dukong gave a positive answer. When it was first established, there were a lot of power disputes in it. Now it is naturally a trouble to separate it. At the same time, the huge body of the original Dragon Master was completely swallowed by the Cold Moon Bird. The Cold Moon Bird also slowly turned into the moon again, as if nothing had happened. The cognitive coverage was also lifted. Qi Xuan watched the battle end. The so-called cognitive coverage was of no use to him. He saw the whole battle process clearly, and he also knew the communication between Mao Chuan and Dukong. It's going to enter the second change so soon. Sure enough, the larger the scale of supernatural phenomena, the faster the revival of the dark evil god. The original Dragon Master, the Cold Moon Bird, and other related supernatural beings should not have occurred in this time period. The whole process was gradual, and Qi Xuan disrupted the process, making everything change, so that there was no longer the original order. Disasters, darkness, etc. expanded rapidly, and the dark evil god was forced to restore himself. Qi Xuan didn't intend to wait for 3 years honestly. If he could accelerate, he would definitely step on the accelerator to the bottom. But now, I am increasingly confused about what this so-called evil god of the source of darkness wants to do. Just for these little bits and pieces, why are you making such a fuss? Qi Xuan understands that mankind will not perish, but will just start all over again. Just like the super ancient civilization to the new generation civilization today. When the human beings of this new generation civilization perish, everything on this planet will start all over again. Human beings are still the same human beings, but without everything in the past. It's like building a new civilization on the ruins again, and then embarking on the route of fighting against supernatural beings and the dark evil god, and ultimately failing. If you want to talk about gains, there must be some. The despair, darkness, etc. in this process will become the food of the dark evil god. But in Chi Xuan's opinion, this is a bit like begging with a golden bowl. It can't be that the dark evil god has never read books, and can't use them more efficiently, right? Chapter 586. I've been promoted? This is not good news. Chi Xuan looked at Mao Chuan and asked knowingly, "Do you want me to help you run it?" Mao Chuan shook his head. "No, it's just a normal transfer. I will go to the third line with Commander Du later. I can't keep up with the current development pace." As for Commander Du, Mao Chuan hesitated for a moment and chose to reveal a little. "He is not in good health and needs to rest. Keeping him here will only hinder us. It is better to transfer him to a new position in advance and let someone capable take on this responsibility." The words are very beautiful and coincide with the reality. If the truth is not known, the whole process is indeed the same. He does not think Chi Xuan will be able to get in touch with the truth next, because the tasks will become more and more arduous, and he thinks Chi Xuan will not have much free time. "Don't worry, there will be an assistant to help you. He is no worse than me." Seeing that Chi Xuan didn't say anything, Mao Chuan thought that he was unhappy, so he added, "The power is greater, but the workload has not increased." He knew part of Chi Xuan's thoughts, so he made further additions. "To a certain extent, you can do it more freely according to your ideas. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to always let me pass on the matter," Mao Chuan said with a smile. Chi Xuan quickly changed the subject and asked, "How is the investigation of the sword light going? Why is there no internal intelligence?" He has lived to this point, and has long been as hard as stone, so he naturally doesn't care about this little thing, but he doesn't like nagging, so he didn't continue to talk about it in detail. No. Mao Chuan's words were true. He had not yet taken over, so he did not know the truth, and had no way of knowing the information about the Sword Saint. "We don't have to worry about this matter. We are the archaeological department of the super ancient civilization, and we are responsible for excavation and rescue." Mao Chuan brought the topic back to the point. "The super ancient civilization relics you provided to Commander Du have been processed to the end. I think we should speed up." Meaning to ask Chi Xuan if there are any other clues to the super ancient civilization relics. However, Chi Xuan spread his hands. "You think you are driving a car, and you can speed up if you want. If the super ancient civilization relics were so easy to find, the Blue Sky team would not have so many until now. The information given before was all collected by me over the years, and confirmed with the help of the information of the Blue Sky team. Now I only have one in my hand, and I am not sure whether it is true or false." Chi Xuan naturally could not spread a lot of information. Mao Chuan did not have much regret when he heard this, which was also normal. Human power is limited. Chi Xuan is just a person, not a god, so it is impossible for him to know everything. It doesn't matter, one by one, are you going to outsource it or go there in person? Although Mao Chuan was asking, he answered himself, "My suggestion is to go in person. I will accompany you one last time. By the way, pass on your experience to your deputy, so that he will not have no experience and will cause trouble for you when he follows you." Chi Xuan nodded after hearing this. "Okay, the location is not far away, it is on Cheonghua Island." Hearing the words Cheonghua Island, Mao Chuan also knew where it was after a little thought. The place where you and Tonging first met. Mao Chuan naturally had Chi Xuan's resume and information, so there was a record inside. "Yes, it's there." Chi Xuan did not hide it. "I went there to explore and confirm whether there was a super ancient civilization. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough equipment and manpower at the time, so I didn't find anything. I happened to meet the Blue Sky team, so I thought about joining." Chi Xuan didn't say a word of truth in his words. It was all made up. He had just arrived at that time, so there was no plan. He just said it because it was suitable for the place, and it just happened to be put together. What information? Mao Chuan thought that Chi Xuan might have some relevant ideas, otherwise he would not have mentioned this place suddenly. After hearing this question, Chi Xuan asked quietly, "I suspect that there are corpses of ancient civilization humans in this super ancient civilization ruins. Maybe it's their cemetery." When this came out, Mao Chuan was indeed a little surprised. "You are a bit too far-fetched." Fortunately, he quickly calmed down and asked softly, "What's the point?" Yes, what's the point? Even if it is the corpse of super ancient humans, after 35 million years, it is estimated that nothing will be left. If there is no step-by-step pressure from the dark evil god, it can allow their new generation of humans to develop slowly, then these corpses do have extraordinary significance. However, now, it is really useless. What they need is a way to quickly expand their strength, not to trace the roots or change cultural traditions. Maybe there is some information about the dark evil god. Chi Xuan's words were true. There was indeed a part of the dark evil god in it. The corpse of the human of the super ancient civilization, like a seal, suppressed this part tightly. This part had actually died a long time ago, but the remaining dark power in it could also cause enough shock and awe to modern humans. That is to say, the risk is very high. It is indeed worth going, but you have to be prepared. Mao Chuan did not question Chi Xuan, nor did he ask him for any evidence to prove it. Everyone has worked together for such a long time, and there is still trust. The reason why Mao Chuan felt dangerous was naturally because all matters related to the dark evil god were not safe. Just like the Star Defense Core Stone, just revealing information related to the dark evil god, it can make this projection device that is just a data storage become so terrifying. Not to mention the part that may directly contact the dark evil god this time. Indirect contact makes the Blue Sky team incapable, let alone direct contact. So Mao Chuan is now struggling in his heart, thinking that he can't let Chi Xuan go. After all, his value to the Blue Sky team and mankind is extremely great, and he can't lose it for no reason. But in the end, we have to respect Chi Xuan's wishes. Otherwise, don't go this time. After all, it involves the dark evil god. Mao Chuan still said, without you, the loss of the Blue Sky team and mankind will be unpredictable. Without me, how do you think the Blue Sky team can open this special super ancient civilization ruins? Chi Xuan asked back. For this, I have made a lot of preparations. You can command remotely, you don't have to go to the scene in person. How could Mao Chuan not have a solution? Technology is so advanced now, and he doesn't have to go to the front line. Do you believe this? Chi Xuan asked the other party. Mao Chuan shook his head honestly. He didn't believe it himself. After all, remote command is not as good as going to the scene in person. Especially since they are also frontline staff, they naturally know the difference. From Chi Xuan's attitude, Mao Chuan also understands that he can't persuade him. Therefore, he can only say, I will make arrangements, and we will set off tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. In his opinion, tomorrow is actually long enough. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they usually make decisions in the morning and set off in the afternoon. However, this time is really different. Mao Chuan will extend the time a little more. No, it will be in the afternoon. Chi Xuan corrected the time. For this kind of thing, it is better to be quick rather than slow. The intensity of supernatural existence is getting higher and higher. If we don't hurry up to deal with it, with the level of Blue Sky team and human technology, we can't catch up at all. It was because we were lucky last time that we had the Cold Moon Bird, so we defeated the original Dragon Master. Otherwise, we would have been dead now. Hearing the last sentence, Mao Chuan was also a little surprised. Isn't there cognitive coverage? But he figured it out soon. Cognitive coverage is not cognitive modification. As an eyewitness and insider, you can definitely guess it. Otherwise, if the original Dragon Master really came, the whole planet would have been in chaos. So even if you don't see it, it's not difficult to know the truth. Okay, I deal with it. Mao Chuan smiled bitterly. I really can't hide anything from you. But the matter of the Cold Moon Bird and the original Dragon Overlord must be kept secret. You are right. The outbreak of supernatural beings has begun to grow explosively since we have excavated enough ancient civilization relics. And the intensity is getting higher and higher. Although it has not reached the level of the ancient evil molten fire beast, the Blue Sky teams in various places are actually short of manpower. The headquarters is also trying to solve it, but the results are very limited. I am now worried that before the dark evil god comes, we humans will be dragged to death by supernatural beings. Mao Chuan's tone was helpless. As a minister, he had to attend various meetings, unlike Chi Xuan, the deputy minister who had real power, but did not go anywhere. So he was very clear about the serious situation of the frequent supernatural phenomena on the planet. Sometimes I wonder, why does such a powerful evil god have to torment us weak humans? Wouldn't it be better to just exterminate us? Mao Chuan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Chi Xuan couldn't say that the dark evil god might be illiterate, so he replied, destroying you is none of your business. Humanity's tiny resistance may not even be considered a surrender in the dark evil god. Mao Chuan agreed with Chi Xuan's explanation. Yes, we can't be compared with him at all. After all, humans of the super ancient civilization have already failed. In the Blue Sky team, most people are actually pessimistic about defeating the dark evil god. They haven't seen any of his figures, and they can't even be considered indirect confrontation, but they have already forced humans to the point where they have no way out. Fortunately, no one wants to surrender despite being pessimistic. They don't take prisoners. Surrender means death, or a fate worse than death. Resistance may give them a chance of survival. Chapter 587. Cheonghua Island. This time the lineup of people coming is very luxurious. And all the civilians on the island and the surrounding area were evacuated. After all, this matter involves the dark evil god, and the Blue Sky team can't be too cautious. According to Chi Suiyan's plan, everyone quickly arrived at the designated location and began to dig. The professional team progressed very quickly, and soon found the entrance to the super ancient civilization ruins. But this time, there was no violent demolition, but an investigation and record was conducted first. There were professional department personnel to go to these things, and Chi Suiyan and Mao Chuan did not approach. Zhou Mo, I heard that your team also has Jiamai. Why didn't he come? Mao Chuan asked, looking at the armored man standing aside with a stern look. Last time he was impressed by Jiamai, and later he didn't know where he went, so he asked about it. Zhou Mo used his vocal cords that were damaged in the transformation to make a hoarse voice. Dead. The answer was simple, and there was no explanation for why he died. This is a confidentiality issue. These two words directly left Mao Chuan speechless. Is the mortality rate so high? Mao Chuan finally asked this question. Yes. Zhou Mo still answered very concisely. It's not that he doesn't want to chat, but because his transformation is not mature, he will feel obvious discomfort when he speaks. Even if he directly removes the nerve community related to pain, no pain does not mean no feeling, there will still be corresponding abnormalities. So he became more and more silent. As a pioneer of transformation, it is inevitable that there will be some defects on his body. Mao Chuan saw Zhou Mo's attitude and did not ask any further questions. He turned to communicate with the new deputy director of the Super Ancient Civilization Department about work. Chi Suiyan was promoted to a regular employee, and Mao Chuan was transferred but still on duty to do his last shift. I feel uneasy, Zhou Mo said to Chi Suiyan after Mao Chuan left. The voice was not loud, but rather small, and only Chi Suiyan could hear it. It seems that the technology of the super ancient civilization is still very sensitive to the dark evil god. Chi Suiyan knew where the other party's uneasiness came from. It is recommended to destroy it directly instead of opening it for research. Zhou Mo endured the discomfort and gave Chi Suiyan such a suggestion. However, Chi Suiyan shook his head. Facing fear is one of the most effective ways to eliminate fear. But fear is too strong. Let alone eliminating it, humans may be overwhelmed by just facing it. Zhou Mo said. He went to the scene after Jiamai's self-explosion. The sword master died, but his sword was not dead. Zhou Mo paid a huge price to remove the trace of power of the dark evil god on it. He even made a major repair after returning. But now, except for him, everyone present is an ordinary person, but they need to face a part of the dark evil god. I am afraid that 9 out of 10 people will be in trouble. So? Chi Suiyan turned around and said slowly, we have no way out. You are right. Zhou Mo thought carefully, and gave Chi Suiyan an answer. This is called deceiving oneself. It is a dead word if it cannot be solved. Not long after, the entrance to the super ancient civilization ruins was opened. This time it was opened by technical means, so the overall preservation is very perfect. However, at the moment of opening, the airflow enclosed in the ultra-ancient civilization ruins rushed out with a foul and rotten smell. But this is not the point. The point is that everyone's eyes suddenly went black, and they were mentally shocked by some unspeakable shock. Except for Zhou Mo, everyone staggered, and Chi Suiyan naturally followed the local customs, otherwise he would stand out from the crowd. Apart from him, Zhou Mo became the biggest abnormality. In any case, he was affected by the legacy transformation technology of the ultra-ancient civilization, so when facing the dark evil god breath left in the ultra-ancient civilization ruins, he formed an illusion similar to an instinctive reaction. The parts where steel and flesh were combined began to sizzle, and the charred blood like motor oil seeped out, and the black smoke formed by burning was also dissipating. This scene naturally made the people who recovered couldn't help but stay away. Mao Chuan reacted immediately and asked people to pull Chi Suiyan away from Zhou Mo. What's going on? Zhou Mo, report your situation. Mao Chuan asked. You know, Zhou Mo can be said to be the force guarantee for the excavation of the ancient civilization ruins this time, and also the route to fight against supernatural beings and dark evil gods in the future. If something goes wrong due to some defects, it will be a lot of fun. You need to rest for half an hour. Zhou gritted his teeth and said, don't enter during this period. As he said this, he endured the discomfort and began to stay away from the crowd, while contacting Du Kung through a dedicated communication channel and equipment. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in amazement, not knowing what to say for a moment. The main reason was that everything happened too fast. With Zhou Mo's sci-fi style and cool feeling, there was such a huge contrast, which was really unacceptable. Let people be alert. Qi Xuan followed up to smooth things over. Of course, he knew why Zhou Mo was in this situation. On the one hand, the Blue Sky team did not fully understand the technology of the super ancient civilization, but this was not the point. The real reason was the resistance and fear stimulated from the depths of human genes, combined with the transformation, which led to this result. Like ordinary people, they were shocked, but they did not react so much. However, it was also because of the seal and suppression of the super ancient civilization and the passage of time, otherwise everyone present would have been in trouble. Minister, something happened. The monitoring just showed that there was a problem at the seaside. A member of the department hurried over and broadcast the abnormality at sea to everyone. A large number of fish emerged from the sea, no matter big or small, deep sea or shallow sea, they were all pushing towards the sea. It was as if there was something extremely terrifying at the bottom of the sea that was driving them. In order to avoid this terror, the fish began to bounce into the air constantly, just to get out of the sea. This abnormality occurred when they opened the remains of the ancient civilization, and it was obvious that the two were inseparable. Go check the seawater, a minister said. At this point, even if you know there is a problem, you have to bite the bullet and go to investigate. It was impossible to retreat when the final step was reached. Many people immediately carried the machines and equipment to move. Although the scene on the sea made them a little creepy, they had dealt with a lot of supernatural phenomena during this period, which had trained them to have enough psychological qualities. They felt uncomfortable, but were not afraid. Then, shall we wait for Zhou Mo to come back? Mao Chuan asked Qi Xuan. He didn't know Zhou Mo very well, but his eyes were not blind. Even if Zhou Mo was far away from the crowd, the black smoke was still escaping. It might not be solved within half an hour. On the contrary, the unpleasant odor in the ultra-ancient civilization ruins had been dissipated in such a short time. No hurry, let's go in after the test results of marine fish come out, and it doesn't matter if we give Zhou Mo more time. Qi Xuan also saw that the people present were also reluctant to enter the ultra-ancient civilization ruins. Too many changes happened during the opening process, and it took some time to adapt and adjust their mentality. Even if he said to enter immediately, they would obey the order, but it would definitely affect their mood. When the interests were not great, Qi Xuan was still very generous. Okay, I let them rest where they are. Mao Chuan naturally saw Qi Xuan's thoughts, so he immediately took the deputy minister to make arrangements, and told him how to place them, etc. Qi Xuan's eyes were always on Zhou Mo. His condition did not improve, but worsened. Due to multiple factors, his genes were collapsing. If he did not receive timely rescue and treatment, he would not last more than half an hour. However, he did not know his true situation. After all, he was not a researcher, but a pioneer in the transformation experiment. He only knew that he was very uncomfortable. I will connect the hotline to your wife and children. You have the last 15 minutes. Don't worry about the follow-up. I will arrange someone to take care of it for you. Do come listen to Zhou Mo's description. As the first recipient of the super ancient civilization technology inheritance, he naturally knew what was wrong with Zhou Mo's body. However, he had no solution because there was no time. If Zhou Mo was not on Qianghua Island, but near the headquarters, or around a base, with corresponding technology, he could still stabilize the gene through drugs. Unfortunately now, there is no time to deliver the drugs. The first generation is incomplete after all, but fortunately the third generation has perfectly solved the instinct problem in the genes. You are worthy of being Professor Qi. You can find the original civilization tomb so quickly, but it's too early. Du King's eyes fell on the gradually formed skull. After hearing this, the other party laughed strangely and said, "Not fast, really not fast. I am very close to you. It's like you are approaching me without knowing whether to live or die." Faced with the words of the dark evil god, Du Kang ignored it directly and asked directly, "What's inside?" There is no relevant record in the Star Defense Core Stone. It is only known that the super ancient civilization used its own civilization as a tomb to bury part of the dark evil god. However, there are contradictions in the records, because it mentions more than some truths involving the source of darkness. Of course, it is the power of the gods, Otherwise, what do you think it would be? The dark evil god's tone was sarcastic. Ducombe believed it, but he was not moved at all. For a dying person, it is impossible for him to believe the words of an evil god who is full of deception and lies. He doesn't even know if the other party is the real dark evil god. Chapter 588. Zhou Mo's flesh and blood melted away in front of everyone, leaving only the modified artificial structure. Because of the previous psychological preparation, the people present were not too surprised, and soon someone came to deal with it. As for the detection of the sea fish, there were also results. It was affected by the special magnetic field emitted from the ultra-ancient civilization ruins, which disturbed the bioelectric current of the sea fish itself. And because the scope of influence was too large, this extremely horrifying situation occurred. But there must be a deeper impact, so a small number of people were left to continue to observe and monitor, and the rest of the people entered the ultra-ancient civilization ruins. This ultra-ancient civilization ruins is still underground, but unlike the past, it is mainly composed of narrow passages, but it is uncharacteristically magnificent. This change made everyone present understand that this ultra-ancient civilization ruins are very unusual. And since they entered, it seems that the seeds of uneasiness have been planted in their hearts, and suspicious thoughts appear from time to time. Fortunately, there were enough people, so no problems had occurred yet. When they went about 3 kilometers underground, they saw corpses. The bodies of these corpses were very well preserved. Although they were not as good as those who had just died, they were still very lifelike. Check it out, Chi Suiyan said, and the professionals immediately tested it through the equipment. And they immediately answered, no problem, it is at least 35 million years old. What about the environment? Why can it be preserved so well? Mao Chuan added. I don't know yet. It will take time. The professionals were able to give Chi Suiyan the answer in such a short time, which was the result of their own strength and equipment. If they wanted more detailed information, they would naturally need more time. Don't worry about it, just keep going. Chi Suiyan did not intend to leave immediately, but just fulfilled his duties. Everyone moved forward again, and the corpses of the super ancient civilization humans became more and more, and their appearance became more and more strange. The corpses at the outermost edge were still not much different from the new generation of humans, but then, there appeared corpses with different appearances such as giants, orcs, elves, etc. Gene modification technology, by obtaining corresponding genes from some supernatural beings, can make the modified person have certain supernatural abilities. Not only can it gain the power to fight against supernatural beings, but it can also greatly improve the resistance to darkness. This should be the remnant of the main force of the super ancient civilization to fight against darkness. Mao Chuan immediately explained. The Blue Sky team also obtained the corresponding technology, and began to implement and quote it. Some of it was used on Jiamai, Zhou Mo and others. However, in terms of effect, it is far inferior to these main forces. The genes used by the ancient civilizations are all from their former supernatural allies, so they have excellent stability and development, and there is no need to worry about subsequent problems. But the current Blue Sky team is different. They don't have so many supernatural allies, most of them are supernatural enemies. So in terms of execution, elimination is the main method. Unless the value is extremely high, they will not be captured alive. It's not that they don't want to, but because the current technological development is not enough to support the cost of capturing alive. The enemy is too strong, but their own strength is not enough. In order to avoid the recurrence of the ancient evil molten fire beast, they can only be forced to drink poison to quench their thirst. It's dancing on the edge of a knife. You have to think more, and take fewer risks. It is likely that it is the last super ancient civilization ruins built after the super ancient civilization defeated the darkness. It is very likely that there is a secret of their defeat of the darkness. Chi Suiyan followed up and encouraged people. When everyone heard Professor Chi, who never makes mistakes, say this, they are naturally full of confidence. Even if there are doubts in their hearts, they will not say it out at this juncture to offend people. They are just following the crowd. Mao Chuan also looked at Chi Suiyan with a little surprise. He didn't expect Chi Suiyan to be so confident. But soon, the way forward was blocked. The number of corpses was incredible, so they could only wait to be cleaned up. Fortunately, he was very well prepared this time, and the staff soon began to carry these strange corpses out. Professor Chi, are you serious about what you said just now? Mao Chuan came over and whispered after arranging the affairs. The fear and anxiety from deep in the genes have proved this point. Chi Suiyan gave a straightforward response. Everyone except Chi Suiyan had this feeling, but they were forced to suppress it because of the number of people and pressure. When you come back to your senses, you will feel that it is still lingering in your heart. So the super ancient civilization relied on the power of the dark evil god to defeat the dark evil god. Mao Chuan immediately sorted out Qi Xuan's thoughts. Otherwise, why would there be a part of the dark evil god in the tomb of civilization, which is the remains of the super ancient civilization? Because this is their ultimate means of victory. Especially when they knew that they were only defeated but not destroyed, they left this means of victory as a weapon of mass destruction to the later generations. And these corpses are one of the prices paid after transporting this weapon of mass destruction to this super ancient civilization relic. Yes, what else do you think? Qi Xuan had an expression that I already knew. If mortals want to defeat gods, they can only rely on the power of gods. Otherwise, with such a big gap, how do you think we can make up for it? But I am also worried. Qi Xuan sighed here. The super ancient civilization can grasp it, but we may not. Take one step at a time. Mao Chuan said softly. He also knew that the human civilization he was in was like a child swinging a sledgehammer. If he was not careful, he might hurt himself or even kill himself. But if he didn't swing this hammer, there would be no chance at all. Will there be any impact? Mao Chuan changed his direction. After all, if it is really a part of the dark evil god, you, me, and them are all ordinary people and cannot bear it at all. The only one who had indirect contact with the dark evil god was Du Keng. Now they have to have direct contact. It is really unacceptable without any protection. I don't know, let's take a gamble. Qi Xuan certainly can't know. Seeing this, Mao Chuan did not give up, but began to make further arrangements. Qi Xuan didn't give him a plan, so he couldn't think and execute it himself. Materials such as protective clothing must be arranged more or less. Even if they may not be useful, they are still very good for psychological comfort. On the other side, Qi Xuan replaced Mao Chuan's new deputy, Miao Rui, the deputy director of the Super Ancient Civilization Archaeology Department, came over to report on the matter. The other party was also a capable middle-aged man. He acted vigorously, boldly and carefully, and because he was a man, he was physically strong and could be used as a pure cow to work overtime to write reports. Minister, the sea fish tide has receded. But there are still many problems with the data. Miao Rui handed the report to Qi Xuan and began to report the situation verbally. Qi Xuan looked at the report while listening to the other party's brief summary. After it was almost done, he said, "Don't worry, it's the instinctive reaction of the organism. But the subsequent fishery resources may be affected, and the people's livelihood economy needs to be replanned." After the super ancient civilization relic was opened, sea fish was just the beginning. As the excavation progressed, Jianghua Island and even the surrounding islands would have a life vacuum area. That is to say, humans have wisdom, so they can make effective adjustments through self-reasoning and their own will. But animals and insects are not very intelligent, so they will definitely migrate away after generating anxiety and fear. As for plants, they will die. It just takes some time, and it won't appear immediately. Okay, and there is after getting the reply, Miao Rui quickly reported the next task. In terms of auxiliary work, Miao Rui's professionalism and efficiency are far better than Mao Chuan. After all, the Super Ancient Natural Archaeology Department, where Mao Chuan was previously located, was just a small department. It was only after Qi Xuan came that nature was reorganized into civilization, and the subsequent personnel increased and expanded. On the contrary, Miao Rui is a professional transferred from other departments, and he is definitely not comparable to Mao Chuan. The power of God? Du Keng looked puzzled. You mean, you were defeated by your own power? How absurd is this? The skull was not surprised by Du Keng's statement, but replied with a grin. So this is the real power. You can't understand the source of darkness, but you are indeed wondering why the revival of darkness is so fast. Before he finished speaking, the skull obviously noticed something wrong. Even if the new generation of humans are more capable of committing suicide, they will not have such a fast progress. The progress is not right. Is it because the evil god of darkness can't wait? Du Keng rarely got a little information, and his heart couldn't help but be excited, but his expression didn't change much. No, the source of darkness is very patient. The skull immediately denied. For you, billions of years are long, but for the source of darkness, it is just a moment. The so-called time has no meaning at all. After being denied by the skull, Du Keng also understood one thing. If it is not the work of the dark evil god, it means that someone is secretly fanning the flames behind the scenes, which will force humans who originally had enough time to develop to dance on the edge of a knife. Since it is not the plan of the dark evil god, who do you think it is? Du Keng asked tentatively, hoping to get some answers from the skull. However, his question did not get an answer from the skull. After the other party was slid around in his field of vision, it slowly dissipated. It seems that you don't know either. Kung did not care about the other party's attitude, and then said, "But this is good news. You are not invincible, and the dark evil god is not invincible either. We still have a chance." Chapter 589. Is this it? After clearing the huge number of corpses in the ruins, everyone finally saw the item they wanted to see. However, the result was beyond their expectations. It was not a powerful weapon or a luxurious scepter. On the contrary, it was just a shriveled fruit, which was soaked in the bottom of a stone cup that looked extremely simple and isolated by an unknown transparent liquid. When Tonging took it down, he felt nothing. And because the fruit was covered with transparent liquid again after moving, the uneasiness and fear that had lingered in everyone's hearts were swept away. "It is it." Qi Xuan confirmed directly. "Everyone's nervousness is gone." This question naturally received a unanimous answer from everyone. "It doesn't look like it," Mao Chuan muttered. He thought that part of the dark evil god would be very terrifying. It was either flesh and blood tentacles or black air lingering, but the real appearance was a bit challenging. More importantly, there was no impact at all. He was mentally prepared to sacrifice most of the people. Now think about it again. Since it was left by the super ancient civilization for the later civilization, it must be properly handled. Otherwise, let alone using it, it is impossible to get close to it. What is the point of keeping it? It will only become a hidden danger. We cannot define darkness with human thinking and ideas. Qi Xuan said, and added, "Place it as soon as possible and send it back to the headquarters." "Then how to use this?" "It's a seed, and it can't be planted," Mao Chuan asked. Although he didn't know why the liquid in the stone cup hadn't evaporated after so many years, he was sure that it was because of the infiltration and cover of the liquid that the seeds were blocked from external influence. If they really want to plant, it's not certain what the consequences will be. Wait for the news from Commander Du. We are only responsible for excavation and archaeology. How to use it can only be studied later. Qi Xuan certainly knew how to use it. Just plant it and die together. If you are lucky, there will be some residues, like the super ancient civilization, and then the seeds will be recycled and reused, and then wait for death. The price of defeating the dark evil god is the destruction of the super ancient civilization, simple and crude. Of course, it is necessary to cooperate with the Star Defense Corps stones during the period. So before that, if the Blue Sky team wants to use it, they must collect it all. It is the final means, and it must be a result of a desperate struggle, so there is no way to save themselves. With Qi Xuan speaking, everyone naturally obeyed. There are many people who are curious and want to see it, but due to its preciousness, it cannot be seen by everyone. The remaining value is not high. Deputy Minister Miao, you arrange the aftermath. We will go back first. Qi Xuan directly put the task on Chun Yoma's hands. The other party had no objection, just nodded, answered directly with the word okay, and started working. He was also very good at this, and he was not unfamiliar at all. Obviously, he was promoted from a frontline staff. On the other side, Qi Xuan took Tonging and Mao Chuan on a special plane and went directly to the headquarters. There was no obstruction all the way, and he met Du Kung very smoothly. "You don't look very well." Qi Xuan sat opposite Du Kung, with a lot of Star Defense Corps stones between them. Tonging and Mao Chuan worked together to place the stone cup and seeds in front of Du Kung. At this time, Du Kung was already skin and bones, and he might fall down if the wind blew. "The work intensity is too high, sorry." Du Kung did not hide his situation, but did not explain to Qi Xuan. He turned to look at Tonging. "Captain Tong, you go out and wait for orders first. I have something to discuss with Professor Qi and the others." Tonging was not suitable to stay and listen to these, so he was sent away. After the people left, Du King's tired eyes revealed a trace of determination. He stared at Qi Xuan and asked, "I really want to know, Professor Qi, who are you?" With his indirect contact with the dark evil god and the acquisition of a large amount of technological inheritance from super ancient civilizations, Du Kung found more and more unreality in his investigation of Qi Xuan's resume and experience. That feeling is as illusory as the flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. It exists, but cannot be effectively confirmed. Me? Just a person. Qi Xuan knew what the other party meant, but he was just pretending to be stupid. "Commander Du, you are not affected by the dark evil god." At this point, Qi Xuan turned the tables. As for admitting it, it doesn't matter, but why? He has hidden it so well. Why does he have to cause trouble for himself? Qi Xuan would not do such a thing even if he was bored, let alone there are only disadvantages and no benefits. "My mental state is indeed not good." Du Kung admitted it openly. Star Defense Corps stone, The erosion of the dark evil god. But I'm not that stupid. Since you don't want to say it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I've seen everything you've done. But I still want to know how to use it. Dukong pointed at the seed in the stone cup and asked. Dukong could keenly perceive that he felt a lot more relaxed after Chi Suan arrived. It was like the arrival of a being far more terrifying than the dark evil god. Even if it was fleeting, it left a very deep impression on Dukong. So he had to suspect that the human being in front of him, whom he couldn't see through at all, might have an unknown relationship with the accelerated dark revival. Since the other party entered the Blue Sky team, they have been using their Blue Sky team as a pawn for layout. Of course, he didn't think about breaking up, but just wanted to get some information from Chi Suan. In fact, it might be that he guessed wrong, but it didn't matter, just treat it as a trick. It would be best if he was really fooled. If he failed, it would just be a loss of face, which was nothing to Dukong. Commander Du, I know that my previous resume is indeed a little wrong, but I had to do so. You can find evidence if you want to. You can't think that I am the incarnation of the dark evil god or a supernatural being just because of this little problem. Chi Suan said in a tone of laughter and tears. Mao Chuan also echoed, yes, Commander Du must have misunderstood. Seeing that there was no gain, Dukong also gave up the follow-up and said bitterly, I'm sorry, Professor Chi is too good, and I am in this mental state. It's normal to be suspicious. Fortunately, I'm going to retire soon, otherwise something bad will happen sooner or later. Although he was so scared, he still had doubts in his heart. What a pity. Dukong felt sorry. No matter which possibility it was, he had no chance to follow up. This kind of thing can only happen once. Otherwise, he would have to suspect that he was influenced by the dark evil god and intended to eliminate the elites within the human race. When will you retire? Who will take over? Chi Suan asked along the other party's topic. In 5 days, Mao Chuan will take over, but don't worry, he won't be able to control you after the separation of powers and responsibilities. Dukong said with a little humor. This is also one of the few times he found joy in suffering. TSK, so he was promoted, and he said he was in the third line, so he was hiding it from me. Chi Suan said with a smile, the things have been delivered, so I go back first if there's nothing else. The information about the super ancient civilization that I have studied over the years has been almost excavated. I'm afraid there won't be such a large output in the future, so I'm afraid there won't be any more achievements. My suggestion is to further divide the powers of the super ancient civilization archaeology department, and cast a wide net is the right way. Although I don't know why the headquarters collected so many Star Defense Corps stones, according to my intuition, it must be related to the stone cup seeds. Hearing this, Dukong also understood what Chi Suan wanted to do, but he didn't want to do it. Perhaps it was because of his own doubts. You misunderstood, I didn't plan to, Dukong hurriedly explained. However, Chi Suan further said, I'm not angry, but I really have nothing in my stomach. I have been accumulating these goods for my whole life, and it will only take a few days to spit them out. I am a human, not a god. I will collapse sooner or later if I rely on myself. Chi Suan said so. Dukong could only swallow what he wanted to say and change his words. Okay, take a good rest during this period. Mao Chuan, please send Professor Chi off for me. I think I need to rest. Dukong felt uncomfortable, and it was obvious that the invasion of the dark evil god had intensified again. The two did not stay and left. Leaving Dukong alone, not long after, the skull reappeared. Where did you go just now? Dukong asked. The skull turned around on the ceiling and said, of course, I waited for you to die. Someone came just now, what do you think? Dukong asked bluntly. 2, right? I sent you the power of God. A dark mist appeared in the empty eye sockets of the skull, and a greedy look gathered from it. Its eyes were always fixed on the fruit in the stone cup. If it could obtain the power of God, perhaps it could be independent from the dark evil god, and no longer be a remnant of the other party. 3. Dukong corrected the skull. The third one sat in your current position and talked to me for a long time. At this moment, the flying skull could not help but stagnate, and the dark mist in the eye sockets seemed a little slow. This is impossible. The skull's voice was sharp. But reason told it that Dukong would not lie to itself, because the other party had no reason and no meaning. However, it did not detect any traces of anyone, nothing existed. Nothing is impossible. Dukong showed a long-lost smile. You are not the dark evil god after all. So do you mind telling me how to use it? Dukong pointed at the stone cup seed known as the power of the gods and asked. Presumably, it must be willing to tell now. Chapter 590. Dukong died, and Mao Chuan took his place. Because this result had been prepared, it did not cause much commotion. His original power and interests had been handled, and the handover process was also very smooth. Mao Chuan sat smoothly in Du King's original seat. The invasion of the dark evil god and the knowledge flowing out of the Star Defense Core stone made him gradually understand everything. On his left-hand side, the originally shriveled fruit in the stone cup had become very round, and at the same time a new bud had sprouted. Obviously, before Du Kang died, he let this fruit take root and sprout. At the same time, he also saw the skull suspended on the Star Defense Core stone. "So, Commander, Du made a deal with you?" Mao Chuan asked slightly uncomfortably. The skull was covered with a thin layer of flesh and blood, and a part of Du King's shadow could be seen from the external outline. Yes, he made the power of the god sprout. The skull noticed that another one had changed its position, and after flying around, it landed in front of Mao Chuan. Mao Chuan looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Du Kang did this. If Du Kang hadn't made a deal with the skull and let the power of the god sprout, he could have held on for a few more days, and the subsequent development of the other party would have been more stable. But he didn't, and resolutely chose this result that even he couldn't understand. "Okay, I know." Mao Chuan didn't ask why, nor did he have the desire to explore. He is not Du Kang, he is Mao Chuan, two completely different individuals with different ideas, self and thinking. Mao Chuan can be Du King's scapegoat, but he will not be his puppet. At this moment, he was thinking about choosing his successor. According to his current estimate, as Du Kang said, his limit can only last for 45 days, so he directly made a discount. Find another person willing to continue to be a scapegoat within a month. This candidate is relatively easy to find. He chose Tong Ying. The two have worked together for a long time, and he is strong and can last for a while. As for who will be after Tong Ying, that is not his concern. After all, he is dead, so who cares about the flood? After the person is chosen, the next step is ideological work. This time, the skull head rarely harassed him, but turned into black smoke and lingered in his field of vision. However, Mao Chuan, who was thinking, was gradually attracted by the fruit sprouting in the stone cup. Some strange whispers appeared in his ears. When he came back to his senses, it was just a hallucination. "Have you heard the whispers of darkness?" The black smoke transformed by the skull suddenly said this. Mao Chuan ignored the other party's words. He was too lazy to pay attention. "You are actually a qualified person, interesting." The skull came closer. "Why don't you try to accept the power of God? Have you seen the Star Defense Core Matrix? It used to be a qualified carrier for accepting the power of God. So the super ancient civilization you mentioned was able to defeat the dark evil god and let you continue. And you also have this potential. But I'm surprised that you didn't have this potential before. It just appeared today, as if someone suddenly gave it to you. Aren't you curious?" The skull's tone was full of temptation and guidance. Mao Chuan narrowed his eyes, and then asked, "You mean Professor Qi, right?" At this moment, Mao Chuan suddenly remembered that Du Kang had pointed the finger at Qi Xuan for no reason. At first, he thought it was Du King's fault, but now it seems that this skull may have been the reason for the discord. He was very determined, and didn't believe the other party's words at all. Although he had not counted how much Qi Xuan had contributed to mankind, he kept it in mind. And this skull was born from the remnants of the dark evil god or something else. Who to believe? It's not easy to tell. How could someone foolishly choose to believe the enemy and eliminate his own meritorious officials? Yes, he is using humans and the dark evil god to make profits for himself. The skull said this sincerely, and it was also the truth. But Mao Chuan didn't believe a word of it. "Don't you think this is too absurd?" Mao Chuan was speechless. "I did just take over today, but that doesn't mean I don't have a brain. If you want to sow discord, I don't think it needs to be so obvious, and there's no need to be so anxious. There's still plenty of time for us to get along." He now doubted the level of this skull. The reason why the other party was able to scare Du Kang was probably because Du Kang was eroded by the dark evil god and became unconscious, so he believed it. Otherwise, with this little bit of rhetoric, let alone Mao Chuan, even an 8-year-old child might not believe it. The skull was not angry because of Mao Chuan's words. It just laughed strangely, and then dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Then it disappeared from Mao Chuan's sight without any warning. "It's really annoying," Mao Chuan muttered, and then he heard a knock on the door. Before he could speak, the door was opened first, and he saw Qi Xuan pushing the door in. "Your succession is so low-key. How come there is no news at all?" Qi Xuan sat beside him without any scruples. "This is not the place you should come, Professor Qi," Mao Chuan said in a low voice. Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the fruit sprouting in the stone cup. "There is something wrong with this position." Otherwise I don't believe that Du Kung would die inexplicably. There are people who are more suitable for the position than you, but you were chosen. I am not familiar with Du Kung, so it is difficult to ask. You are different. We have worked together for a long time, so there are not so many scruples. These words of his were naturally knowingly asked. It was just to help Mao Chuan. It is not convenient to say, but don't come again in the future. Mao Chuan naturally did not intend to tell Qi Xuan the truth. After all, they are friends. Okay, but since I came here, I didn't come empty-handed. Qi Xuan said here, but he paused. I went to Chionghua Island again in the morning. Hearing this, Mao Chuan's eyes showed doubts. Isn't it finished? Because he was busy with the affairs he took over in the morning, he didn't pay attention to this aspect. It has been finished, so I went to see it. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Qi Xuan said. Mao Chuan thought this was too much of a coincidence, but he also said, bad news, what could be worse than the dark evil god? Of course there is. The fruit in the stone cup is called the power of God by the humans of the super ancient civilization. Once it sprouts, it will use the entire civilization as food and continue to grow. Perhaps, before the dark evil god comes, we will be killed by the power of God first. Qi Xuan glanced at the fruit in the stone cup again. So what about the good news? Mao Chuan's eyes twitched. This news is indeed bad enough. When this thing grows up, it can defeat the dark evil god again, but it doesn't seem to have much significance. Qi Xuan paused at this point. How did you make it sprout? According to the report, I remember that it is necessary to collect all the Star Defense Core stones as carriers to do this. We are still far from it. Theoretically, it is impossible to make the fruit sprout. Mao Chuan also smiled bitterly. I don't know either. It's Du Kung. At this moment, Mao Chuan really felt that it was difficult. Du King's death might not be that simple. You can check the detailed report and data yourself. I will find a way to help you. Qi Xuan suddenly said. This made Mao Chuan pause. Help him? What can he do? From some of the information obtained, there are some records that the first qualified carrier chosen by the super ancient civilization was not the Star Defense Core stones, but human beings themselves, just like the corpses we saw. When they first started, what they transplanted was not a supernatural being, but the dark evil god itself. But they failed, and finally chose the Star Defense Core stone. If we follow this idea and create a new carrier to transfer the cost, perhaps it can allow humans to survive until the end. Qi Xuan's tone was solemn. Mao Chuan was a little stunned after hearing this. How confident are you? Not at all. Qi Xuan's words made Mao Chuan speechless. He spoke so passionately, but he ended up withering here. That's it. Mao Chuan said unhappily, just do your best. I'm penniless and have no reference. Even if I want to do my best, I can't create it out of thin air. Qi Xuan also replied. The Star Defense Core stone cannot be studied by you. Mao Chuan now understood Qi Xuan's purpose. It turned out that this was his idea. No wonder he was so sure and dared to come to him. However, the Star Defense Core was too precious and dangerous, so Mao Chuan was definitely unwilling. But soon, a sentence from the skull suddenly emerged in his mind, that is, he was also a qualified carrier of the power of the gods. Maybe it could be used as a try? He didn't have a few days to live now, so it was better to make full use of it and cooperate with Qi Xuan. If he really researched something, it would be a good death. If you don't mind, I can find you a possible qualified carrier, Mao Chuan said directly. You? Qi Xuan looked at him suspiciously. What? Qualification and carrier, these two are either related to the dark evil god or the super ancient civilization. Where can you find them? Far away in the sky and close at hand. Mao Chuan pointed at himself and said, do you count? Count. Qi Xuan was waiting for this sentence, so he nodded without hesitation, indicating that it was you. Then when do we start? Seeing Qi Xuan so straightforward, Mao Chuan also reacted all of a sudden, and the other party's target from the beginning was himself. All those twists and turns mentioned above are fake. Chapter 591. Can you really do this? Mao Chuan's eyes widened for a moment. He watched Qi Xuan use various devices that he could not understand, and could only roughly understand the purpose of, and in just 3 days, he was shocked. How should I know? This is not your own body. You ask me, who should I ask? Qi Xuan rolled his eyes at him in return. This made Mao Chuan smile bitterly. Mao Chuan could feel that there was a certain power in his body that was taking root and sprouting together with the fruit called God's power in the stone cup. It was almost as if he had really obtained this power. But the power was sealed in his body and could not be released, which made him feel very depressed. He wanted to vent, but there was no way. This feeling was as if someone was constantly pouring water into his body. However, it was not without benefits. The erosion from the dark evil god and the impact of the Star Defense Corps' stones were mitigated due to their own changes. However, he instinctively thought that this might not be a good thing, but he couldn't find the key point. In the end, he could only give up temporarily and wait for further observation. You proposed and implemented the experiment. I just cooperated. Mao Chuan clenched his fist to feel the strength, and his skin looked extremely delicate, just like a young man. The only flaw was that the surface of the skin actually appeared to be plant-like fibers, but fortunately it was just an appearance, and he didn't care much. This should be the change brought to me by the power of God, Mao Chuan said, and easily lifted the entire conference table with just one hand. His body had undergone tremendous changes without him noticing, especially in terms of physical strength. However, he had not conducted any tests, and the entire experimental process was not very formal. Your body has absorbed the genes of the god's power fruit, so to some extent, the human genetic structure and the dark evil god's god structure are merging. In theory, you are now a supernatural being. Do you have an urge to arrest yourself? Qi Xuan teased. I really have a little bit. Mao Chuan smacked his lips, and then thought about a question, that is, what is the use of this? If nothing unexpected happens, after he reaches a balance with the god's power fruit, the subsequent experiments will make the combination between the two closer. But what is the use of this? Their real purpose is to prevent the god's power fruit from completely absorbing human civilization due to its growth. The power of an individual, placed here, can't save their civilization at all. Since it has been initially successful, how confident are you about the subsequent cost transfer? Mao Chuan asked. Not at all. Qi Xuan said bluntly. But from your situation, I have thought of a solution. How about we just start a new business? When Mao Chuan heard these 4 words, he was also confused. Not to mention entering the universe. With their abnormal technological development, how can they get away from the surface? In his opinion, starting a new business is to run away. You know, the super ancient civilization did not leave the mother planet at that time. In our situation, I'm afraid it's impossible. Mao Chuan roughly explained to Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan also heard the other party's misunderstanding, so he said, No, I'm not saying run away, but I'm not playing with the dark evil god anymore. We can completely use the power of God to transform all humans into it. Qi Xuan pointed to the fruit and continued, Mortals use the power of God to defeat God. It's unrealistic for us to become gods, but it would be fine if we can directly become the power of God. As soon as the words came out, Mao Chuan was really shocked at this time. He didn't expect Qi Xuan to have such a weird idea. If people can't fight against the dark evil god, then everyone will collectively stop being human, and see who you, the dark evil god, will harm. And because they all become supernatural beings, then whether it is their own planet or the universe, combined with the technology of the super ancient civilization, they will directly become the overlord of the universe from small Karami. What's the price? Mao Chuan held back. His thoughts couldn't stop spreading outward, but reason told him that the consequences would be terrible. Especially since this power originally belonged to the dark evil god. Even if the weak new generation of humans have gained some of the power of the powerful super ancient civilization, it is only a part, not all. Apart from the fact that they are not human, the failure rate will be very high, and the process will be difficult for people to accept, and even the result will be very unbearable. Qi Xuan said vaguely. Mao Chuan nodded. Inhuman, cruel, you and I will become half human and half plant, or simply a living plant, right? He looked at his skin, and cut his skin with difficulty with a knife. Although the muscles still looked like human flesh and blood, the structure had undergone tremendous changes. Almost, but your case is an accident. After all, you said that you are a qualified carrier, and the situation of ordinary people may be less optimistic. Qi Xuan said. Mao Chuan did not fluctuate much when he heard this, but asked, What will it look like? Fruit, monster, flower, anyway, anything is possible. Qi Xuan spread his hands. We have to wait until the experiment on you is completed. After all, you are the first case, and only with you can we produce drugs similar to vaccines for human experiments. Mao Chuan felt that Qi Xuan was right. Ding. Suddenly, the communication at hand rang directly. Mao Chuan immediately swallowed the words he wanted to say to Qi Xuan, and then decisively picked up the phone. Speak. His voice seemed a little low. A call that can be directly called and can basically be confirmed to have important things to report. Okay, I will arrange people to support. The other end of the phone also finished the matter in a brief speed. The whole process took only 30 seconds before the call was hung up. What's going on? Chi Xuan heard, but asked again. The follow-up of Cheonghua Island. Mao Chuan made arrangements while explaining to Chi Xuan. In the last review after the evacuation of personnel, observers saw a huge corpse standing up from the sea. A combatant went to deal with it, and the backup hidden energy was activated, but it didn't solve the problem. Now it's needed. Mao Chuan didn't hide it, but he didn't say many details. It's not that he is stingy, but because he doesn't know it very well. After all, he had just taken over, so naturally he couldn't be as skilled as Du Kung. Otherwise, if you go to deal with it, it will involve the fruit of the power of God anyway. Chi Xuan interrupted the other party. Me? Mao Chuan looked a little confused. Is this reasonable? So he said speechlessly, don't do whatever you want. Although my experiment was indeed successful, there is still a lot of gap compared to the combatants. Those combatants have all been transformed by the technology of super ancient civilizations, and each of them is far beyond ordinary people. Especially after the transformation, it has far surpassed most of the thermal weapons developed by the new generation of humans. So if he goes, the efficiency will not be that high. You don't understand your changes at all. Even if you can't fully synchronize and use the power of God, you can't compare with the combatants. Don't you notice the changes in yourself? Chi Xuan said, and showed the other party some of the changes. Mao Chuan only realized at this time that his body seemed to be bigger. Cheonghua Island, the corpse on the beach, and your sudden change. You said there is no connection between the two. Can you believe it yourself? Chi Xuan said with a look of disappointment. Is it some kind of sign, or some kind of residual effect of the fruit of the god? Mao Chuan wanted to think it was a coincidence. But when the coincidences came together, he had to think more. Okay, then I listen to you. I go over and take a look. Mao Chuan felt that Chi Xuan would definitely not lie to him. As for the problem of leaving here, there is no need to worry in the short term. He went and came back quickly, and might not necessarily take action. Although he had mastered supernatural powers, he was not a combatant after all. If he fought, he could only use guns at most. If he was asked to fight in close combat, he couldn't do it. Traitor, hateful. He only had a head left, but he was still alive after the transformation. His eyes fell on the huge stitched corpse standing on the seashore, with its back to him, and its front facing the position where the sun was setting, looking at something. The instinct from the depths of his genes made him recognize the origin of this sudden stitched corpse. In the super ancient civilization period, not all humans chose to fight against the dark evil god. Where there are people, there are naturally disputes. Therefore, many people chose to betray their own civilization and chose to become the running dogs of the dark evil god. The result was indeed as they wished, and they gained eternal life and power. However, the thinking of humans and the evil god is completely different. The evil god gave them the result, but this result was not what they wanted. They are alive, but also dead, trapped in darkness and unable to escape the torture of pain forever. This is a blessing for the dark evil god. Following his roar, the betrayer slowly turned his body, and the stench of corpses on his body turned into highly toxic gas, corroding He's remaining vitality. The explosion of the backup hidden energy did not kill the betrayer, but it also hurt it. The body was full of pits, and was accumulating corpse fluid to recover. Humans cannot fight against gods. Only by surrendering can they have the right to live. The betrayer said, and his huge palm pressed down. He looked at the giant hand falling, without any fear, but instead laughed harshly and mocked the other party. He was not afraid of death at all, otherwise he would not have applied for combat transformation. But the next moment, his eyes blurred, and a figure passed by, holding his head that was about to dissipate vitality, and escaped the suppression of the betrayer's corpse hand. Chapter 592. As if instinctive, he can skillfully use these powers. Just a step late. Mao Chuan looked at He's head that had turned to ashes, with regret in his tone. On the way, he didn't even take a fighter plane, but used the power he obtained from the god's power fruit to arrive in a way similar to space transmission. When he entered the battle, his body's instincts emerged from the combat experience, and even abilities of all the super warriors from human civilization when fighting against the dark evil god. His mind said that he didn't know anything, but his body reacted first. Chi Xuan told him that this was a normal physical reaction. After all, the god's power fruit was once used as a resource for the super ancient civilization. So theoretically, everything in the super ancient civilization is contained in this fruit. Mao Chuan himself became a qualified carrier of the fruit, and he would definitely get everything. Mao Chuan believed this explanation, otherwise he really couldn't find out why he could do this. I didn't expect that you were around Cheonghua Island. Mao Chuan's eyes fell on the body of the betrayer's stitched corpse. The instinct deep in his genes forced Mao Chuan to recognize the giant corpse. Although it was fragmented, the hatred would not disappear. The betrayer has always been the most hateful. You stole the power of God. The betrayer roared. After betraying the super ancient civilization, it naturally became the most loyal believer of the dark evil God. So even if it was tortured, the distortion of thinking and soul always existed. This kind of split and absurd conflict made the betrayer hate human beings more and more. Why do you dare to resist? Why don't you come and suffer together? Let me think about it. This is how it should be used. Mao Chuan ignored the roar of the betrayer and began to try to guide the power in his body. The next moment, a branch grew out of his fingertips, swaying dark leaves at the same time. Then, the originally dark sky was completely covered by dark clouds. God's punishment. As his voice fell, a slightly distorted black thunder fell from the sky and landed directly on the betrayer. Boom, a loud noise emerged, and the betrayer was bathed in thunder, and then was forced to curl up in the sea with multiple pains. However, the endless black thunder kept striking down, making the body of the betrayer look unrecognizable. So tired. He stopped panting until the branches and black leaves on Mao Chuan's fingertips withered. At the same time, he only felt a sharp pain in his head. It's still too much of a stretch. It's worthy of the power of God. It's so easy to control the celestial phenomena. Mao Chuan took a while to relax, and then he straightened up. He did overdraw because it was his first time using it, but it didn't mean it was difficult to use. During the whole process, he just thought about it, and then used his ability. There was no logic during the period, and he didn't need to think about why. Such a simple but rough power is very useful to him. If he continues to grow up, he will become stronger. It's just that my appearance has changed again. After completing the first outpouring of the power of God, he could feel that his human characteristics were becoming less and less. It's not that there is no good news. For example, the invasion of the dark evil God has been completely isolated. But another sound appeared in his ears, from the super ancient civilization period. It was very noisy and chaotic. Sometimes it was family matters, and sometimes it was wailing or crying or jubilation. These sounds are the aggregation of all the super ancient civilizations from development to destruction. I don't know if Professor Chi has a way to solve it, otherwise I will go crazy. Mao Chuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the erosion intensity is not as strong as the erosion of the dark evil God, it is not a solution to be so messy. And as his qualified carrier progresses, he will not only have to bear the super ancient civilization with continuously increasing strength, but also the civilization of the new generation of humans. He still has some knowledge of his willpower, which is definitely not as good as Du Kung. In fact, the most suitable person for this position should be the dead Commander Du, but the situation at that time was not suitable. However, Mao Chuan quickly restrained the various noises in his mind, and his eyes fell on the traitor's stitched corpse, who climbed up from the bottom of the sea again. Your power comes from the dark evil God. And my power is also the power of God. Then according to this equation, your power can also be used by me. Mao Chuan naturally did not intend to let this traitor go. Although he did not know why the other party suddenly appeared, he knew one thing, that he could completely devour the dark power in the other party's body that came from the same source as himself. Not only could he calm the dissatisfaction deep in his genes and ease the whispers from the super ancient civilization, but he could also take the growth progress of the fruit of God's power to a higher level. It's time to end your miserable life of betrayal. Mao Chuan's voice emerged. The black cloud hovering in the sky slowly descended, turning into a vortex, tightly covering the betrayer. That is the power given to me by my lord, you thief. The betrayer felt that when the black cloud touched its body, its power from the dark evil God was drawn out. The stitched appearance gradually fell off into a rotten corpse, and fell on the sea. That feeling made the betrayer seem to have returned to the helpless and desperate time of the year. It desperately stretched out its hand, trying to glue the rotten corpse back to its body. However, this action of its not only failed to save it, but because of the excessive force, the power in its body collapsed faster and faster. The black cloud turned into a tornado, and the betrayer collapsed. The corpse floating on the sea level was still moving, just like a zombie. If you don't give it back to me, give me eternal life back, the rotten corpses roared unwillingly. Mao Chuan's expression remained unchanged. He pulled out all the black cloud tornadoes and swallowed them into his stomach. The mighty power kept washing over his body, and he was intoxicated by the feeling. So the source of all supernatural existence is the dark evil God. I can completely recycle their power, and use it to further grow the God's power fruit. This will replace the negative effect of it needing human civilization, as a source of nourishment. The god's power fruit needs nutrients, but this nutrient is not only provided by human civilization, but also by the dark evil god. The ancient civilization was able to defeat the dark evil god by using this basic principle. At this moment, Mao Chuan suddenly realized that there might be hope for his own path. It seems that the progress is good. Mao Chuan has developed his own new use. Qi Xuan looked at the stone cup, which suddenly grew a lot of the god's power fruit, and couldn't help but smile. Then his eyes fell on the skull. The other party was stunned at first, thinking that Qi Xuan couldn't see him. Then his body couldn't help but change position. As a result, the skull was horrified to find that Qi Xuan's eyes were still staring at it. "Can you see me?" the skull asked tentatively. "Of course I can't see it. How can I, a mortal, have such a skill?" Qi Xuan said seriously. The skull's expression froze for a moment. He really could see it. And not only could he see it, but he could also communicate with it normally. This was not realistic at all. At this moment, it suddenly understood why Du Kung had so many doubts about Qi Xuan. The human in front of it was just an unknown thing in human skin. So the skull started to play dumb. "I can't see it. I was too suspicious." After saying this, he was about to run away. Unexpectedly, Qi Xuan grabbed him. "I was joking with you, just wanting you to have fun with me." Qi Xuan pressed him on the table, "Not to let you take advantage of the situation and talk nonsense with me. Do you understand?" Qi Xuan did not show any power or strangeness, but the skull felt great pressure from Qi Xuan. I understand," the skull said in a flattering tone. "I will definitely take you to find the dark evil god, I promise." It muttered and chose to betray the dark evil god. However, Qi Xuan looked at it jokingly. "Dark evil god? Isn't he there? Do I need you to take me to find him? I'm just waiting for him to recover so that I can do it." The skull's voice seemed to be strangled when he heard this. "Du King's plan is actually very good, especially with your cooperation," Qi Xuan said, stirring his index finger in the stone cup. "You cooperate with him, and let his consciousness enter the fruit of God's power after his death. One wants to get rid of the dark evil god, and the other wants to find another way. The way of complementing each other is indeed good. But you overlooked a problem, that is, no matter how strong Du King's willpower is, he is still immortal. How long do you think he can last when facing the dark power of the dark evil god?" Qi Xuan had long seen through the deal between the two. It can't be said that they are in cahoots, but they are both getting what they want. It's just that whether it's the skull or Du Kung, they subconsciously ignore the power of the dark evil god. In Qi Xuan's eyes, the dark evil god is just food on the table, and it takes trouble to cook it to make it more delicious. It can't threaten him at all. But for ordinary people, it is definitely an insurmountable mountain. "But it doesn't matter, I help you. Just a little insignificant patch." Qi Xuan said that he likes to help others. Fear emerged in the skull's expression. Qi Xuan said so this little patch must be it. Otherwise, why would they suddenly tear their faces apart for no reason? Wait, I think I still have value." The skull hurriedly begged for mercy. "I know the location of all the stones of the Star Defense Corps. I am willing to actively cooperate with your plan, as long as you..." Qi Xuan didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking, and directly shut him up physically. Chapter 593. After Mao Chuan annexed the supernatural existence of the betrayer, he also solved some problems on the way back. "It's going well, but I've become a vegetable." As soon as he came back, he saw Qi Xuan fiddling with the god's power fruit in the stone cup, and his first words were to change his species. He knew Qi Xuan was sensible, and didn't have to worry about the other party affecting the god's fruit. "Oh," Qi Xuan replied indifferently, and then said, "I just saw a skull floating in your office, and I dealt with it by the way." Mao Chuan's plant face showed incredible shock. He thought that he would shock Qi Xuan in turn by becoming a vegetable, but he didn't expect that he would be shocked by Qi Xuan first. "How did you do it?" "I remember it seemed to be the erosion of the dark evil god, the remnant or something like that. Commander Du didn't deal with it until he died, but was bewitched by it to suspect you." Mao Chuan couldn't help asking. Qi Xuan was naturally prepared for Mao Chuan's question. "It's very simple. This thing doesn't have a very good brain. So I tricked it over, and then stuffed it into the stone cup and fed it to the god's power fruit." Qi Xuan briefly summarized it without any details. Mao Chuan just thought Qi Xuan was really outrageous, but then he thought about it again. It was reasonable. The dark evil god could be defeated by the god's power fruit. The skull head was just a part of the dark evil god. How could it resist? So it was normal to be killed. It's not that he hadn't thought about it before, but he didn't dare to implement it. After all, the god's power fruit was too important, And only Chi Xuan was so reckless and dared to do it casually. It really doesn't have a good brain. I just took over and tried to sow discord between you and me. Mao Chuan said Chi Xuan was right. But soon, he realized, no, how did you see it? Did you move the star defense core stone? At this point, Mao Chuan's expression was horrified and worried. Chi Xuan must not get into trouble. He still has to rely on Chi Xuan's help. No, you have repeatedly warned me not to do anything wrong. Chi Xuan didn't have to move at all. It came out to seduce me. It probably wanted to use my hand to help it achieve some plans, but I tricked it first. There is only a skull left, no brain, and you still have to do these things. Isn't it weird? Chi Xuan turned the tables. With this explanation, Mao Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he believed so rashly was not because he fully agreed with Chi Xuan's words, but because he was now a supernatural being and had mastered powerful supernatural powers. He did not notice that Chi Xuan was lying or had any signs of something wrong. At the same time, as a qualified carrier bound to the God's Power Fruit, he did not sense anything wrong with the God's Power Fruit. As for the surveillance, there was none in the room. I was careless and failed to consider the skull. Mao Chuan sat back, and he did not blame Chi Xuan. He did not say, how did the other party know? It was nothing more than his own problem. But Professor Chi, you did give me a surprise. Mao Chuan felt that the burden on his shoulders was much lighter. You helped me solve a big problem. This thing is always hanging around me, and I can't do anything to it even though it deserves a beating. Chi Xuan said with an indifferent expression, I don't think these things are what you should be thinking about now. You should think about how to deal with the review of the Blue Sky Team headquarters now. After all, your experiment with me is an illegal experiment, and you used your power to cover it up. Let's not talk about whether it is successful or not, but your behavior has been exposed. In addition, with your appearance, even if you don't want to explain, you can't hide it. Mao Chuan's behavior must not be hidden from the Blue Sky Team headquarters. In fact, during the period when Commander Du took office, he had already started to conceal the headquarters. Mao Chuan felt that he had to give Chi Xuan some explosive news. Now everyone is on the same boat, and it is also good to expose some of it. I know this. It's nothing more than the matter of the original Dragon Master and the Cold Moon Bird. Chi Xuan paused here, and then added, then use this kind of cognitive technology to cover the thinking of the headquarters personnel? Well, it seems that Professor Chi you guess much more than me. Mao Chuan was not too frustrated that he could not give value, but it's not that crazy. We just concealed a certain amount. We haven't achieved direct cognitive and thinking coverage. Mao Chuan didn't want to do it, but there was no way. The headquarters would definitely not allow their behavior. Especially after Du Kung implemented the separation of power, his power was stripped away a lot. Although it didn't become an empty shell, it was not as arbitrary as the original Qingquan. You guys, why are you so indecisive when doing things? Chi Xuan said with great sorrow, either don't do it, or do it more decisively. Now it's fine, can you solve it later? Mao Chuan also wanted to do it more decisively, but he had only taken over for a few days, and he had been tinkering with these high-risk illegal experiments with Chi Xuan during these days. Yes, I must have solved it. Mao Chuan immediately agreed. He never thought of pushing this matter out. Then how are you going to solve it? Chi Xuan asked. You can't plan to talk about it. Under the current situation, it is definitely impossible to talk about it. When Mao Chuan heard Chi Xuan's words, he immediately understood Chi Xuan's idea. It's nothing more than seizing power by force, but the problem is that the number of people he can mobilize is very limited. Even if it succeeds, with his appearance that is neither human nor ghost, his power will be unstable. As for cognitive coverage and mind tampering, it is possible, but it requires continuous consumption. Whether it is cost or efficiency, the Blue Sky Team cannot support it. Otherwise, Du Kung only opened it for a short period of time, and the super ancient civilization technology obtained by the new generation of humans was not complete, so naturally they could not use it skillfully. I know, I can only try my best to talk. Mao Chuan replied, using force is the last resort. In fact, there is another solution. Chi Xuan suddenly said, we just need to give enough value. Especially in fighting against the dark evil god, the process is not important. What is important is the result. I want to create a godlike human directly. Mao Chuan was shocked by Chi Xuan's idea. Isn't this too risky? The divine human race is the real plan to transform the human species to preserve the continuation of their own civilization. First, the appropriate power seeds are cultivated from Mao Chuan, and then transplanted to humans, so as to achieve integration in this way. In the end, humans become supernatural beings, and at the same time, With the help of the power of the gods, they can reach the dark evil god, and even gather the power of the whole people to defeat the dark evil god. Although it is still impossible to completely kill the dark evil god, it can prevent the dark evil god from reviving forever through continuous reincarnation. It is equivalent to delaying the other party's resurrection process indefinitely. The plan is very good, but the problem now is that they have just completed a beginning. Yes, otherwise why would I say it at this juncture? Chi Suiyan still spoke bluntly. Who will be the unlucky guy? Mao Chuan knew that even if he asked how sure he was, the success rate, and what Chi Suiyan would answer, he knew it clearly. So he skipped the questioning link in the middle, and asked who to be the experimental subject. Tong Ying. Chi Suiyan reported the name. This made Mao Chuan feel entangled. Tong Ying was indeed an unlucky guy. After all, he had chosen her as his scapegoat before. Before she even had time to take office, she was snatched away by Chi Suiyan again. Let's choose him, but it depends on his willingness. Mao Chuan did not intend to force the other party. In fact, there are still people who are willing, but Tong Ying is more familiar with them, so there will be a situation where strangers are half killed and acquaintances are all killed. He knows the two of us, but he really met the wrong person. Actually, the success rate is still there, at least 50%. Chi Suiyan said in a tone that you can rest assured that I will do the work. Mao Chuan did not intend to expose Chi Suiyan's words. It was either success or failure, which was not 50%. Tong Ying, come here for something. Mao Chuan called the person over for a face-to-face interview. I know Du King's plan, but Mao Chuan. Bai Zhengnan, as a member of the Committee of the Global International Unlimited Natural Disaster Mission Rescue Alliance, did not expect things to get out of control. Although he was just an ordinary person, he was actually one of the most powerful people on the entire planet. According to expert analysis, he used the god's power fruit without authorization, and it is very likely that he has been eroded by the dark evil god. A member of the committee said coldly, I propose to immediately force Mao Chuan to be detained. Then, who will resist the erosion of the Star Defense Corps stone and the evil god? Someone objected. Although Mao Chuan had problems, he was the shield they needed, and he could not be dealt with just because you said so. No one was willing to bear the consequences after the treatment. This was a real scapegoat. Bai Zhengnan felt a headache. You can't use coercive measures. I go investigate. There are many people inside. Even if they unite to fight against the dark evil god, there will inevitably be various disagreements and fights. He has tried his best to maintain balance. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bai, but you have to be careful of more than just Mao Chuan. Another member of the committee said, there is also Professor Qi beside him. Before Du Kang died, there was a tendency to suspect Professor Qi. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is due to mental problems caused by the evil god's erosion. Bai Zhengnan naturally nodded to indicate that he had received the other party's reminder. How could he not know about Professor Qi's famous name? The Blue Sky team can develop so fast, which is inseparable from the information provided by the other party. But it is precisely because of this that people are suspicious and suspicious. You, an ordinary person, actually know more than their powerful organization spread all over the world. Isn't this a flaw? Chapter 594. Gods and humans, is this your achievement? Bai Zhengnan's doubts and questions disappeared after seeing the plan provided by Tong Ying and Mao Chuan. Tong Ying successfully completed the evolution and became a new human. A new life form between supernatural beings, humans, and evil gods. Yes, the facts prove that we cannot defeat the dark evil gods, but we can survive in other ways, Mao Chuan said. At this time, Mao Chuan has completely turned into a plant, and only the top of the head still looks a bit human. Bai Zhengnan forced his eyes away from Mao Chuan, and fell on Tong Ying again. Tong Ying still has a human form now, but it seems like a flowing liquid structure, carrying the characteristics of plants. Fortunately, the facial features can still be seen, but it looks very strange. You or yourself? Bai Zhengnan asked. Why not me? I feel much better. Tong Ying did not feel any discomfort. At least it is much easier than the transformation of combatants. Low cost, fast efficiency, and no pain. But if there are any shortcomings, there are indeed some. With these words, Bai Zhengnan felt relieved. If there were really no disadvantages, it would be too unreal. It will form an impulse similar to appetite for supernatural beings, Tong Ying said helplessly. Oh, this is normal. After all, the plant is still in the optimization stage. Chi Suiyan interrupted. We have to wait until the fruit of the power of God is fully developed and mature. This appetite impulse is not yours, it is its. Chi Suiyan pointed to the fruit in the stone cup and said, so even if we transform into divine humans, we will be affected by the divine power fruit? Bai Jingnan keenly noticed the problem and asked further, or to be more straightforward, it will become the weakness of all of us humans, a fatal point or something like that. He can tolerate negative effects like appetite impulse. After all, supernatural beings are aliens to humans. Killing and eating, it doesn't matter, if they are dead and invisible, then there will be no corresponding impulse. But from Qi Xuan's words, it can be analyzed that they are betting everything on this sprouted divine power fruit. There is even the possibility of being tied to death. How can he accept this? It will be affected and bound. Qi Xuan gave an affirmative answer. Then cancel the plan, and then you can issue your own inquiry report. Bai Jingnan wants to ensure that the self-independence of mankind does not fall into the hands of other external things. Of course. Qi Xuan agreed very readily. But you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Bai Jingnan's face darkened. Are you threatening me, Professor Qi? It's not a threat, just telling the truth. Qi Xuan said sarcastically. The arrogance of us humans really makes people unable to see clearly what is in front of them. The headquarters goal will not be to completely destroy the dark evil god from the beginning. Faced with Qi Xuan's sarcasm, Bai Jingnan smiled. What else? Survive, like the super ancient civilization? With our advantages, even if we can't completely destroy it, we can defeat the other party again. The super ancient civilization can use the fruit of the power of the gods to do it, and so can we. Even better. When he said this, Bai Jingnan's tone was full of confidence. After hearing this, Mao Chuan and Tong Ying looked more and more strange. How could they not know that the situation had such a great advantage? In their opinion, human civilization was already in turmoil. Perhaps it was because the increase in the number of transformed personnel and the suppression of supernatural beings began to make the data on paper look better. As for those ancient and powerful life forms that exist in the universe, after all, they have not really seen them, so naturally they have no feeling. But the super ancient civilization is extinct. Qi Xuan said faintly. You take a failed result, plus the data on paper, and now say that there is a chance of winning. It can only be said that the Blue Sky team may not be corrupt, but some problems have begun to appear. I just don't know why it appeared. Mao Chuan suspected that it might be when the god's power fruit absorbed human civilization as nutrients, forming a terrifying deviation. You should also know how the god's power fruit grows. This kind of arrogance is most likely one of the effects, a measure specifically targeting the top leaders. Qi Xuan continued to add. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Bai Jingnan's forehead. When his eyes fell on the fruit in the stone cup, his expression was also solemn. Professor Qi, you are right. Bai Jingnan is not a stubborn person, but has his own thoughts. So when Qi Xuan said it, he realized that not only himself, but everyone in the Blue Sky Team headquarters committee was blinded by the recent results and achievements. Regarding the situation, it is not a misjudgment, but a complete diametrical opposition. They just inherited the technology of the super ancient civilization, but they are so arrogant that they can fight against the dark evil god. Professor Qi, is it possible for this kind of mainstream change to spread in society? Bai Jingnan did not continue to dwell on the matter of gods and humans, but changed his angle. This is a matter of sociological research. How can I know if I have never stepped out of the door? Qi Xuan said that this was not within his scope. Bai Jingnan also realized that he was desperate and tried all kinds of methods, and then brought the topic back. Let's talk about the God-human plan. Bai Jingnan suppressed his doubts for the time being, and then asked the key question, Professor Qi, how can you guarantee that we humans will become puppets of a tree or plant after completion? I can accept the changes of Commander Mao and Captain Tong, but I can't convince the committee and the people. It means that it is too ugly. You should at least keep a decent appearance. With this appearance, it looks like a changed species. There are not so many good things in the world that can have the best of both worlds. If you want both, then you can't have either. Qi Xuan rolled his eyes. I am providing a solution for survival. I am not letting you enjoy a carefree life as a god. It is time now, and you are still fussing about these things. When he wanted to survive, he even gave up being a human being, but you actually want both autonomy and appearance. Becoming a puppet, what is the difference between that and extinction? Bai Jingnan's face straightened. This was his last bottom line. Appearance can be discussed. It would be best if it can be as close to the public aesthetic as possible. If not, you can also bear with it. The second condition can be compromised, but the first one is not. Commissioner Bai, this is not a vegetable market, and experimental research is not like picking cabbage at will. Mao Chuan couldn't bear it, and directly confronted the other party. You make demands as soon as you open your mouth, regardless of the actual situation. If you really put it forward, it can be solved, and the super ancient civilization will not be destroyed. If the first point cannot be achieved, my decision is to shut down this plan. Bai Zhengnan did not hesitate. I would rather die than live without freedom. I recognize Commissioner Bai's pursuit of freedom, but I think you are not qualified to make decisions for other humans. Tong Ying suddenly said. You want freedom, because you are in a high position and have everything, so losing power is very painful for you. But it may not be the case for ordinary people. A puppet civilization has no meaning to exist, it is better to destroy it. That's it, the subsequent plan will be shut down. Someone will come to deal with the subsequent settlement of the three. Bai Zhengnan did not get the result he wanted, and he was definitely disappointed. After saying that, he stood up and left. However, he did not strip the three of their power, but said that he would interrupt the plan and continue to perform his duties. As for coveting the fruit of God's power, at the beginning, he did, but after finding out that using it would turn him into such a ghost, he naturally gave up the idea. He has the pride of being a human, and he does not want to lose his human roots in order to survive. It would be better to die if he became like this. After Bai Zhengnan left, the three of them looked at each other. God's power is so terrifying. It's only been a short time, and the people at the headquarters have become like this. Tong Ying took a breath. The destruction from the ideological aspect is the most terrible. Although Qi Xuan had expected it, he didn't think that the God's power fruit would start from the civilization level. So the extinction of the super ancient civilization is not unjust. They may not know why they perished until they died. Mao Chuan said. In the middle of the process, Bai Zhengnan had already realized the problem, but he ended up going astray again because of his own thoughts. Then why are the three of us okay? Tong Ying suddenly reacted. It must be because of the God's power fruit, otherwise what else could it be? Mao Chuan directly looked at the fruit in the stone cup. Yes. Qi Xuan would definitely not say directly that he was not affected, and that you two were not human beings at all, so you were forced to be invalid. They wouldn't believe it if he really said it. What about the rest? Tong Ying asked worriedly. If we really follow the development of the headquarters, the dark evil god may not even see it, and will perish first. They have been blinded by the tide of thought, and it will definitely get worse and worse, and there is no possibility of turning back. It can only be said that the power of darkness is a pit. Whether it is the dark evil god or the power of God, it has no benefit for humans from the beginning to the end. It is all drinking poison to quench thirst. Yes, we will act on our own. A gleam of light appeared in Mao Chuan's eyes. We have the wisdom of Professor Qi and the power of the fruit of the power of God. We can completely abandon them, and let those who are willing to join the human race of God follow us to complete the plan. Whether the headquarters fails or succeeds, we can preserve the fire of mankind. The more Mao Chuan spoke, the firmer his voice became, and he felt that he was not going in the wrong direction. That's right, but before that, we need to leave here and find all the stones of the Star Defense Corps. Qi Xuan gave them advice in fear of chaos in the world. Chapter 595. What? Defection? Bai Zhengnan was in a meeting, reporting yesterday's handling results to the committee members. The meeting was not over yet, and the report was only halfway through, but he received the latest news. It was said that Mao Chuan, Tong Ying and Professor Qi intercepted the plane and left, and took away all the Star Defense Corps stones, and the God's power fruit. This behavior did not make Bai Zhengnan very angry. He said he was full of confidence in the meeting, but the reality slapped him in the face. Commissioner Bai, didn't you say that it had been handled? How could such a bad result occur? A committee member stood up and accused without hesitation. This made Bai Zhengnan's face turn ugly. Where did it go? Bai Zhengnan ignored the other party's accusation. What's the point of just being able to beep? You have to be able to handle it, so he is fearless. If he really wants to make things difficult for him, then he will just let it go. Whoever stands up will be unlucky. Cheonghua Island, according to the staff's opinions and the fighter's trajectory, the target has been determined. The staff hurriedly took out a report and handed it to Bai Zhengnan. Since there is a detailed positioning, why don't you just attack directly? Another committee member stood up. Knowing that there is a threat, it can be dealt with in advance. Bai Zhengnan glared at the person who said this. Why? Star Defense Corps stone and God power fruit are not needed. Whoever has any objections will be handed over to them to deal with it. It was fine before. Why can such stupid words be said now? Still attacking. What will they do after the attack? People took these two things away to provide themselves with protection. You made a big mistake this time. Another committee member said, bring the things back as soon as possible, and then kill the traitor. When someone spoke, the rest of the committee members naturally followed suit. Bai Zhengnan also reacted. Now is not the time to argue with them. He must deal with these 3 people and take back the Star Defense Corps stone as soon as possible. The God's Power Fruit is the key. The meeting is disbanded and will be held again when I come back. I will give you all an explanation. After Bai Zhengnan finished speaking, he put down the documents in his hand and left the meeting room directly. Many people were cursing, but they did not leave, but continued the meeting. Mobilize the personnel of the 3rd Corps and go with me. After Bai Zhengnan left, he immediately arranged for the secretary to mobilize the troops. He had heard of the name of Cheonghua Island. It was impossible for these 3 people to go to this place for no reason. It is very likely that they have already established military forces on Cheonghua Island, and he must be prepared. Yesterday, because they were on their own territory, they were fearless and did not have to worry about any problems. But it's not possible now. If he's not careful, he'll die. If he dies, what will happen to the future of mankind? Relying on those idiots? I'm afraid destruction is imminent. Only these social elites can save the world. Commissioner Bai, we have no right to mobilize the 3rd Corps. The secretary said helplessly. Then the 1st Corps, or the frontline combatants will do. Bai Zhengnan just wondered why he recruited such a vase, who was useless except for being pretty. After saying this, he left without looking back. He didn't care how his secretary did it, he just wanted a result. Fortunately, they still have the power to mobilize the 1st Corps, and the secretary will arrange it as soon as possible. Although there may be flaws in the procedure, it doesn't matter, it can be corrected later. The 3rd Corps is the 3rd generation of combat reformers, and the 1st Corps is the 1st generation. There are few in number and generally have defects. In addition, due to elimination and improvement, there are not many left. It was also very simple to assemble, and soon they went to Cheonghua Island under unified arrangements. Although there were a few fewer people, the combat power was still good, and the displeasure on Bai Zhengnan's face eased a lot. Commissioner Bai, is there any problem with the order? After the commander of the 1st Corps, Cheyan, took his position, he came to Bai Zhengnan. When he saw the name on the order, he was also confused, and he suspected that there was a problem with the headquarters. There is no problem with the order. Maochuan was eroded by darkness, which led to the changes of Professor Qi and Tong Ying. Is it difficult to understand? Bai Zhengnan's face suddenly became serious in the face of the sudden inquiry. It's understandable, but it's not a good idea to kill Professor Qi as well. Cheyan was not afraid of Bai Zhengnan. Although he was not as outrageous as a veteran, he was also a person who had been on the line between life and death. Therefore, facing the pressure from Bai Zhengnan, he simply ignored it. He is too smart. Once he is used by the darkness, it will be a disaster for mankind. Since he betrayed mankind, we should kill him and not show mercy because of his past achievements. We are doing this for mankind, not for the so-called human relations. Bai Zhengnan's tone was stern. Even at this moment, he thought that among these 3 people, Qi Xuan must die. The other party's prestige is too high. Even though he has been hidden until now, there are still people willing to speak for him. This has seriously affected the power of the committee. If he is not killed, once the other party realizes how much political value his prestige has, he may in turn win over a large number of people, and it is possible that the Blue Sky team will be completely split into 2 factions. In order to avoid the birth of a split, he must solve this hidden danger in advance. This can only be blamed on the other party. He just wants you to study an independent and autonomous divine human plan. What's wrong with not wanting to be a puppet? Since you can't do it, for the future of mankind, he can only sacrifice the other party, not to mention that he dares to betray now. Cheyan found that Bai Zhengnan's mood was very strange. He just asked a simple question, but it seemed that he stepped on the other party's pain point, as if he was angry out of shame. This made Cheyan suspect that there was something wrong with this order. For example, the person who was really eroded by darkness was not the defector on the list, but this Commissioner Bai. He is just an ordinary person without any extraordinary power or protection. I understand. Cheyan did not reveal his thoughts immediately, but hid them temporarily. After all, he remained neutral before he knew the true situation of both sides. After experiencing many supernatural beings, he knew that what he saw was not necessarily true, and what he heard was not necessarily false. If the truth was really as Bai Zhengnan said, then he would have ruined the matter. With the comprehensive combat power of the 1st Corps, it would not be a problem to deal with it. No matter which side it was, it could be easily controlled. Of course, because the committee was still in the confidentiality stage, Cheyan did not know the changes of Maochuan and Tong Ying. The plane arrived at Cheonghua Island very quickly. Through satellite monitoring and other means, the group quickly arrived at the center of Cheonghua Island. Professor Qi, you are rebelling, do you know that? Bai Zhengnan gritted his teeth and watched Qi Xuan and Tong Ying watering the trees. Mao Chuan was buried in a pit like a tree by them. When they came, the planting had been completed. Bai Zhengnan even saw Qi Xuan fertilizing it. Qian was also confused at this time. Except for Qi Xuan, who still looked like a normal person, Tong Ying and Mao Chuan were completely turned upside down and completely became supernatural beings. After Qi Xuan finished watering, he tapped the soil around Mao Chuan twice, and then said, "I am saving humanity. You are a bunch of idiots who are arrogant." Bai Zhengnan, who was scolded, was about to scold back, but found a problem, that is, where is the fruit of God's power? The stones of the Star Defense Corps were arranged in a matrix, scattered on the ground in a very regular way, making Mao Chuan the center. But the God's power fruit that he really cared about disappeared. Where is the God's power fruit? Bai Zhengnan asked directly. There was no need to beat around the bush at this time. However, no one answered his question. At this point, he could only give an order directly. Qian, you have seen the situation, so do it. Qian wanted to believe Qi Xuan, but everything in front of him seemed to be wrong on the other side. So he could only follow Bai Zhengnan's instructions. Professor Qi, my advice is not to resist, go back with us. The headquarters will give you a clear name. After Qian said this, all the transformed soldiers of the First Legion surrounded him. The child shadow moved, looking like an abstract water cone, constantly jumping between the members of the First Legion. Before they could react, everyone present was knocked down. Captain Che, the fruit of the power of God will take root and sprout with human civilization as the nutrient. I think you should know that. Mao Chuan's voice came. Qian, who was knocked down, was tied up tightly and could not resist. I have heard of it. Qian didn't know much, but he knew part of it. The destruction of civilization has begun. Mao Chuan said, the thoughts and logic of the people in the committee have changed greatly. They are blinded by the current progress and think they are invincible. Blindly arrogant, no longer have any awe, they even dare to compare themselves to the ancient civilization. Mao Chuan's tone was sarcastic. Recalling this, Qian really has this possibility. We have found a way to survive through the study of the God's power fruit and the analysis of the Star Defense Corps stones left by the super ancient civilization. Unfortunately, they thought it was not decent and forced us to shut down. Mao Chuan briefly summarized the cause and effect. For a moment, Qian was also a little confused. How could the flag on the wall change so quickly? And even the Blue Sky team could have such a problem. Don't believe him. If he really succeeds, we humans will become puppets of the God's power fruit. Everything will be over by then. Bai Zhengnan roared. Don't worry, Commander Che, we will provide evidence. Tong Ying came over, grabbed Qian and said, we are frontline personnel and know how dangerous humans are now. It's not like some people who think the world is peaceful just by sitting in the office drinking tea and reading reports. As he said, Tong Ying took Qian and walked towards Mao Chuan. Chapter 596. Qian felt that his consciousness seemed to be rising little by little, not only for him, but also for all the transformed soldiers of the First Legion under his command. He could feel that they were forced to raise their vision around him, and he looked up in a trance and saw the sky. Enshrouded by the darkness like thick ink, he was like a powerless leaf falling into the water, drifting with the wind. Is that darkness? At this time, Qian seemed to understand why Mao Chuan, Tong Ying and Professor Qi chose to betray. No, it was not betrayal at all, but facing the real darkness. Everything going smoothly now is simply fake. Compared with the darkness he saw, it is just the tip of the iceberg. And now, the speed of the recovery of darkness is so fast that it suffocates him. Yes, that is the real darkness, you have recovered very successfully. A voice came from his ear. When Qian recovered, he had become similar to Tong Ying, but the pattern was slightly different. But why? Qian spoke. I don't know, it's too big. Qi Xuan didn't have much energy to answer the other party's thoughts, so he evaded the question. Qian shut up after hearing this, because he didn't think Qi Xuan could know this. After standing up, his eyes fell on the surroundings. Not only he had become a brand new god-human, but all the transformed soldiers of the First Legion under his command were the same. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The body structure that was originally damaged by the transformation had actually recovered. Even though the pain has been removed, it still makes him inconvenient in life. And now, these inconveniences have disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Bai Zhengnan's expression was filled with despair. He didn't know what happened to Qian, nor did he understand what he saw, but he could see the change in his appearance and attitude clearly. Although he was transformed into a ghost before, he still looked like a human being, but now, he has completely become a supernatural being. Commissioner Bai, you are wrong. Cheyenne turned his head and approached Bai Zhengnan strangely with a slender figure. When the four eyes met, Bai Zhengnan only felt a sense of nausea. Are you hating me? Cheyenne noticed Bai Zhengnan's emotions, so he asked in confusion. Yes, you gave up everything as a human being and are willing to become a monster. I don't hate you, but I disgust you. Bai Zhengnan cursed without hesitation. Under this multiple stimulation, Bai Zhengnan's mental state became more and more broken. He thought that the matter could be easily resolved, but he never thought that it would end up like this. How could he accept this when he was in a high position? You know, at his age, he can become a committee member and hold great power. He can be said to be a child of destiny. Cheyenne heard this, and showed human disappointment on his face. Sure enough, you are too arrogant. Cheyenne said helplessly, perhaps, you have to see what darkness is in person, so that you can understand how insignificant you are. If the headquarters and the committee are all thinking like you, humanity is really finished. We will definitely fall before the revival of darkness. Most of the supernatural beings are indeed hostile, but there are also many who are allies of mankind. Even the ancient civilization, which was as powerful as it was, did not choose to be enemies with all supernatural beings. Not to mention now, you use your allies, but treat them with contempt and disdain. Isn't this very absurd? At least you have to do a good job on the surface. I don't recommend you to do this. Chi Suyen said, his thoughts are too extreme, and with such a stubborn mentality, he cannot be smoothly transformed into a godlike human. Then kill him to avoid bad things. Tong Ying didn't have a good impression of Bai Zhengnan. People have put on a stinky face and scolded you, so how could Tong Ying plead for him? Bai Zhengnan's face quickly darkened. I am a member of the committee. If you kill me, you will cut off the hope of mankind. In his view, the elites are the key to saving the world, and he, as the elite among the elites, is naturally the most critical one. He deeply believed that he was the only one who had this talent. Unfortunately, many people in the committee shared the same idea. But no one gave in to the other. Send him back, use him as a bargaining chip, and win over more compatriots to become new gods and humans. Mao Chuan suddenly interrupted. But the voice seemed a little strange. Tong Ying looked back at Mao Chuan, who was like a tree, but couldn't figure out why, and soon forgot about it. You are splitting. Bai Zhengnan suddenly became annoyed. But he was directly blocked. Just follow Mao Chuan's instructions. Then, there are the Star Defense Corps stones. Chi Suyen followed up. I have deduced all the locations. Tong Ying, go collect them all. As for the transformation, I leave it to Cheyenne. Now, the whole process has actually become very simple. Especially when there is force in hand, sometimes even the name is not that important. Because after entering the pass, there will be great scholars to debate for me. Whitewashing is so simple that you don't even need to come in person. There will always be people who are afraid of death. After Tong Ying got the location coordinates given by Chi Suyen, she left without a trace of hesitation. On the other side, Cheyenne also picked up Bai Zhengnan, but after hesitating again and again, he turned back to look at Chi Suyen. I think that not everyone should become a god-human. Only a small part can be used as a fire seed. We shouldn't all linger on. Resistance is necessary. Cheyenne put forward his own opinion. Chi Suyen didn't expect this guy to say this. He had already prepared a response. Yes, but it has to be done voluntarily. Chi Suyen directly brought out the righteousness. Not everyone has enough courage like the Blue Sky team. Most of them are ordinary people who just want to live. Under the current severe situation, you can only choose to pay a price to survive or die with dignity. There is no perfect good thing in the world. We can give them a choice, but we can't replace their choice because of our own ideas. Chi Suyen's words were so high-sounding and nice, but in fact, he just wanted to cheat more people. However, this was very useful to Cheyenne, especially with Bai Zhengnan's elitism as a contrast. Okay, I understand. Cheyenne agreed with Chi Suyen's words, and then took Bai Zhengnan on a fighter plane and left directly. After the people left, only Mao Chuan and Chi Suyen, who had turned into the dark tree, were left. Until Mao Chuan spoke first, breaking the calm. I am confused. You directly gave all the coordinates to Tong Ying. Aren't you afraid that people will notice the abnormality? Or has it reached the point where you don't need to act? Mao Chuan's voice was mixed with Du King's tone. Well, should I call you Commander Du or Commander Mao? Chi Suyen turned around and looked at the dark tree. The fruit of the divine power that Bai Zhengnan didn't see when he came was naturally planted into Mao Chuan's body by Chi Suyen. So the structure is a nesting doll, which is equivalent to Mao Chuan taking root and sprouting on the earth, and the god power fruit is further growing with Mao Chuan. And Du Kung, with the power of the dark evil god, intends to take over the nest. Even if he fails, He can make the dark evil god show human weaknesses. There is actually a success rate, but I didn't expect Chi Xuan to be more efficient and directly intend to harvest. This makes Dukong completely integrated with Mao Chuan, although he did not fail. It doesn't matter what you call it, I just want to know what you want to do. The dark tree asked doubtfully. With Dukong as a fusion agent in the middle, Mao Chuan and the god power fruit have gradually merged into one, and vaguely called for the real darkness. Next, we only need to wait until the Star Defense Core stones are gathered, and even the East Wind will not be lacking. Well, it's a little complicated to explain, so I'm not going to tell you. Chi Xuan had no obligation to explain to the other party, but you just watch. Don't worry, the whole process will be quick and painless. However, Chi Xuan's words made the dark tree feel more and more uneasy. I really wanted to ask, but I found that I couldn't speak no matter what, as if I had lost the ability to speak. Chapter 597. The dark tree spreads out with Qianghua Island as the center. At its roots, the huge matrix formed by the stones of the Star Defense Core flashes with strange streams of light, constantly absorbing information from the entire world as a transmission. In the center of the planet, the evil god, the source of darkness, suddenly opened his eyes. Doubt emerged in his expression, and the time seemed to be wrong. But he did recover, and the whole world was under his control. But thinking carefully, there are still many problems. Is there an outsider? The dark evil god slowly stood up, and the planet was swallowed up by his body in an instant. As for the dark tree, he never paid attention to it from beginning to end. It was just a part of him. If he had not been seriously injured, he would not have been hit by his own power. The previous failure was equivalent to a flat fall on his own. Now that he is strong and healthy, how could such a result occur? So when the process did not develop according to his plan, the first thing he thought of was that an outsider had entered this world, so this accelerated his layout. This is indeed a good thing, but it also means uncertainty. The best way is naturally to find the other party, and then deal with it. The other party did help him, but this is not the reason for him to survive. Facing the idea of the dark evil god, Chi Xuan on the side was also shocked. He was already so unreasonable, and he didn't expect that there would be someone who was as unreasonable as him. Let me go, you stepped on my dish, Chi Xuan said faintly. As soon as he said this, the dark evil god finally observed Chi Xuan. At that moment, he just felt that he should escape. When the idea came to his mind, his body had already begun to execute it very honestly. How could he fight against it if he couldn't even observe it? It happened that he had recovered now, so he would not choose to die if he could escape. Unfortunately, Chi Xuan also had his own ideas. I suffered a great loss when you stepped on me. I can't help it. I can only bury you in the ground as fertilizer. Chi Xuan sighed, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the other party in his hand. The dark evil god simply couldn't understand why Chi Xuan, a mortal body, could catch him with brute force alone. And looking at the other party's expression, it seemed that he wanted to feed himself to the dark tree. Wait, the dark evil god opened his mouth to explain that his value was far higher than the part grown from his own body. But Chi Xuan didn't wait for him to finish speaking, and directly chopped and stuffed it into the dark tree. After receiving the overly noble nourishment from the dark evil god, the dark tree also began to become distorted. On the other side, Chi Xuan also officially started his work. On one hand, he devoured the entire world, and on the other hand, he used the dark tree as a base to begin to condense his third foundation. It is indeed a bit too extravagant to condense half of the foundation at the cost of a world. But it doesn't matter, this is a transcendent foundation. Chi Xuan looked at the gradually taking shape of the third foundation, and couldn't help but smile. For him, as long as he can succeed, it is worth it. The first is life, which comes from the physical attribute that I used as a starting point. When he said this, decay emerged with active vitality. The second is will, which is still the spiritual attribute that I used as a starting point. After the voice fell, the bloody war appeared again. Both foundations carry extremely ominous disasters. The third is knowledge, the extraordinary that I plundered along the way. The changing knowledge carries a crazy breath, which is Chi Xuan's third foundation. The dark tree was drained in an instant, and Chi Xuan got the fruit he wanted. I came from the end of the world, and countless lives died in my hands. Now the sins on me are really too numerous to list. But now, I don't regret it. Chi Xuan looked at the three foundations in his hand, with a firm tone. He knew that everything he did was wrong, and it was very wrong. But he had no intention of changing. He had made a mistake at the beginning, and it would be difficult to make the end right. So this fourth foundation is no longer a request from the outside, but from within, from myself. He was wrong, but he didn't change it, and he was still going all the way, so the best way was to make his mistakes no longer wrong. So the fourth foundation, the last key to transcendence, is myself. After he finished speaking, the fourth foundation was born from his body. Desire, the obsession formed by my desire to live. In an instant, the greedy desire was born with destruction. The four cornerstones were collected into his body, and there was no need to refine or devour them. This was his power. Therefore, what he had to do was actually very simple. He only needed to use these four cornerstones as stepping stones, and then step on them to transcend. There was no difficulty, and there was no bottleneck. After all, this was his strength. After taking this step, Chi Xuan had a qualitative change. The past, present, and future were all gathered into one at this moment, with the self as the center, constantly spreading and circulating. Infinite space, infinite time, infinite energy, and everything else were included in the infinity of itself. On my own? Ha, awesome! Chi Xuan was in a trance at this time, and realized the truth about himself as a time traveler. He, the time traveler, came from a higher dimensional world, probably just like traveling from the real world to the book. But this is not the point. The point is that when he traveled, he was directly divided into countless parts. Later, after one of himself transcended, all of his selves transcended. As for why no one has ever thought of converging other selves, of course there are, but it is meaningless. The infinite infinity is still infinite, so there is no qualitative change, which means they can only change their way. There are also many other bloody civil wars, but after a long time, they can't die anyway, so they unite with like-minded people. Then, they become the biggest cancer group and evil force in the void. In addition, because transcendence affects each other, even the originally limited number of molecular traversers has become infinite. Maybe one day, they can successfully upgrade back with enough numbers. Pursuing higher and stronger has always been one of their driving forces for progress. There are also those who play badly, but those who can become transcendents have long corrected their habit of playing badly. Chapter 598. Old Zhao, next time you eat ice cream, don't blow cold air on my neck. Chi Xuan's face darkened, and he pulled Zhao Wujiu off his back. Next time, definitely next time. Zhao Wujiu wiped his hands on Chi Xuan nonchalantly. Chi Xuan didn't show any courtesy, and directly gave him a big punch. However, Zhao Wujiu reacted quickly, and had predicted it long ago. In addition, he was small, so he easily dodged it. By the way, have you chosen the next good brother? Chi Xuan asked curiously. Zhao Wujiu waved his hand to signal him to get out of here quickly. We are not the same kind of people, so there is no need to tell you this. That's right, Chi Xuan is not a sick among the old, weak, and disabled, he is a demon among the demons and monsters. You have a murderous temper. If a good brother falls into your hands, I have to find a way to give him back. Last time, I was beaten by the time ring snake because of you, Zhao Wujiu said dissatisfiedly. That was in the world of the Blood Clan. The Satan on the apple tree was one of their good brothers, the time ring snake. Tisk, it's because you always want to pick the scales of the time ring snake. Chi Xuan certainly knew the conjugate debt between the two parties. In fact, many good brothers have this situation. As for Chi Xuan, he also has some conjugate debts on him. If you want to explain this kind of thing clearly, it must be difficult to explain it. The main point is to trick first, and then talk about it. As long as the trick doesn't kill him, it doesn't matter if he is killed, just give the other party a restart and compensation. However, there is basically no situation of killing now, but there was in the bloody period when it was still in the exploratory stage. After all, unity is not there from the beginning. Everyone has their own desires and ideas, and the original transcendents are naturally the same. I won't talk to you about this, get out of here, I'm annoyed when I see you. Zhao Wujiu was not angry because Chi Xuan was beaten by the Ring of Time. He was angry that after he was beaten, he had to go back and move Chi Xuan to other worlds, which was simply a natural ox and horse. That's right, with Chi Xuan's size, Doomsday Game couldn't move him at all. That's not your own fault. Chi Xuan rolled his eyes. I always thought it was Doomsday Game that couldn't fire me. In fact, Doomsday Game didn't take me away every time, and you moved me there abruptly. If it weren't for Zhao Wujiu, Doomsday Game would have fired Chi Xuan when he ran away in the deep world. As a result, Zhao Wujiu chased after him with a head-but teleportation method, and thoughtfully connected the useless semi-digital shell to Doomsday Game. The Doomsday Game has been forced to expel Chi Xuan, and forced to join Chi Xuan. Fortunately, this wild system is strong enough, and was not tormented to death by Zhao Wujiu. But dying in the hands of Chi Xuan is indeed aggrieved. Nonsense, if I don't help you, you will be single, who can tolerate this? You cannot be transcendent, but you cannot be single. Zhao Wujiu refuted without hesitation. And it is reasonable and well-founded. Qi Xuan can't refute it. In the eyes of good brothers, no matter how weird you are, no matter how against the sky, no matter how abstract you are, those who should help you will not hesitate. But if you want to take this opportunity to be single, restarting the world is the best solution. For example, he almost had an achievement of being single, which was stronger than transcendence. Then the zombie apocalypse broke out 7 days in advance, which prevented him from having a successful blind date. That makes sense. If I really had to find a world to live in, with the Tai Sui God and the Yusui virus, I would have lived a life of debauchery. Qi Xuan knew what kind of person he was. Without pressure, there is no motivation. Without the danger of life and mastering enough strength, he will definitely fall quickly. Then, his eyes fell on Zhao Wujiu's hand. He has already started to help his new good brother me. Qi Xuan looked over and asked, "This road has come to an end. It seems a bit difficult to transcend." Zhao Wujiu nodded and said, "There is no hope. We can only start over." Just when the ring of time swayed my tail, I plucked a small piece of scale and tried to send it to him. Qi Xuan squatted aside and said with interest, "A world community that is merging, the structure is indeed good, but if you trace back, you have to trace back the entire world community." Faced with Qi Xuan's question, Zhao Wujiu nodded, "This small piece of scale is enough, otherwise you can lend me a cornerstone?" Qi Xuan's way of transcendence is rather strange. It is not time, space, and energy, but self-external, which is a tricky type. But success is fine. Everything else can be completed in the moment of transcendence. There is no need to worry about having good brothers to protect the way. "Here, you're welcome," Qi Xuan said, and took out all 4 of his cornerstones. The stepping stone has already been used, so it is not an important thing. But I think this person seems a bit abstract. Will there be any trouble? Qi Xuan always felt that this person might do something tricky. Zhao Wujiu shook his head nonchalantly and said, "What can be abstract? The strong reborn flow, Lao Gu's is atypical, cannot be generalized. With your foundation stone as a golden finger, rebirth, and some help, it will definitely be possible." But Zhao Wujiu didn't finish his words. Qi Xuan interrupted. "Wait, why did he give the rebirth props to his neighbor?" As soon as these words came out, Zhao Wujiu's action of transforming the foundation stone in his hand could not help but stagnate. "No, what's the situation? Fuck, he is too confident." The 2 words had appeared on Zhao Wujiu's black hole face. Qi Xuan also restrained his smile at this time, and said with a serious look, "He and I were already strong before you found him, and we are indeed not simple." He understood what this person wanted to do, to let his neighbor be reborn and go back to the past, to seize his opportunity to rise, so that he could embark on a new timeline different from the original life trajectory. There is an advantage to doing this, that is, everything can be torn down and started again, and there will be no original restrictions, and no need to bear the risk of time travel when reborn. However, this requires great confidence in oneself, believing that one can rise even without this opportunity. Otherwise, if one fails, it will really be a loss of both the wife and the army. Since it's his own choice, we can't interfere. But you're right, he is indeed abstract. Zhao Wujiu held his forehead and said, "So what about his fiancée?" "It's just right, just reset it, after all, it's his own choice." Qi Xuan said nonchalantly, "Otherwise, she will have to be killed by the plot, how troublesome." The good news is that this man who made a fool of himself successfully refreshed his fiancée, who was betrothed to him since childhood.